to OnlyCops. What is going on to everybody that's here and at home and abroad and overseas and potentially across borders? Welcome to the Tuesday stream for the uninitiated here on OnlyCops. Every Tuesday and Thursday at 7:30 Central Standard Time, we go live and we break down either law enforcement related or actual law enforcement events, whether it's body cams, news stories, things like that. For everybody else, if you'd like to see, officers react specifically to media, we do a lot of stuff with The Rookie, Southland, On Call. There's a bunch of shows that are out there that we did some pretty cool reactions to. We just say whether or not it's realistic. I myself am Josh. So I come from a municipal police background, and here, like I said, on Tuesdays, we do a scorecard. We look at a bunch of different either news stories or body cams. And anyways, I say hello to everybody that's here live, and I give my thank yous. So if you're watching this after the fact, the scorecard's going to be up here until I'm done saying hello to everybody. Once I am done, you will see me click away. You can skip forward to that if you don't want to listen to me say hi to people, but I will indeed do that. Specifically for Sarah, it's spool time. And then specifically for Emu, it's decal. Or decal. I still don't know to this day how she said that incorrectly, but we're here. RJ was indeed number one, so he is here. X-Bane, I think, is still on this special thanks to because he gave a ridiculously large super chat, so I'm going to leave him there for today, as well as Longview PD. Shout out to them for doing my de-escalation class. They did a really good job with that. Longview is kind of out in the middle of nowhere, but their training facility was super nice. If you guys Google it, it was way nicer than the one I had, and I was in an apartment like 10 times their size. For producer Juan, so he's not upset with me, I am wearing merch. We have a ACAB shirt that says all cops ain't Bishop, because she was, for the one season she was there, our favorite officer there in The Rookie. Let me get my hellos, and then we'll get it out of the way. RJ was number one. Caffeinated LD. Upsetty Spaghetti. Very solid name. He is also ranked number 2 today. Just Christy Jazz Hands. Welcome, Christy. Also, big shout out and thank you to my moderators in general. You guys do make this show doable. If not without them, this would be literally impossible to put together. Easy, it's good to see you. Peacekeeper Chris. Cosmic Dark Matter. This chat's already out of control. Smoky Owl. It is good to see you. Sam, I am kind of hydrated today. I don't know that I'm hydrated enough. RJ is already upset for getting dethroned. Raira, welcome back. Someone decided what kind of animal this is. I'm going to assume a corgi on a couch, maybe. We're going to go with that. Mark Musso with the Pikachu emoji is pretty adorable. Tyler D. Robert Carson. Mando Merc. I'm really trying not to skip people today. Brian Miner, good evening. Serenader, hit us with a let's go. Welcome for being the first moderator to make it in chat. Ian, Ben Popovich, or Popovich. Popovich was a, I don't remember what his first name is now, but he was a coach for the San Antonio Spurs for a long time. And as a Mavericks fan, I hated that guy. Great team, though. He coached some good teams. Anyways, Ben Popovich, welcome. Also, Ian, my dog. Let's see. We're scrolling. Notorious Emu, welcome. We're scrolling. Mr. Toastar. Producer Juan. He said, spool me up, Scotty. I'm finally catching up to where it started. Abs, welcome. Ivana. I'm Mr. Emu, welcome. I'm looking. Sean Daly. Sean, S-H-A-W-N. Steel Switch. Guy Fieri Raptor 24, whose name just keeps changing. Savory Salmon, it is good to see you. Garrett, you as well. Who am I missing? Brandon Herrera for ATF director. That ship has sailed, but that would have been cool. X-Bane, welcome. You're still in your rightful spot up there for your obnoxiously large super chat. Nick, it is good to see you. Andrea, Michael, it is also good to see you. Eric D, there's a joke in there. Chill. Nick, it is good to see you. Lisa Rowe, it is good to see you as well. BWP Photography, this is going to sound really inappropriate. Give the feline a pet. I need to be really careful how I say that. Evan, let me see your hand. Suspect proceeds to bleed out. That's a thing. Just me. It might just be me tonight. We'll see. I may or may not have people join me today. If not, I will be writing solo. Do be very strawspicious. That is always going to be hard to say. Nick. And I think I said hi to everybody. There is. I thought it was just my name. Eric D's nuts is what's going to happen. I'm sorry, brother. Let's see. Christian Halsey, I did miss you. I'm sorry. And I think I got everybody else. If I did not say hello to you, yell at me in the comment section. I will indeed acknowledge your existence eventually. It might require all caps. If you do it too many times, my moderators might put you in timeout. Anyways, Fearless YouTube, good to see you. And Tweaky Thrower, my brother. So this is, I guess my normal disclaimer for everything is this is going to be law enforcement related content. The unfortunate reality of that is it tends to be violent. We're not trying to, how do I put this? We're not trying to celebrate violence or encourage violence, but we're just trying to navigate what those interactions are going to look like. They're going to be violent whether we want them to be or not, whether it's because of suspects or police officers' SOPs, but we are trying to figure out how to, one, from the civilian side, more safely navigate those interactions and also to actually know your rights. So in a way, we're kind of a bit of an auditing channel, if you want to call it that. And then on the law enforcement side, we're looking at how we probably should be looking at and evaluating our SOPs, and then also and the standard operating procedures for the uninitiated. And then how, what kind of tactics should we be applying, and whether or not they're effective depending on the situation. All of this goes with the caveat of we're getting the benefit of hindsight. We're not trying to Monday morning quarterback some of this stuff, but we are trying to at least learn from the experience so that we can collectively be better. I think I got everybody. Derek, it's good to see you, dog. Okay, I'm going to get started. You guys let me know if there's a volume issue or anything.
Thursday, SFPD's ranks grew by 31, the first time the department's had 30 recruits at one time since 2019, but one of them is in jail just 2 days after his academy graduation.
I think he was probably celebrating too much.
The DUI crash of an off-duty San Francisco police officer just 2 days after he graduated from the police academy is the talk of the Outer Sunset.
Probably, unwinding, like it's finally over. Now I'm a cop, and maybe I can just celebrate. And apparently celebrated the wrong way.
On Thursday, Ryan Kwong was a proud graduate of the 284th SFPD Academy. The 28-year-old was supposed to be starting field training at a district station.
Michael said, always call in the good boy doggo. And just for that, we're going to give good boys.
Instead, he's in
good boys points here. Here we go. Give him points. Just for the acknowledgement. I will always give points for dog-related super chats. Not take his certs, Dylan. Yeah, so this isn't official misconduct. So it's not. I have a different. There's a couple of, we'll call it layers, right? To both criminality and misconduct, right? When you talk about law enforcement. So first and foremost, there's on-duty conduct and off-duty conduct. So on-duty conduct really should be almost damn near zero tolerance, at least from my perspective. I think if you're willing to, while you're on the job, being paid by the taxpayer, but also while you're basically enacting your oath, I give very little leash to people, mostly because like you should know better. You're being paid to know better, or we're asking you to kind of rise above your shortcomings, right? Off-duty conduct is going to be a little bit different, but it depends, right? So if it's PI, right, is one thing, probably getting fired, maybe getting written up, whatever, but just being in public intoxicated, as long as you didn't beat anybody up or whatever, that's one thing, right? Kind of the same thing. You'll see some stuff when you have like a speeding ticket or something like that. Are you getting written up? 100%. Are you likely getting days off? Sure. Well, we got a one. But specifically in this instance, you got a DWI, which is something we specifically, especially in 2025, have ways around, right? And you're going to spend a lot of your time taking people to jail for this, right? I do believe that he, at the very minimum, doesn't work at that department anymore. I don't know that it'll raise to the point of taking his certification, only because it wasn't on duty, but it likely makes him unhireable in most circumstances, just because it's going to be a misdemeanor arrest, and rather than a Class C, it's going to be a Class B or higher, which is going to, I mean, in punishment phases, you're looking at potentially a domestic assault, but arrest me and make it sexy. Actually, this shirt turned out nice.
Right?
That was a really, shout out to Juan. This is really intense. I'm here for the I don't know when this became a thing, like the upside down arc.
It's a Dallas thing.
I want to say it's just a Dallas
thing.
Or something. Yeah. But I'm here for it, dog. Also, the Cop Cutie mug is pretty top tier.
Cute and
I'm wearing
20 ouncer now.
Oh, nice. Mm-hmm. In order to know your enemy, you must become your enemy. Sun Tzu, probably.
This is my Halloween costume. I am one of our commenters on the YouTube channel.
When's
the next rookie episode? When are you doing another on call? I'll make this my full-time job, then you get them.
That's true. That is true.
Drop super chats, buy merch.
So specifically with DWIs, although on the regular civilian, right, on the regular civilian population, I also have two categories for DWIs. Right, there's the I fell asleep at the wheel in a parking lot in my car, which technically you're the only like victim of. Like, you shouldn't be doing that. That's dangerous. Versus like accidents, right? Or if I'm catching you actually operating on the roadway. And in that instance, like I can understand why a judge might be a bit more punitive. But yeah, from a law enforcement standpoint, I don't know that he's losing his creds, but that likely makes him unhireable until that gets off his record, which is possibly like 5 years or something like that.
Jail, arrested on 4 counts of DUI, causing injury, and reckless driving.
Ooh, causing injury. Ooh, that makes it worse. Never mind. I'm not saying I take back everything I said, but it does make it worse.
His job now in jeopardy because he's considered.
No, not in jeopardy. He should be fired. Like, and mostly because it's a judgment thing, right? Like, if I can't trust you a day out of academy, right, to handle your shit, what happens when you have to go, like, I don't know, do a death notification or work a riot or be stuck 16 hours on duty and, go have to watch a kid die or something? I don't know. Know from firsthand experience, never had problems dealing with that stuff. Don't give any of this money to Juan. Jake.
I just added another day.
I was gonna say Juan also has.
Thank Django.
Juan also has the power of the purse. He's Congress for us. I can't yell at him. It's through his hands that we eat.
Hey, you calling me useless and old?
Per Josh's promise, you need another Chicago PD. Man, Chicago PD was rough.
We did promise if they got it to 10,000, and it blazed past.
Oh, did it really?
Mm-hmm.
That's so funny.
Yeah.
I
like
tell you,
30K or something.
I
now.
tell you what, that episode was hard. Was that the one where it was like the guy with the sniper rifle and
Yeah, and then and he rests it on the thing. Yeah, it was
he arrests like a diplomat or something and tells like the feds to F off. I'm like, dog.
Yeah,
They're doing too much.
and the firefighters all cheer when they pull one person out of rubble.
Yeah.
An entire
I'm
building.
like, wow. Sure glad. Reno 911 I do enjoy.
Reno was good. We need to do more of that.
Yeah, I think, man, just in 2020, like pre-Uber, there were taxis, although taxis could be sketchy, and also you had to get a hold of one. They weren't always everywhere. You had to like call a number and figure out where you were or whatever. Having friends, to think you got out of an academy of 31 people and you don't have a single person like that could be. Like my academy class had me. I didn't hang out with my academy class at all, but like I don't drink, so like they could have been like, well, Josh doesn't.
You were
drink.
on
Like,
call.
I was on call, exactly. But
Coming soon to our YouTube channel.
this guy,
Maybe. Y'all drop super
here's
chats.
$5 to get the episode. You know what?
Mark,
You know
Mark
what?
gained y'all a day. Mark's good.
Where's
Shout out
Chet?
to Mark. I'm going to send it to Mark personally.
I was
Just
gonna
him.
say you're gonna send him a link to an unlisted episode.
Damn right.
I'll give chat points for Mark for being nice to Juan. Just because I want to watch Josh lose it some more. Yeah, right here. Just you guys just like torturing me. I see how these submissions go in. I realize that like, shout out to moderators. I love you guys, but the vigilantes sift through the videos. And they're now pre-apologizing to me, like, "Sorry, dog. Like, this is gonna suck." But that means that they have like a threshold where they tried not to subject me to some of these. But they're like, "Well, there's some educational stuff probably in here, so suck it
There's
up.
some learned in.
Suck it up, Buttercup."
You'll get mad, but
Can be
he'll
let
also
go.
teach.
There it is.
For any reason. The crash happened at Sunset Boulevard and Rivera Street at about 2 in the morning on Saturday. Authorities say Kwong, driving a BMW, crashed into a Toyota minivan, sending it into a light pole in the median.
Oh, dude, he hit poor people too, man. That's extra crappy. Bro, his car was probably paid off, like in 2010. You know,
Look at that spare tire in the back.
Bro.
Shout out.
dog.
That thing's probably
Three
been there for
people-
weeks.
I know, dude. It's like
Which you should not
they're
do.
treating it like a run flat, you know? Like
In the minivan were hurt. One suffered life-threatening injuries.
Dog.
On Monday,
No
spray
excuse.
paint showing the path of the vehicles was still visible on the street.
So I heard a bang, I think maybe two.
Many neighbors, including Kathy Irwin, were jolted awake by the crash. They were stunned to hear that the driver responsible was a newly anointed police officer.
Police officer has greater responsibility than an average citizen, and they shouldn't be in a situation like that.
amen, Karen. Let's go. Let's go. Society's getting points. And I do believe that. You are no you when you become a police officer, I do, and this is going to rub some people the wrong way. All the podcast guys are going to get mad at me for this. You should become a second-class citizen. That's going to seem weird. Because when I'm on duty, I have very real power over others. I have ruined, well, I didn't ruin them. I was just the consequence for people making poor decisions. But I have been the hand that there's people still sitting in prison that I went and physically took to prison. Like, I took them to jail, right? You're
And
like,
they
"Hey,
hadn't even committed crimes.
stop." But like,
They were
you
just
know,
resisting.
but try to give your baby methamphetamine, you go to prison. You know, like go and try to murder your wife and fail, I guess, and we find out about it, go to prison.
Just trying to make the next E-Trade baby, Josh.
Right.
Keep them up on
So like
trading stocks.
you're given like an incredible amount of power. And I do think you lose a certain amount of anonymity. In the same way that, like, if I accuse Juan of depriving me of an episode, he gets to know who's complaining, right? He doesn't. So, like, I can't just be some faceless drone that doesn't see any consequences if my conduct is what society would deem as poor, because they're the people you're ultimately serving. There was this guy that got on board. Apparently, these ICE guys were wearing masks, like these ICE, like arrestees or whatever they were. Or these.
Oh, wait,
law
you can
enforcement
go
guys.
through those? Weird.
Right. That's literally my first thought. I was like, voluntary.
Oh, man, weird. Oh, ooh.
but
Convenient.
these guys were. This guy got on there and he made this impassioned speech about, well, these officers are getting death threats and da 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 da. And I was like, well, you know who probably also got death threats? Cops that were there in Germany in the 40s and the 30s. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's you ultimately do work for the taxpayer. There's gonna be times that you do things that they don't either understand or appreciate. But if, like, one, obviously having a legal footing for it's important. But two, that it is actually serving a greater good that society, once it all gets sussed out and the court case comes out, that the majority of people that are employing you will approve of, then that's your burden to bear. You know what I mean? I don't know. I'm getting tags from.
Yep, it's because your Discord notifications are on, bro.
Stupid. I hate y'all.
I was trying to see if my message would show up on screen.
I hate y'all so much. Hold on, I gotta go turn myself. I saw BWP photography. That's the one that got y'all caught. I was like, why does my screen say sexy? I was like, oh, that's why. Almost done. Hold on. And hold on. Do not disturb. There you go. Wrecked. No more.
Patrolman, you have a problem.
You're flashing the stream. Your notifications are at least. Also, what's funny is so everyone's like, oh my God, that's a lot of notifications. That's literally me all day, whether it's work or OnlyCops. And then I have a handful of just like my personal friends that periodically reach out to me, but it is 24/7. Kinsey, the few times like I pull out my headphones from my, like, so she can hear through the speakers, she's like, does it ever stop? I was like, no. Is it?
Yeah, like even me, I know, like, if I just want to send you something, it's like Instagram or Facebook.
Right. You send me somewhere else.
I Discord DM. Like, no texting, no phone calls.
Yeah.
Like Discord DM.
Yeah. This is why I don't tag you. Well, you see, moderators get a slight pass. Everybody but Sarah. Sarah lost a little bit of her privileges. Cloner. What's up, brothers? What is up to you,
Is
brother?
Cloner like the clone of Phoner? Do you think?
Ooh, I like this theory.
Imagine. That's my conspiracy.
Anyways, we'll keep going. We'll see what goes.
Because he was off duty at the time, Kwong will be dealing with this as a private citizen without the backing of the police union. Police union president Tracy McRae
No
says her
qualified
thoughts and
immunity,
prayers
sucker.
are with the injured victims. In a statement to KTVU, she said in part, "It is incredibly disappointing that his behavior fell short of the standards we set for ourselves as police officers."
Just had a cup of coffee and chilled and be thankful for everything he got, that he accomplished it instead of going out racing around and losing his future almost.
Agreed. What an idiot. I mean, he did lose his future in law enforcement, or he should, but my expectations are pretty low.
I missed the first half of that. Were there injuries or deaths?
There were injuries.
I'm assuming injuries for
one
sure.
life-threatening. So
Okay.
there was, I think everybody in that, I think there was like 3 occupants or 4 occupants. All of them got injured, and one was in critical condition. So
Yeah, I'm guessing that's not going to be a like, oh, misdemeanor, you just lose your license and go on probation. That's going to be like a potential prison time if there's injuries.
Sarah said, "What did I do now?" Kinsey and I, the wife and I, introduced her to a mutual friend of ours, and she made the mistake of putting me in that like chat. It's like a Discord chat with all 4 of us.
You get a group chat.
And I just muted it after a while. I was like, this is too much. I was like, y'all need to stop. I'm not involved in this conversation. That's what she did. I muted. Because I kept looking because I thought it was something important. And I was like, it's not important. Anyways, that's most of y'all that tagged me and stuff. I love y'all, though. That's if you want to harass me throughout the day and actually have me pay attention, you can do so by becoming part of our Patreon group or becoming a member on YouTube, because that'll give you direct access to Discord.
You can get personally muted by Josh.
Yes. Anyways. Did I miss anybody? Anybody else pop in here? You didn't subscribe to his OnlyFans. Yeah. I do get my feelings hurt when that doesn't happen. Oh, Yosef Gabergal. That's an intense name. I would love to see more Rookie Reacts episodes. That's top tier. Let's go, brother.
Where I put my hat.
I like that was his only comment. That's top tier.
So there's an easy way, Joseph. Is if you get some of these lovely mugs or one of these lovely shirts,
Dialysis dude is
I
also
can turn
here.
down other work and do those.
That is true. That is true. You know what?
that
This is
reminds me.
SFPD. There's no surprise. The Tweaky Grim.
Emu was disappointed that the other shirt won, so this is for...
That's a solid shirt. I really like that design.
Yeah, my favorite. I want to make an actual one of these. I need to get one of those training tasers, and then I might get Kinsey to paint it for me.
Hell yeah.
find
Get some
somebody
like
with a
3D
3D
printed.
printer. Yeah.
Bobby will do it for you. He's got
Oh,
3D
does he have a
printer.
3D printer? Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, no,
we'll
I
just
need to
like
print the ears
pre-drill
and the
it
tail.
and like epoxy it in there. Yeah.
We'll do a giveaway.
Let's see. Tyler D is here. Zach is here.
Tyler D's nuts.
I think I said dialysis dude. Oh, mom's here.
Oh, yeah, there she is.
Eddie is here as well. Welcome. Oh, and John C, brother. Boy, I haven't seen John in a minute. Mom says go
Eddie,
join
I'm timing
now
you out
and get
because
a
I know you can take it.
Happy Meal later. For a great family member. Anyways, we'll keep going.
Just carry your badge around when you're off duty?
I'm not off duty. How do you know what I'm doing?
You're on duty with Crocs on?
This exclusive
mode.
video shows the moments a woman allegedly pretended to be a police officer. Now, it started in a Walmart parking lot. Port Orange police say she even gave a man a written traffic warning.
And Fox 35's Randy Hildreth is live tonight in
I'll be honest. I don't like these parking spots. Never personally used one. Because nothing says mess with my car. Like parking in the reserved for law enforcement part. Now, if you're on like in a patrol car, like on duty, and you're trying to like answer a call, park where the firefighters tell you not to, because it's even closer than this spot is. It's right at the front door. But yeah, I'm assuming it has to deal with this parking spot, which is petty. Have you been on duty in Crocs? I don't own Crocs. I have this thing called self-respect. I'm gonna rub some people the wrong way.
Like, I have this thing called testicles.
There's definitely. I'm gonna have the chat get a little upsetty spaghetti over that. all the Crocs people are gonna out themselves.
Volusia County. So, Randy, you spoke to the man who took that video.
Yeah, good evening to you both. Spoke with him, and as you mentioned, he shared that video exclusively with Fox 35 of what unfolded in this parking lot. He told me he is happy that he started recording and happy police are investigating.
You're on duty with Crocs on?
Port Orange police say this woman, Alexis Rosati, was
got
playing
her.
cop and got busted. The man you hear does not want to show his face, but he told Fox 35 he's glad he hit record and took this video to police.
Without that footage,
You can't give me a ticket.
she would have gotten away with it.
Give me.
According to the arrest report, it started after the witness parked in the courtesy law enforcement spot at the Walmart on Clyde Morris Boulevard. The witness says he came back to this handwritten note.
Does this count? I mean, I guess she identified herself as an officer.
I think
mean,
SOPs are that you have to have an unripped piece of paper.
Yeah.
Pretty sure.
Like, I've seen stripper money look less torn up than this, dog. Like,
Well, she pulled this out of her bra to write on it.
that's what I mean. It could have been. I don't know, dog. If you ain't crocking, you ain't rock. Andrea immediately. The hill she's willing to die on. I'm here for it. She's a cop? No. Big no. Though, I have met more disheveled people in law enforcement. Bird Force, welcome, brother.
On his dash, appearing to be signed by Port Orange police, warning not to do it again.
Look it up.
I hear a lady's voice screaming at me. I put it there. I wrote you the warning.
Investigators say Rosati took it a step further and flashed a badge they now believe was swiped. The witness says he first thought he was dealing with a real cop and hit record because he was concerned.
If she is a police officer, this is very unprofessional.
But he says something told him to question this.
Well, my brother either has Parkinson's or he's tuned up. This is a lot of shaking for, because like cell phone cameras have image stabilization.
Yeah. Say, they kind of auto stabilize nowadays.
Like, you know how much you gotta be shaken for that much movement? Like you're seeing like delacing happening and stuff like that. This is weird. Like, subscribe, share. You know what, Mom? You don't have to, you just hang out. I got to meet Mom.
I'm gonna pin.
She's pretty awesome.
Oh, that's right. You were out at the
dude. Also, Keith
at the Keith household.
Keith made the like meanest carne guisada dog.
Nice.
It was good. Like I had a first bite and I was like, bullshit. And I had a second one and I was like, oh, dog, this is pretty good. Also, weird. If you're ever in Athens, Texas, and this is not to out Keith, but it's a town. There's a lot of people in the town. There's a place called Munchies, and they had, I kid you not, it was a concha cut in half, and it was cream, Nutella, banana slices and strawberry slices. So you ate it like a sandwich. So it was a concha sandwich. It was incredible, dog. Shout out to Munchies in Athens. That was one of the best like random desserts I've ever had in my life. It was good.
Yes.
You're not a police officer.
You broke a rule.
That's not a rule. There's a difference between rules and laws, ma'am. That's a rule.
Did not get a ticket.
You can't give me a ticket.
Port Orange police say they believe Rosati swiped a real badge from her elderly client during her work as a caretaker. Police say her client is retired law enforcement and didn't know his badge was allegedly taken.
It's badge number 3.
And I
well, so that's not abuse of a elderly person, but basically like theft from a person. Because
I mean, that is just basic theft, right?
Yeah, she would have had the lawful authority to be in the house, but obviously not take the stuff. So, yeah, it'd just be simple theft.
It was loft
I
shifting.
think there's like probably, depending on the state, like an enhancement because you were given like privilege to be in that place, especially because that person's like an elderly person. But interesting.
should note it is not illegal to park in the courtesy law enforcement parking spot at Walmart. And I did reach out to retired law enforcement officials about this story. They say if you ever believe that you are approached by a fake cop or police impersonator, try to get as much information as possible, that person's name, what their position is, what department or sheriff's office they say they work for, and their alleged badge number. They say take that information to a real law enforcement official to try to get them to verify.
Now, the type of person that would falsely identify as a police probably would provide all that information. So I don't know. That's actually not terrible. I wanted to take points from media, but where's media? I'll give him points. That was actually not terrible advice. The society, I'm guessing here, it's kind of petty. So he parked in the courtesy law enforcement spot, and I guess she bitched him out about it. I don't know. We'll take some points from suspects. That's very poor suspecting. Could just pawn the
Also
badge.
very poor camera work. Take some from media.
Oh, you know what? Just when they got points.
So a little pro tip. You can just put your elbow up against your body and use your body as a bit of a brace. It won't stop all of it, but it'll prevent a lot of the crazy shakiness.
Inactive badge by a civvy, a crime. So we've seen
Also,
two
this
different
is more
states.
stable than this.
So mere possession of a badge in Texas isn't a crime. But like, I think it was New York. I'm trying to remember where this was, but there are states where mere possessions also, like once you retire, they take it from you and give you like a retired badge. Texas, they're not that picky about it, but there are some states where like they don't even want you to have the thing. But those are also the same states that are like careful what you say on Facebook or you go to jail kind of places. So we're in a FAFO kind of state, for better or for worse. I definitely can see the other side of the aisle on a lot of that stuff. There's a lot more like freedom of speech is great until you have to listen to it, right? Like go to a college campus and you'll understand a little bit better. On both sides of the fence, watching people bicker at each other and just like you can't enjoy your cup of coffee without people yelling at each other, like makes you appreciate the First Amendment a little bit less. When you're on duty, you're not allowed to have feelings. Again, bring back robot cops, but there's some caveats to all of that. But I'm neither here nor there. Greene County Sheriff's Department.
At Fairfield Commons in Beaver Creek to find 30-year-old Kayla Willingham stumbling, slurring, and yelling at a stranger. Her car was still running, keys locked inside. She insisted she was fine to drive.
I had this exact same report writing system.
Officers knew it wasn't going to end quietly.
How you guys doing? Good. How you doing? Good, Officer Death Sergeant of Beaver Creek. Someone called and said you were trying to get in your car and you were locked out. Okay.
Move! Get the fuck away! Move! 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 Goddamn! Move! Goddamn! Move!
Hey!
Move!
Hey! Stop!
Hold on!
Stop!
No, you better get your stupid stinking ass! I don't even know this girl. She looks like she wants to, but she better get the fuck on. Girl,
You need to stop, or you're going to be arrested for disorderly conduct.
and I'm pregnant.
No.
Like,
Do you know her? I told you to stop.
Don't touch my car. We're trying to leave and she just walked up. Yeah, she looked like she wants stuff. She's talking to everybody that's out here. I don't know what's wrong with her. You do not know her. No, I do not know who this lady is. Unlock my.
Free advice. Moving on is free. I think Juan said that. I'm quoting Juan.
I coined that phrase. Y'all need to use it so it counts as coining.
I'm not saying if you're parked out in the Dick's parking lot here that you don't bring attention to the random lady that's screaming at people. But if you are pregnant and have your children in the car with you and all that stuff, this parking spot's not worth being within arm's reach of clearly a lady that's, just feeling some kind of way today. We have no idea what's going on here. She could have, I don't know, failed the tax test or something. We don't know. She's upsetty spaghetti, but
failed the tax test.
Sorry. I've showed my age.
She's mad because she took the tax test when it was supposed to be the summer.
Santiago Garcia, he said, raise the window. Dog, drive away. Let's go. Bro, take it a step further, dog.
Josh, we had a quick question. Guy Fury Raptor said, did you or anyone in your department ever have a call about a police impersonator?
No. At least, I'm sure my department did. We had all the calls under the sun. I never had anybody impersonate law enforcement. I did have, and I've arrested actually before, bounty hunters before for doing stuff they shouldn't have done. Had to threaten to arrest a couple of bounty hunters. We had, I don't know why. I know exactly why we had enough bounty hunters. It's because we had a lot of people with warrants. But we had a very active bonds area or whatever. Bail bondsman. But I don't think off the top of my head that I had any impersonators. I arrested a couple cops. Some DWIs, some domestics, only one from my own department, a couple from other departments that happen to live in my jurisdiction. I don't know why. But never an impersonator. I got a lot of sovereign citizens and auditors. I did get a higher concentration than not. Moving on is free unless it's a divorce.
So you move on early.
Yeah. And I can't judge. I married my wife 5 days after meeting her or something like that. It was
pretty much, yeah.
Like Juan introduced us and was like, oh, maybe they'll be friends. And I'm like, we're engaged. He's like, what? Weirded out by it too. He's like, he's pulling my leg for sure. It's like, nope.
Bro, it's been 6 months. What?
For real though. What a bad time.
Not your marriage, right?
Do what?
Not your marriage, right? You
No, like having like having to come out to people for that because everyone assumed she was Prager's. Like everybody assumed. So that's why it was like awkward.
Yes.
I was like, it's not like I just adore this woman.
And we're like, I didn't. I just was like, the hell.
It was just like a weird like I like when I had to tell my mom, she about choked because she had met her like 3 times total. Like, you know what I mean? She's like, what? Yet even she was like, look, like I'm not here to judge and whatever. Like we'll sort it out, but like they're like a expedient reason for it. I was like, no, chill. It's not like that. I had my cousin Gabby was like, dude, we were like putting money together, like pool, like money together, like not a dead pool, but like a bet. Basically, it was a boy or a girl. Like for real, like we had all just assumed because I'm Mexican and my family's like that. But jokes on them. But yeah, no, my wife's awesome. She's the best. If you've been here the channel enough, you know how I feel.
Unlock your car.
I don't know what's my car keys.
Why are you yelling
I don't
at them?
like her because
All right,
she's
stand up over here. Over here. Why are you yelling at them?
I don't like her because she's been sitting
Oh, Pete, welcome, brother. Jeremy Newman.
Somebody here.
Our member for 3 months.
Glad to be here.
Trying to like get my keys, go home, and go home. That's it.
Okay. Have you been drinking?
2 beers.
Yes, I have.
So are you gonna drive drunk or?
Like, how'd you guess?
Should we get you a ride?
That's what face was like, how'd you know?
Okay, so the car's on, right?
Oh no, not don't be
Do you know them? Why are you sitting here screaming at them, yelling at them?
Why are they still here is the better question.
Like, it's just.
Nosy Nellies.
I'm trying to get my key out of the ignition and I'm trying to go home.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I'll come pick you up.
No, nobody.
I don't think you should be driving. Let them get out. I'll let them get out, and then I'll talk with you.
Oh, because she act like she all this and
Okay,
she all
good.
that.
Okay. I unlock your car.
Hard. It's
Not driving unless you do field sobriety test.
I know how to drive home. Don't give me no goddamn DUI. I know how to go back home.
I'm not talking about a D. That seems reasonable.
Come on.
All right. Stand over here. Stand right here.
Why did y'all let them leave?
What did they do?
Nothing. I don't like motherfuckers who.
There's some things I miss about the streets. I was pretty. I hope I have my game face still. I used to just like, I'd laugh internally and I'd joke about it later. But like, there were some times where people would say some stuff like that. You just be like, for real? Like, I'm not trying to be rude, but like, what?
Who are like, and kick in.
Okay. That's fine. So go ahead. Stand right here. Do you have any medical conditions that'd prevent you from walking or anything?
I have sickle cell trait. Come on.
That'd prevent you from walking?
Yeah. Sickle cell trait.
All right. I need you to follow the tip of my pen.
Not a medical professional. I don't know that sickle cell prevents motor function, but correct me in the chat.
Is that the one that makes you immune to HIV?
No, dog.
There's one that. There's one thing. No, how is that a horrible thing to say? No, there's legitimately a thing.
Okay,
Hang on.
I was like, what?
This is a legitimate thing. I don't know if it's sickle cell. Though. Hang on.
It's not sickle cell. One, also not a medical professional. So sickle
Natural
cell
immunity. The HIV here, there's 1% of Caucasian, blah, blah, blah. The controllers, what is it? Some individuals in other populations also exhibit resistance to HIV. What's that mechanism? I could have sworn it was sickle cell. Damn it. There's a specific mutation where like because of the type of it targets the same immune cells.
Saves lives. Savory.
HIV resistant mutation, damn it. They're the same, like they attack the same immune cells and so they block each other is basically how it, whatever.
Went ahead and took points from media.
We need a doctor. I'm spreading misinformation. I'm sorry. It is a legit thing. It's just not telling me what it is.
I'm gonna give points to chat. Oh my goodness, that's pretty top tier.
With your eyes and your eyes only. Do you understand?
Oh, goodness. I could see it from here. So we're looking for nystagmus.
CCR5 Delta 32. That's not the...
So it's not sickle cell?
Okay. Based on this, you're not driving. You're not following directions.
Do it one more time.
No, I already saw what I need to see. You're not...
Can you tell my car?
PI.
Party. Irresponsible.
Sickle cell makes you immune
right
to
now.
severe forms of malaria. It's malaria that it makes you immune to.
You know what?
Like a certain specific sickle cell trait can make you resistant to some forms of malaria.
Josh,
That's
it
what I
will
was thinking
cause
of.
Cramping pain. That's it.
That's what I was thinking of.
He's screaming.
Literally, you type in sickle cell makes you immune to, and it shows up.
There you go.
I'm not crazy. I'm just wrong.
That's the difference. Cloner, my dog.
Cloner, my guy. Cloner, I love you. You're my new favorite.
Oh my goodness. Don't let it get to your head.
I am a medical professional. And this is a medical advice show.
BWP photography. Malaria is indeed a bit different than AIDS. Golly.
I don't know, BWP. You're a photographer.
Yeah, why don't you
You're
shut
not
your
a
mouth?
medical professional.
Oh my god. Yes, I team this. Hold on. I'm gonna pin that.
Is it what? RJ's comment?
Yes. Oh my god. See that?
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna finish this video.
I can only call an Uber.
Huh?
I can only call an Uber
Who do you live with?
by myself.
You don't have any family? You don't have anybody that can come and get you?
Wrecked.
Okay, so if you don't have anybody that can come and get you, I'm going to arrest you.
Wrecked.
Is that what you would rather do? And you're going to end up out at Greene County Jail.
PI, let's go. Okay, we got
In
a
your
good PI
pockets.
here. She's trying to drive away. She's arguing with people.
Provide you any more drinks, then like I can visibly see that you're, drunk. So I just told her no. Then she started doing a bunch of crying.
Good interview.
And everything else like that, and she literally got piggyback carried out of here by one of her friends to her car, I guess. And then after that, you're not gonna want to let her drive.
Under Ohio law. However, with disorderly conduct,
Rando. Really?
Yeah. Kayla Marie Willingham was charged with disorderly conduct under Ohio law. However, it is important to note that she remains innocent until proven.
Wow, he's stuck with DOC. Public disturbance if PI doesn't work. Caffeinated, my dog. That's pretty good. So this was technically county. I'll give them 5. That was they did a good job. PD for backing up gets 5.
Give half points back to media. I was half right.
No kidding. I'm kidding.
I have access to the score sheet. Jack.
I will change it.
I will add 2 zeros.
Oh my god.
Ben Popovich, why don't they give her a breath test if they thought she was drunk?
So currently, the meta, if you want to call it that, is that the breath test is not sufficient to add to probable cause. Most courts will not recognize it as admissible evidence in a criminal proceeding, just because there's a lot of things that can go wrong. You don't blow hard enough, you do blow hard enough, whatever. There's been a lot of good lawyers that have paid a lot of money to kind of hurt the validity of those tests. Now, I know the non-portable ones, like the big ones, I think are maybe a little bit more accurate. But like the like the handheld ones, not so much. Blood is the end all be all on literally blood alcohol content. There's also, I would argue, like in like a trial, like let's say this went to a trial by jury, right? Which is totally your right if you want to have it. It would be really easy to be like, how much blood do you think is in your breath? Right? Is it reasonable that if I chew a piece of gum that my breath smells
Depends.
minty?
Do I have sickle cell?
Right, that second guy. But anyways, it's just really easy to defeat in court, so most people don't do it now. In my department, this was back in 2018, they didn't even issue them. We weren't allowed to use them. Points to society.
You're only getting away with saying all that because Frag isn't in the chat right now.
Right,
all
right.
about his personal breathalyzers. He's like,
PBT.
I take them for personal use.
Oh my god, yeah, Frag would be here.
There was another good question. Okay, so Christy asked, she said it got skipped, but he would not let her call Uber. He said that did not count as releasing her to a responsible party. Is that normal?
So, yes, only because so she is belligerent at this point, right? So she's yelling at other people, right? She's like clearly in some amount of distress. When you pawn them off onto Uber, and this is probably a policy thing more than it is a legal thing. More often than not, very similar to like a domestic, right? Well, you guys seem separated, so cool. Like you guys haven't hit each other yet, so I guess we're gonna be fine. Because Frag shows up. Everybody shut up. Don't bring it up.
All right, Frag, write your essay.
About PBTs. But basically,
the PBT lobby.
If they're not safe enough, like if they qualify for PI, right, or breach of the peace or something like that, is it more safe to now pawn that off onto some poor innocent third party? Is kind of the mindset here, right? If they're not safe now in your own home, it's different, right? Because you're in a place that's got controlled access or whatever. If you're with a loved one or a family member or like a friend that is sober and willing to take care of you, well, they've consented and they're capable of consenting in a way to being subject to you, basically, right? We don't try to do that to society if we can avoid it. That's kind of the whole idea. I wouldn't put you on a bus. Right? If I think that you can't handle just a simple conversation with a lady in the parking lot, probably can't handle that there's some legal boundaries that we're drawing here to restrict your access to stuff. So that's kind of where, specifically on an Uber, if you were just drunk and not belligerent, maybe. The other problem I might have in a lot of those situations is, let's say she's so intoxicated that, again, she's not safe to drive. She also can't consent, right? And specifically with women, and I'm not saying this can't go the other way. Am I going to release you to a man that's going to drive in his personal car off to whatever, right? Like that, there's some considerations we have to take into account there as well, that like for your safety, I don't think I should put you in a compromised state at the mercy of somebody else that I can't exactly hold accountable in some way, shape, or form. We'll offer people a ride home. If you're down the street, Josh is drunk.
He said belligerent.
Belligerent. Yeah, dyslexia does not count. PBTB. I'm ready. Josh needs a PBT. I know it's stupid. Hey, man. It's been a long,
I like this one better. I like the one with the emoji.
It's been a long day. Here, I'll give points to chat for calling out my non-inebriation. My brain's always inebriated.
Being belligerent and dangerous.
Belligerent. Should the officers offer rides home? That's a case-by-case thing. I don't have a problem with it.
Would it be against policy?
In a lot of places, yes.
Okay.
In a lot of places, they're like, we're not a taxi service. If you're really, really behind, like you're stacking calls, absolutely not. But if you're like at full staff, nothing else is going on, you might do it just to save yourself some paperwork. But
Josh, zoom in and show everybody your nystagmus.
Oh, you ready? Sarah's gonna get a kick out of this.
Spool up those eyes.
I'm trying to. I don't have anything to like follow. Does it count if I'm following my own finger?
I'll
give you maximum.
I don't know. You were the cop.
There's maximum deviation.
Can I try that? Can I be like, I'll just follow my own pen?
I'll give you guys vertical
Opposite.
here. Nothing. Get wrecked. Also, only a handful of y'all are even qualified to know. I'm uncomfy. I'm uncomfy. Dyslexia is just legal PI. No, that's depression. Drunk eye of judgment. There it is. I'm qualified. Okay, well then, Tyler, tell me. Did you see Nystagmus? Now do the walk and turn. Oh, Pat, what's going on, brother? Okay, we're going. Oh, this is muted.
No, you muted.
Is here.
I'm qualified, probably. I mean, you're as qualified as Juan is a medical professional.
Extremely.
Extremely.
Dr. Emu. Or wait, no, Officer Emu.
Officer Emu.
Fast becoming the must-have tool in policing. Now the next generation is here. Tonight, the I-Team with drones that answer 911 calls on their own, and one of the first looks at an experimental drone system designed to foil would-be
literally, or a state trooper,
mass shooters. At the suburban Oak Brook Police Department, much like other agencies, drones are deployed and directed by humans.
We deploy them quite often.
Just last month, the department was called to help state police track down a person fleeing a vehicle wanted in connection with a shooting. The drone's thermal imaging technology helps spot and pinpoint that person fleeing. Now the department is going to the next level with a drone as a first responder.
It's not operated by someone traditionally holding a joystick. It's able to deploy itself.
The drone, made by Flock Safety, uses AI technology that's tied into the command center and deploys on its own from a roof to specific 911 calls.
Getting eyes on the ground prior to officers' arrival, that's going to be huge.
In North Suburban Libertyville, several former Navy SEALs and a business entrepreneur are working on the next aerial technological.
When they led with Navy SEALs, my expectations lowered.
Evolution.
Now it's locked on to Nate. As Nate presents, it strikes at Nate. So
I would have wanted them to say engineers from Raytheon or something. You know what I mean? Like something like I make things that actually do something productive. Like
yeah.
Is
it going to go on a podcast and write a book?
and Navy SEALs are great at things, mostly just killing people, right?
Podcasts,
like that's kind of what they're made to do. They go through buds and all that cool stuff. They're very capable human beings. I'm not to disparage the military members of our esteemed SEAL teams, right?
Telling the same stories about the war we weren't supposed to be in.
But if you took the average like ASVAB score or show me things that Navy SEALs have made, historically speaking, as someone who's in an industry of things that are designed and made for doing this kind of stuff, dog, it is the basement dwelling nerd that makes you some of the best equipment out there, dog. I don't know. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying they can't consult. It's an important thing. I bet they could consult. David Goggins versus Josh. My knees still work. I'd be fine.
Who will carry the drones?
Yeah, exactly. Let's diss on the military. No. If it was a military engineer, I'd be here for it. Defense contractors, great people. But like that's kind of like saying that's like Juan going on there and saying like I designed I don't know like a vegan chip or something like that. Yeah, something like that.
Or no, an anti-malaria pill. It's just concentrated sickle cell.
Moses, what's going on? Hold on, Frag. Okay. PBTs are sufficient to justify additional testing. There it is. But not generally admissible in many states. And you see, there you go. Shout out to Frag.
He's fair.
Also, drones are faster to spool up than Air One. Very much so.
Mm-hmm.
By like a mile. It's not even close.
Yeah, I like the idea. I'm curious to see how they're.
So we've been using drones already, right? So you'll have an officer that's got a drone in his vehicle, and he's just like, "Hey, I'm certified," just like you would a K9, just like you would a guy with a rifle, just like you would. It's just a deployable thing, right? And we even have indoor drones that are manned by an individual, right? That they can go indoors and hit walls and whatever. I'm not saying the technology's not there. What I don't like is you don't have a devicer that's sharing information or whatever. I don't know. We'll see.
So that's the show of force that we're talking about.
You're watching an indoor drone designed to detect and potentially stop a mass shooting on its own before police even have a chance to respond.
The drone is looking for
can sneak
a
up
threat
on
who's
you going,
carrying a weapon.
Members of Breakcourt Solutions demonstrating their close-quarter drone for the I-Team. Equipping drones with firearms is illegal in the United States, so the concept with this system is designed to track the threat and then neutralize the weapon instead of the shooter.
Once the threat...
That's lame. Can we just call up Ukraine and be like, hey?
I mean, like, not to put too fine a point on it, but like, they got a very different solution, you know?
Mm-hmm.
They're like, I'm just going to make you stop. What?
Okay, so that how does it disable the like? I'm hold
on.
Threat is detected. Now,
Because if you can just pick it back up,
well, that's my point, right? Hold on.
Is it going to do the Bugs Bunny? It's just going to have like a hot dog on one end.
Yeah, is
and
it
then,
just like sticking
stick it
its
in the
finger
barrel?
in there? Yeah. I gotta see this. Hold on.
Tracking, begin following that individual, providing real-time information to first responders.
The inventors don't want to reveal trade secrets, only explaining that the drone can also lock in on a weapon and then strike the side of it.
Okay, hold on.
Individual providing real-time information to first responders.
The inventors don't want to reveal trade secrets, only explaining that the drone can also lock in on a weapon and then strike the side of it, dispensing an adhesive substance that essentially jams the fire.
So it relieves itself into the gun. This is definitely an Navy SEAL.
So you mean to tell me this was the best idea they could come up with?
Bro, a net would have been better. The net gun.
Hey, we're all them Navy SEAL defenders. Come on, I'm about to out y'all. So it's claiming that it is going to aim for an ejection port?
Yep. It's going to go right up to the gun and then just... Oh, wait, that's not... That is not the right... What happened to the...
Oh,
what the hell is the song? No, it's this one.
There
That was the noise I wanted. Don't clip that. Who the hell changed the Derek sound?
Doug, I would have... If he would have come out and said... There's a small explosive charge. The thing just goes up there and nails this guy. There it is. I'd have been fine with it. But no. We're over here. Sorry, Emu. Hear me out. Taser drone.
Would be better?
A taser drone would have still been a better idea, at least.
Dude, booping the dude on the head would have been a better idea.
Spraying adhesive in his eyes.
Yeah,
something,
spraying him,
like,
something is a better idea than this. At that point, like, why don't you just train children to run up and punch the gun?
Right.
Like, that's the same thing.
Right. Also, I don't know of an adhesive that would work fast enough. You're still likely getting rounds off on this, you know.
I also don't know of a drone that's gonna not alert the shit out of you as it flies towards you to let you know this is about to happen.
Is all you're gonna hear.
The whole.
That's what you can hear. That. Oh wow, it's a drone.
You just go. Oh look, there's a drone. Boop boop. Okay, there's the gone drone.
Also like, just like dust cover up. Literally, like I can't show it on stream, but like the little door that sits on the side of the upper receiver, you just push the door up and it clicks into place. I have defeated your drone. Whatever.
Oh no, Josh, you're giving out trade secrets.
Oh no! Oh my god, the nut drone. Yeah, you stop super chat. Okay, get it together. We're good.
Firearms inner workings.
So the internal functions of the firearm no longer work.
It disrupts the bulk carrier group of AR-style rifles, semi-automatic pistols, pump-action, and semi-automatic shotguns. And those are 95% of the weapons utilized in active shooter situations.
The concept is for the drone system to be housed throughout a building, activating when trouble is detected. The inventors comparing the prototype to a sprinkler system.
Situation no longer works.
Weapon and then strike the side of it, dispensing an.
So this guy has to not be moving, and it just kind of
in perfect profile. Because you angle it slightly as it comes to you, and suddenly you just
also like, what if it's a
bullpup on his
bullpup?
chest instead of on the gun?
Right, literally. That's it. That's at
on,
one.
y'all.
That's at 1 minute, 1 hour and 4 minutes. Juan giving us his deepest, darkest desires. Big killer. What's going on?
Too many clips of me in this one.
Adhesive substance that essentially jams the firearm's inner working.
Those are 95% of the weapons utilized in active shooter situations.
The concept is for the drone system to be housed throughout a building, activating when trouble is detected. The inventors comparing the prototype to a sprinkler system.
Well, why don't we have the modern day sprinkler system to active shooters and mass shootings? Like, that's what we're developing.
Now, the close quarter drone system is now
Why
being
not just
integrated
an OC
with other
sprinkler system? That's a funny comment. Drones will be investigating themselves and find no wrongdoing.
How would you sell splooge? That's not a real word here.
Sure it is. It's OOGE, I think. Yeah, that's spludge. Yeah.
Oh, it is a word. Oh, no, it's not. Splooge?
It's slang.
I'll allow it.
You want to Urban Dictionary it? Get that on our stream?
No.
Stop deleting BWP's comments. They're funny.
What's your comment? Is she
highly inappropriate? I don't want to read it because then there's going to be a clip of it.
I can view it.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Thank you for deleting it. I give.
Or are we pretending our chat's clean?
Oh, whoa, hold on. That's too many points. Where's vigilantes? You know what? I haven't given.
We're gonna call it the spool drone.
I haven't given y'all enough points lately. Y'all are doing a good job. Y'all are putting up with me today. See, y'all are having to put up with me today. Y'all can't. Well, no, I shouldn't. That's a little early in the stream to say that y'all can't hurt me, but y'all can. Taser or pepper ball drone? Pepper balls at least slow them down, right? The technology,
yeah, pepper ball would work.
Dude, the technology's there. It wouldn't be that hard to program
Why not
a lot of that stuff.
40 mics. You could
could
hit it
you
out of his hand
imagine?
potentially.
That's a lot of kinetic energy. I think that would take the drone out while doing it.
We need to test it. I don't want to risk my drone, but if I ever find my old drone.
Nice.
I got a little baby drone.
Yeah, at this point, like if it's truly like,
because that's cheaper.
I don't know, dude. Yeah,
like it's a lot cheaper, Seabass.
The Batwing. The Batwing.
There was one there was one I saw actually, and it was like a defense contractor one where it's literally just like a drone, like one of those teeny tiny FPV drones that cost like $100 to make, right? Probably like $12 for the military or whatever, and it just goes and it literally just goes and it just shoots like a pinpoint small thing, just goes straight through. Done.
Problem solved.
That would work. Until some hacker teenager gets a hold of the whole school's system.
Who's getting banned?
Zach Nemo, I guess.
Hey,
Zach, we read it.
Hey, Emu's on it, dog. Shout out to Emu. I get to see who actually does the moderating on my end. Like I could see who does the banning.
I think Zach's used to streams with a lot more chats.
That's fair. That's fair. Pretend out for 10 minutes. Next is a ban. God dang. Bro, hey. Heavy comes to hand. Here.
2nd, 2024, officers from the Round Lake Beach Police Department in Illinois respond to a
Dylan, I wouldn't let you be a mod if it was the last person in this chat. I know you personally, that's why.
report of a vehicle fire at a house. An immediate investigation begins when officers ask the 911 caller, who also happens to be the neighbor, what happened.
Yeah. So let me recap. So you were in your garage smoking. Mm-hmm. You were trying to get a hold of Jose because you wanted to hook up with him.
Yes.
And then there was no answer, no nothing. No. And then all of a sudden you heard a boom.
And that's when I came outside and I started calling him again.
You came outside, you're like, what's that boom? What's that boom?
Yeah.
Can we see that video that you have?
Oh yeah, it's inside the house.
Can we go?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can I see it?
Yes. That's the thing, I don't know how you work this thing out. I'm sorry. That's me. That's when I came to see.
What's in your hand?
Oh, that's my phone.
That's not a phone.
Oh.
What is that? You got a brick?
No.
Oh, sorry. I was getting my sergeant to see because
Okay.
this is where you got to be honest with us. What?
No, I am being honest.
Hey, can you come watch this with me? Okay.
I hope
the
video quality.
What's that you're coming back with?
Mm-hmm. Huh?
What's in your hand?
I had my phone with
That's not a phone. You can see how thick it is. Looks kind of like a lighter fluid bottle.
Thick.
A what?
Like lighter fluid bottle? Like the big brick white bottle?
I feel like you're getting a lot of clues here.
So this is, the call is 0018. This is 0011.
Okay. That's you.
Yeah, that's me.
What's in your hand? That's not a phone.
I swear every dispatcher sounds the same. I don't know what it is. They get on that radio and they sound identical.
They probably get trained on the accent like newscasters when they have that like Northeast accent.
Points to vigilantes for laying down the law. I respect it.
Okay, I'm sending you this video, Josh, because Frag just sent me Tokyo police drones using nets.
Okay. Yeah, send it. We'll watch it after this.
Actually, looks like you might have your phone right there.
That's my
My lighter fluid.
That's what?
My pen.
Your pen?
My pen. My
That's like,
pen.
that's like a brick.
Shh, stop providing video evidence.
No, the one that you said on my chest.
Oh, okay. So
No, talk about what was in your hand.
Oh, no.
Back it up.
you got lighter fluid in your hand right there.
What is your name?
Jasmine.
Jasmine?
Yeah.
Okay. This is the part where you need to be 100% honest, okay? We're watching video of you with a squeeze bottle in your hand walking over the neighbor's house, okay? What does that look like?
My phone?
No, the squeeze bottle in your hand.
They know.
The liquid that we just watched. So, Jasmine. You see that's you right there on the camera, okay? What's that in your hand? This is the part. This is where we need to be honest, okay?
So you'd be able to smell the lighter fluid on her if she just recently used it. Probably also get, like, I don't know that she'd be able to get it off her hands if she washed her hands, but probably.
All right?
I mean, with
It's gonna go along
probably could.
Yeah.
way for yourself by being honest about what happened tonight.
Okay.
Okay, so what happened?
I was just mad.
You mad?
Yeah.
And so you're mad at what happened? Did you light his car on fire?
No.
Okay, then what is going on there?
I just put a little bit thing, but I didn't light his car on fire. I don't.
Okay, Jasmine, we're past that point, okay? Just be honest about what happened tonight, okay? Look at all this that's going on there. Nobody got hurt, okay? We're talking about property. We need, Jasmine, how old are you?
It's a felony.
25?
25?
25.
Okay, just...
Come on, Gordita. Kind of go to jail.
We're going to go walk over to the squad car right over here, okay?
Bro. Maybe they don't want me back.
That's less egregious than some of the stuff we have heard on Bodycam, so
that's fair.
You're probably fine.
That's fair.
Just walk with me.
Mom.
Come on.
Wait, I'm taking your face on, okay? Right here, please. Come here.
How
Please,
is she
right
not
here.
interested?
On me?
Yeah, put your hands right back.
Arson.
Because you're being placed under arrest, okay?
Why?
Arson.
For arson.
Hey.
What then? Why you didn't arrest me inside?
Because I didn't want to walk past your parents in handcuffs, okay?
Oh, you're doing
I was very cool of him.
it right now. So what's the point?
Do you have anything in your pockets? Do you have any pockets?
Right here.
Okay. Can you just unlock it for me real quick?
So I'm gonna get on the rest.
Yeah. Oh, come here. We're gonna have you step.
All right, Jasmine, we need to talk a little bit more about this, okay? Look, before I do, I'm just going to read your rights, okay? We really need to get to the bottom. What's his name?
I really don't know either.
Okay.
I just recently
we get to see the video.
met like a few weeks ago and
Stand by.
And putting the lighter fluid? Okay.
Did it poof up? Like the flame get real big real quick?
no, it took forever. And that's when I went back inside the house.
So was that that's after you had started the fire and you're going back to the house? Just keep recording.
Because it only records motion, right?
What was it again?
Motion. You got gasoline too?
Oh my god, that's like a straight up jerry can. It's like a what?
Dog.
Yes.
She went to the gas station for that.
I
So
know.
you used gasoline as well?
Yes.
Okay. So
You've been Mirandized, pendeja. Shut up. I'm sorry. Oh,
She's proud of it.
We're suspects. Yeah,
She likes grilling. She likes to tell everybody her secrets.
Dog. She's stupid.
It's like roasting or smoking a brisket.
I guess.
The brisket is her
You
ex.
better believe it's a Chevy. You're flinched. You're like, damn it, yeah, it is. See, like Juan and I are respectable Latinos.
We drive Fords. We have class.
Man, I'm about to out some people in chat.
was that after the lighter fluid? Did you pour gasoline on it first or the lighter fluid?
What's going on, millennial?
A gas, and then I put
The lighter fluid?
yes.
Okay, so you did the gasoline first, then you came back and did lighter fluid?
Yes.
Okay. Did you pour the gas on the tires or did you pour it on the roof, the hood? I mean, do you remember?
Just on the tires.
Okay, do you know where the gas can is? You know that?
Oh no, that's a DVD.
This is a DVD?
I'm sorry.
Which
Yeah,
one is
that's
it? Oh, it's this one?
This one.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Jasmine, so let's go downstairs.
So she wasn't handcuffed. Somehow they took her out of them.
Show me where it's all at.
The thing is right there.
That's the lighter fluid?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the other one is behind you.
Behind us?
You, on the other side. By the...
Oh, by the lawnmower? It was the big one, right, with the yellow?
Yeah.
What an idiot. I mean, the investigation was kind of weird. This is my
Also,
people.
that's Round Lake. That's where old Dominic is. That's where he was a cop.
No way.
Round Lake, Illinois. Mm-hmm.
No way. Oh,
Yeah.
man. I'm going to give him less points now. For the completely arbitrary reason. Oh, you know, shout out to Motorola, though.
Yeah, no, that was awful video. That
It was.
took at the beginning.
Oh, you know what? It was.
These got to be some old Motorola's, dog.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah. Also, like, okay, so if you're walking into a super dark back room of a house like that, would you not have your flashlight on?
Yeah.
Even just to
Something.
see what's on the floor so you
Yeah.
don't trip.
Something.
Like, just as...
Dog. Eric. He said forge. That's funny.
Hell
That's
yeah.
up tier.
I'm going to pin him.
But yeah, dude. Everyone's like, yeah, first gen Motorola's for sure. Yeah, some of my body cam from like, because I've shown them body cam from 2018, and yeah, they looked about this bad. Oh, you know what? The Toyota I just bought was built in Ontario. It's a Canadian.
Oh, you
Toyota.
finally got the new one?
It's nice.
Nice.
It's nice. We gotta go take an Oklahoma trip. I'll drive us up.
You end
there.
up getting the
It's nice.
RAV4?
Yeah, dude, it's nice.
Hey, I bet it's nice.
I was impressed. Shout out to Baby Driver. Chill. Bye, Zach. It was
Hey,
nice.
dog. You were timed out for a reason. And I tried to defend you, dog. I really did.
Bye, Zach.
Because you're a nice dude. Like, we don't read every...
Chat. Oh, my God. Oh, That's Nissan Leaf. Hold on. I'm gonna time out BWP for the Nissan Leaf. Hold on. Put in timeout. 10 seconds. Josh, check DMs. Okay, hold on. Stand by.
More like Nissan left the chat. Oh.
What is this? Okay. Actually, Dylan, thank you. I'm gonna look at this next.
What Dylan do? Oh yeah. The link.
That's pretty top tier. Tithe. Buxom, welcome, brother. You don't need to spend money here. You spend enough.
You can apply that towards Zach's bail if you'd like.
No kidding. Okay. So we got two things to look at for drones after this. So I gave police some points. I mean, they got to the right conclusion. She's kind of an idiot, so it was a pretty easy investigation. Suspects, I'll probably take some more. Pretty bad suspecting. I mean, she just self-snitched. Arson is bad. Case that was up in the air and you guys didn't know. Arson is bad. Don't be setting stuff on fire. And generally speaking, if you're getting Mirandized, you should probably shut up. Free my boy.
Look at that. Zach getting clemency.
Petrol is too expensive. Cost me like $10 a week to charge it. So you stay mad. I mean, I drive almost.
That's not bad. $10 a week.
I'm trying to think here. I'm probably driving what? 200 to 300 miles a week, and it probably cost me like $50.
Yeah, mine's like it's between, depending on what the gas price is, $45 to $55 to.
Also, my last,
that's like weekly.
My last gas combustion vehicle lasted 15 years. I'd like to see that Leaf do the same.
The blue Ford F-150 is still going after 20 something.
Dog.
That's still rocking. That's my work vehicle.
Yeah. Arson is bad. Okay. Yeah, y'all use that truck. Like that did not live an easy life. I'm a white guy in Texas. Tell the sun to stop burning me. Janko, I'm sorry, dog. 35 every 2 weeks or so. That's pretty good, Evan. Dang. Yeah, I would trust EVs if the batteries lasted like longer. I have very spoiled from gas combustion vehicles lasting 15, potentially 20 years if you take care of them. That's my only beef. Not to mention range. In Texas specifically, I can very easily have to drive for 3 hours. This is 3 hours covering potentially 180 to 300 miles in traffic.
And you go 1 hour out, and there is going to be nowhere for you to charge.
Right, nothing.
Whatsoever. You're going to have to hope for a Buc-ee's at some point.
If I lived in a city, or if my commute was never more than like 20, 30, 50, maybe 60 miles.
Yeah, if I was just going to the office and back, sure.
Oh, dude, all day long. I think they make it, or if you're leasing. I really think the meta for if you're going to do like a hybrid car or just like a fully electric, dude, just lease that bad boy. Second, everything starts taking a dump on it, send it right back. And then you're never really out. You get a new car every couple of years, but you're never really stuck. Your payments are going to be a little bit lower than they would be if you were buying, and you're never really stuck with it. See, you said supposed to be 10 to 20 years. Supposed to be.
Also, that's a big range, 10 to 20.
Yeah.
Like, the lower end of that is half of the top end of that.
Chargers are everywhere here. We actually have a lot of chargers in Texas. You would be surprised. Like in DFW, I bet you per square mile, North Texas probably has more chargers than even New Zealand. It's wild how many chargers.
It's when you start heading out, which I do a lot. It's like East Texas. When you start driving, I have to drive out to a lot of like nowhere places where there's one gas station.
Yeah, there is a Confederate flag to no charging stations ratio in Texas, and that definitely is a thing.
There are more, and I know this for a fact because I saw it. There are more Mexican flag with Confederate flag.
It's like a weird thing, right?
Than there are chargers in some of these towns.
It's wild. It's a weird.
I don't think that house had electricity, but it had.
We do crush the world in diversity. I'll tell you that.
100%.
Anyways.
Diversity of opinion.
For real, though.
Beautiful tapestry here in Texas.
OnlyCops auto finance stream. Sorry, guys. Look it out.
It's now a drone world. Police in Tokyo unveiled their plans
yeah.
for drone squads. They will help fight security risks posed by illegally flown devices. Civilian drones are banned in parts of the Japanese capital. The police drones will use 10-foot nets to capture flying objects and bring them to the ground. Officers will be trained in drone operations. A fleet of 10 units should be ready by next year.
That's pretty good, actually. I mean,
I feel like that would work better on the AR than the splooge gun.
Probably. Let's see it.
At least you could catch the barrel and like pull it somewhere.
Okay, close quarters drone. Let's see it.
Yeah. So apparently, yeah, they were using they're using like airsoft guns to test it. Is what Tyler was telling me.
Dude, I would pay money to see if I could stop an overgassed PSA rifle. I'd pretty much shoot, so even if you don't want it to. Or like, God forbid the man brings an AK. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
I would pay money to see just them give one of these to somebody who isn't paid by the company.
Right.
Who can hear the drone coming and knows how to move it slightly out of the way. Like 15 degrees and the thing's useless.
Buck some. Be a man and put diesel generator on your truck. Another jizz drone. I'm getting to see BWP's comments post censure. Yeah, I just don't see. Oh, and they're from Illinois. That's a reputable place.
Well, it's just a money laundering operation for taxpayer dollars.
That's nicer than what I would have said. So it's just the drone footage with, yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Non-violent. That's what we're looking at.
Okay.
Firearm threat.
Firearm threat. Technology. Okay, so this is just a Wix template.
Okay. So what's weird? This is what's weird
Built
about
on
it.
Squarespace.
Pioneer non-violent solutions to violent crimes. Now, though the Christian in me sees this, I totally get it. We really should be pushing towards like recidivism and making sure that people get taken into custody or whatever. But that is under the assumption that the suspect will let it end in a non-violent manner, right? What's this going to do for a machete? Gonna splooge the machete? Like, I could do nothing, dog. Like, I don't know, man. I have beef. This is predatory because they're using all of the language you're likely going to want to see out of a learning institution. This is going to be very friendly when you go to a board that's like, hey, you guys should invest in this because this is potentially a drone goon squad. I hate y'all. I think this is designed to eat grant money.
Mm-hmm. Grant and investor money probably also.
Yeah.
This is probably going to be one of those where it's like, oh, a bunch of investors put a lot of money into it. It gets spent on R&D. And then CEO gets to keep a couple million, goes off to do something else, and they just shut it down.
I'm going to keep
or
this.
Sell it to Axon or Flock or whoever.
I'm going to
who then
harass
just
them later.
Kills it.
I'd like to see a demo of this on a firearm. I'm interested. I have about $5 million that I'd like to invest in this company if you can show this working. So send me a video. Immediately uploads to YouTube. You got to cease and desist me? Too bad. Okay. Sue me. That's defamation. That was your video that you provided to me. Defamation is it not working. Oh, Mr. Emu. Just being self-sussy. Bro, I'm not going to say in rare form because that's not the case. Shout out to Emu for doing a plug. Like being the respectable adult. Where's Christy? Christy's normally my registered adult. Where's Christy?
She was
here earlier. Christy, I'm not going to say I'm disappointed. Oh, what all about it? Magic sparkling friendship pony. That is intense. Somebody named Derek drives a Volkswagen on TV. It helps you remember which car is yours. Or you're that person. That's funny. Also, Tokyo Police is Team Rocket. I agree.
And we love them for it.
Christy, welcome.
She's back. She's just slacking on the job.
Hey, I was just checking the placard. I'm seeing whose name it was in and if you were the owner of the placard.
My grandmother, she went in the store.
She went in the store?
Yes, ma'am. I had dropped off. She went in the store, but I can move. I can move.
How'd you drop her off?
I just moved.
Yep. Okay. I need you to see your ID, please. I need your ID, please.
All right, Chelsea, let's go. I do have, if there is an axe I have to grind where I have bias, I have a like very special needs sister-in-law, and before it used to piss me off because I had people that I knew in my life that like needed handicap spots. It pisses me off even more now when I see it. I am here for this level of enforcement. Here's where you want like the state trooper to show up and be petty. But I do have beef with this. Now, to be fair, could have totally dropped off grandma. Could totally be a plausible story. Have no beef with that. You're moving grandma, who probably potentially is disabled in some way, shape, or form. Now, the only thing that's a clue here is if grandma, right, needs help getting to the store, to think she needs help packing her groceries, to think she might need help getting something from shelves. So I'm not saying it doesn't erode my reasonable suspicion here, but
yeah, it would depend. How long has this car been here?
Right.
Right, where it's like, oh, if you just dropped her off and just pulled in and you're like checking your phone real quick because you got a call or something. Okay, fine.
Yeah. Total Cassie. Oh no. Lisa, no. Don't fail me now. I was ready.
Because you're parking in a handicap and you're not allowed to park here.
Yes, ma'am, but I just said I was going to move my grandmother. She's handicapped. She's in the store.
Did she come out of this vehicle?
I dropped her off at the other end.
Did she come out of this vehicle?
I dropped her off.
Other lady
come out of this
I'm gonna say
has no self-awareness, situational awareness.
Can I get your ID, please?
I haven't done nothing, man.
No, you're parking into a handicap a vehicle or a parking spot using someone else's.
My grandmother's handicapped. I dropped her off in the store.
Is that grandma?
I just moved.
Okay, can I need your ID, please?
I haven't done anything.
You're parking. You're violating handicap parking violation. Can I see your ID, please?
I haven't done anything.
Oh, sorry. I was getting after Juan for allegedly saying someone was slacking. I'm not gonna lie, that was pretty savage. Look, I'll cast the stone. I was the one that cast the stone.
Yeah, and I'm requesting your ID, and if I don't get it, I will arrest you.
I don't know that I'm taking her to jail on this. I'm issuing a citation, but
Caffeinated asked, does the vehicle have handicap placard or plates? Did she mention?
So the placard is on the windshield. Like the window here. I know, and I should remember this. I got to take a TCOL test here, but I believe, please correct me in the comment section. So you'll have like a permanent one, which is blue, and I think red, at least in Texas. It's probably federal, is temporary, right? And sometimes they'll put the name. I believe if it's permanent, they'll put the name on there. And they'll give like an issuance date. Even if it's permanent, they'll be like, hey, this one's from this date to this date. You re-up like you would anything else. Sweep the leg. But her using it, if she's not using it for grandma, is an issue, right? Like we can't be doing that, but we'll see.
It's just simple. And then your children are not properly in their buckled in their
seat. Unbuckle them. You just sit up here finding a reason to fuck with me.
She doesn't unbuckle them.
I unbuckled them. I was getting ready to get out the damn car.
Damn, you just now parked. I came up right behind you as soon as you parked. You did not turn around and unbuckle them.
Yes, I did. Come here.
Don't you lie to me. You're refusing to identify yourself.
I want a supervisor or something because you feeling real hostile and shit. I need you to get a supervisor because you sitting up here fucking with me for no motherfucking reason.
There's no need.
I need a supervisor because you mess with me for no reason, and I told you I would move. Yeah, you mess with me for no reason. I got my kids in here. I do not feel safe with you doing it.
And you're escalating this. You're doing this.
Come on, man. Come on. Do what you gotta do.
Step out here, please. Step out of here.
You can get some.
So you have her ID. It's a misdemeanor. Is it a misdemeanor in your presence? Sure. Legally, do you have the authority to arrest in Texas? You would, right? Technically, if you were feeling really petty. Is a supervisor going to be pumped about you arresting somebody on a Class C ticket? No. Especially there's kids present. You'd have to take custody of those kids. Like, it becomes a whole big deal, right? Over what's effectively a ticket, right? And like, not like this isn't a moving violation. This is a parking violation. You know, even if it's state, like a mandate, right? Like, this is a state law. This isn't just a local law. If they're willing to consent to moving the vehicle, we really about to go down this road for all. Like, if I was a sergeant and I showed up to this, I'd be like, issue the ticket or don't. She provided ID. What are we doing? Are we really calling the channel for this? Like, going code to you and the whole nine? Like, I have beef with this. Yeah.
I'm also curious about her actual reasonable suspicion, because if we have a placard, right, and she says she just saw her park,
right,
how do you know?
Right, yeah, like, how do you know this isn't the lady? Like, you didn't really have, you had very, very loose reasonable suspicion to say, well, it's an investigative stop to verify that this lady's the handicapped person. Maybe.
Yeah, because also, like, just because they're not in a wheelchair doesn't mean they're not handicapped.
Right.
Like, they could have lupus, even though it's never lupus.
Right. It's never
lupus. There's plenty of, like, invisible disabilities, as they call them, where it's like you're just like chronic pain and all that stuff. So, like,
or again, drops grandma off. Maybe grandma's got somebody with her, right? Like, you got an older kid that's with her. Like, hey, I'm going to drop you guys off at the side of the store that's more convenient to you. Go to some other store and then come back, right? Something like that. Like, you're running
could
errands.
have been this lady that's just showing up right now.
Yeah.
That maybe took grandma inside. Maybe she had one of those, like, little pharmacy appointments inside the Walmart or whatever.
Could be anything.
Could be a million things, right?
But this is like very loose, reasonable suspicion.
Yeah. I'm very curious what exactly the reasoning was for.
And even if it's like the tag somehow reads it's for a man and you see a woman, maybe. And even then it's like, are we really getting this, like, hard up for, again, a citation? Don't be suspicious. Yeah. That, like,
Bird Force knows.
Yeah. See, there you go. Bird Force is here. I'm always suspicious.
Somebody else here. I'll get out of the vehicle now before I make you get out of here. Do you want to do this in front of your children or not?
You got the ID. You said you answered my ID. I just gave you an ID, bro.
Aisle 4, Walmart aisle 4. Get out of the vehicle now or I will make you get out.
So Pennsylvania VMIMS, specifically the language that's around it, is that the officer can control the movement of people specifically for scene safety. Right? I have to articulate a reason. Now, it doesn't have to be a great reason, but I'm going to have to articulate a reason that I feel safer that that person is out of the vehicle versus in the vehicle. I'm going to conduct a search because I have probable cause to search the car or consent or whatever, right? The issue I have here is I don't see anything here where I'd believe that this lady has a weapon, because she hasn't mentioned don't reach or something like that, right? Hasn't mentioned anything about marijuana or something like that, or like alcohol that would maybe constitute like a frisk or a search of the vehicle.
What would Nolan do?
Oh my God. It's not a bad question.
he'd take exactly one shot and it would be over.
I think the other issue I have too is, like, let's say for the off chance of the discussion here, plate's got misdemeanor warrant right attached to it for a protective order violation, and somehow these kids are implicated in this. Like this is a mom that's lost visitation or something like that. It's not the case here, but let's say it was. Do an investigative contact here. I'm like, hey, this plate's got a warrant on it. It's for a lady. You're a lady. That's not unreasonable, right? It's not stolen. You the registered owner of this car? Yes. I'm now starting to build more reasonable suspicion to have this lady into detention, right? Am I pulling this lady out by myself? Well, she's still strapped into it. But hell no. Like, especially when you can have units there. So, like, even all the legal issues we have aside on whether or not she has authority to do what she's doing, even if she did, these are terrible tactics. Like, the not safe way to do it, right? So, this is PD. I have a fear this is PD. We were so close.
Why are you grabbing me? Why are you grabbing me? Why are you grabbing me?
I have one resistance.
Why are you grabbing me?
That's going to be the only charge.
Okay, so at least it's a taser. It was a 50-50 shot. It wasn't, right? So at least it was a taser. We've escalated now a citation to a use of force, which is what this is now. Even if, let's say there's a warrant for kidnapping on this plate, right? This is now a felony offense in your presence, right? I got the kids that match the description of the kidnap. You know, you guys get the like Amber Alerts and your little updates or whatever. We got a Toyota, or this is probably like a Hyundai. It's like a Sonata or something like that. You know, black Hyundai Sonata with a lady with 2 kids that are kids. Like, this is perfect. You got exactly what you want. And you're nervous that this lady's going to leave in this car with these kids. It's going to turn into a vehicle pursuit that's dangerous for the kids. You don't have time to wait for backup to arrive because this lady's considering ditching right now. Went to go hands-on, had 0 answers for the minimal amount of resistance this lady gave. She didn't punch, she didn't kick, she didn't spit in your face. Even if I completely skew these set of circumstances in your favor, you still failed at protecting the kids. Right? At the base level of, hey, you're a cop, time to do cop stuff, right? If this was somebody's in the comment section's kids, they fully expect me to go all the way up into dying to make sure that those kids don't get taken out of that parking lot for their safety. And I don't know, I have beef. Lisa warned me. I should have known better.
It started out good too.
At first I thought, if you're parking at a handicap spot, that's a shitty crime, you know. But
yeah, you're gonna get a nice ticket. Gonna move your car.
Man,
we're all gonna move on with our day.
Man, here we are.
Let's tase a lady.
Now. And if you get to the back of the vehicle now. Girl, she just grabbed me out the back. She just grabbed me.
I'm just gonna put cuffs on her. 4.
You're doing great.
On the news, that's going to look like you slammed her face into a car door over a ticket.
With the kids there. It's a Walmart, so you better believe there's like 5 different cell phone angles of this. Maybe I don't go back. Yes, I do have PTSD from Amber Alert. Yes, right here. This is not a hard solution. Let's say this lady needed to get placed in handcuffs. It's not the case here, but even if she did, not great leverage-based techniques being applied here. Worse, because you're by yourself and failing to get her into handcuffs, potentially have the person that was getting into the passenger seat walk around. Currently right now, because of the way her body is, if she's right-handed, her gun side of her waist is like pointing up. This person could easily take your gun out of your holster and smoke you with it. But
also, keys are still in the car.
They could climb in there and drive off, run you both over. Just avoid Walmarts. Dog, I had 2 Walmarts on my side of town, and they both sucked. It was a good time. Oh, you know that radio traffic was awful because all they heard is this lady screaming. Goodness gracious.
Get up.
I think we only have one hand.
Doing great.
She grabbed me out my door. She grabbed me out.
Got the pink handcuffs.
Is she in custody? Apple Watch. Damn it.
With the vanity wristband.
Oh, we got a backup officer. Hold on.
I was just trying to get my kids back.
Let's see what scene we got here. Let's get a good look at Cassie.
You want to bet this is common in this department?
Shame. 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 Also, her belt is only set up to go akimbo with taser. So the taser's in a orientation not for cross draw. There's no way you're cross drawing that unless you go behind your back like a weirdo. So she's only has this set up to where she can grab her taser left-handed only or her gun right-handed only, which encourages akimbo, which is what you don't want to do, but also encourages a similar like draw stroke, which is what you don't want. If it's a taser thing, use your taser. If it's a gun thing, use your gun. Do it with your dominant hand because you're giving yourself the best chance of success with both tools.
Yeah, that was going to be my question was, does that help prevent or make it more likely that you're going to draw the wrong thing by accident?
This was a violation of GEOs at my old department. Specifically because they said if you have a taser in your hand, there needs to not be a gun in your hand. If you have a gun in your hand, you need to not have a taser in your hand. Because what happens when you decide to pull the wrong trigger? You're just asking your brain, make that decision or not have like a sympathetic pull. Because what happens if you deploy the taser, you don't get a good connection. It makes a popping noise. It's a pretty loud popping noise. And what if you mistaken that for gunfire and then decide to shoot the gun? Or whatever it is. Or you fall and now you don't have a hand to catch yourself with. Any of the above, really, like, is bad. You don't want to ever be going akimbo.
There you go, Buxom. He gets it. Cross draw both like a man.
I hate you. Oh, my goodness. Not approved. What? Wait, what?
Denied.
What did I miss?
You must have said something. Answers drones. Walmart sells drone.
Talk about splooge drones.
I don't think this is the appropriate time.
No, not at all.
Roll over on your side.
What are you doing, girlfriend?
Roll over on your side, ma'am. Roll over on your side. Roll over on your side. You sit up, okay? You sit up? You can help her. Sit up for me, please. Come on, breathe. Breathe. Are you okay?
Bro, her handicapped grandma's gonna walk up. What happened?
Yup. She's gonna roll up in the little scooter.
I was gonna say,
the basket
bro,
full of groceries.
we're losing 100 points if that's the case.
That's gonna be amazing, and I can't wait.
No.
Wait, I want to make a poll.
So I'm at negative probably 50 at this point. So I don't believe she had reasonable suspicion in the first place. I think this was unnecessarily escalated, and we've set policing back like 20 years here. Beaten up on. It was a lady possibly breaking the law? Sure. Was she possibly parking somewhere she wasn't supposed to and taking advantage of the handicap placard? Sure. But, like, what are we doing? Negative 200. This is how millionaires are made. Dog, frag, you're totally right. Oh, vanilla.
For about like 3 months, that money gets spent fast.
That is true. Oh my god, I like vanilla gunmela. What is gunema?
Vanilla gunema.
What the fuck?
It's a mixture of vanilla and goon.
That's what the drones squirt out.
That's right. Yes, it's gonna smell like vanilla.
Breathe. Listen to me.
I thought I was sorry and I said I was gonna move. My grandmama was.
Okay. You all right?
She stepped on me.
Okay. Can I help you stand up?
I didn't do no wrong.
Okay, can I help you stand up?
I did. She still pulled me out the car.
All right. We're gonna get that straightened out, but I need help you. What I want you to do.
I can't stand up. Leave it away from me.
I'd be so pissed.
Leave it away from me.
I want you to stand up. What I want you to do is put this foot behind your knee.
Or then you leave me here with this lady, bro.
On this knee, so I can
Big Sarge, you're doing too much.
help you stand up. Okay. There you go. Okay.
Is the shears in the vest a normal thing?
So medical shears in the vest, I've seen a lot of people do it without a vest. I don't like the idea of it being a different color than your vest because it makes it stand out, right? And shears don't make for a great weapon. They're like intentionally like blunted
Dull
at
on
the
the end?
tip.
Okay.
But you can open them things up and mess you up. Like you could cut someone's finger off with that if you really tried. Typically, if you're going to have them somewhere, put them inside of an IFAK. Is the way that I tend to carry them when I have it. So it's like in a package that I have to rip out, and then they're there. Just so they're not visible. Same thing with like knives. Like I carried like a folding knife with me. And that folding knife stayed in a pocket, so all you really saw was the clip, which could have been a pen, could have been anything, right? An idiot would figure out, or not so much of an idiot would figure out that it was a knife, but it was in a pocket. It wasn't like obviously anywhere. Like the worst you could take off of me was a pen. But yeah. Never questions the actions. So Lisa, in this situation, you don't know because like you don't have the facts of the case here yet. This is going to get reviewed probably, but
You just kind of have to show up to the call that you're given, and then
you're just stuck
on the
with
back end. Everybody kind of
It's like,
figures out what the hell happened.
What is going on?
Help! There you go. Okay. Breathe. You all right? You all right? What's your name, ma'am?
It's on the ID.
Okay, I'm Sergeant Dover, okay? And if you do me a favor, come over here, let's get a seat in my car. Keep breathing.
What is she doing?
Check you out, make sure you're okay, all right? All right? Come over here in my car, okay? Be good. Come on over here.
Cassie, what are you doing?
Is that
Issuing
your
that
daughter in your
citation?
car?
My kid, my daughter, and my son in the car.
Okay.
I wasn't trying to. I was just trying
I understand.
to get them.
Turn sideways and sit.
She grabbed me for no reason. I thought I was getting out of there. She still grabbed me out the car.
So I wasn't here. Can you tell me your name?
My name is Shari Rogers. She wouldn't even give me time to explain myself.
I'm Sergeant Dover, okay? Explain to me what happened from the get-go. I see you parked in the handicap.
My
She
girl.
talked to you about so what happened?
If it wasn't a super chat, I'd delete it. Buxom knew what he was doing. little butthole. I love you, dog. Thank you for the super chat.
My son is
I begrudgingly accept it.
handicapped, and my grandmama is. But we was in there. My grandma was in the store, but my auntie was driving her car for her, and I was trying to.
This is the evil
I
that
was trying to.
you don't know exists,
I was
Josh.
trying
Okay?
to just bag in.
Oh
and
my god. I skipped forward. Oh
I see it, man.
Wait for that spot to get open so I could.
I want you to do, go ahead and sit on in the car. I'm going to go talk to her and see what's going on, okay?
My grandma, I told her multiple times, my grandmama is right there. My grandma right here. Why would I lie to my grandmama not being the battery?
Grandma!
Granny for the 100 points.
I hate.
Also, this is the perfect reveal. Just like you see the hat first, and then it's just like
She's like
what's
in her
going
Sunday's
on?
best.
Yup.
This is
probably like
this
right
is-
after church. When was this? May 11th? Let me
Look this
Let me see
up.
what that was. I bet you this was a Sunday.
Bruh.
It was a Sunday. They were like either going to or coming out of church. Bruh. Wow. Grandma rolled up. Let's go.
Who put this video in? Oh my god. This should have been the thumbnail.
It's Mother's Day.
Is it really?
Yes, 5/11.
Dang it.
Bro.
Wow. I'll add another 20. Oh, we're deep enough in the hole as it is.
With the cane and everything.
like nobody got hurt, right? But like,
maybe that's why Cassie walked away. She saw Grandma come in, and she's like, "I'm not gonna be here for this."
I hope they give a disposition, Doug.
How are you?
I'm sorry. No.
Please tell me.
Passively resistant to what? Sorry, I need to not yell. My wife gets annoyed when I yell. Reasonably, I shouldn't yell.
Mm-hmm. She was charged with disorderly conduct, resisting arrest, and a handicap parking violation. That's insane. That's purely out of ego. That's purely your pride was hurt because Grandma rolled up. Also, this is why, like, as you look at that very first comment, going, if it wasn't for these videos, I wouldn't believe that there are actually some people that behave this way. Absolutely.
That's what I mean, dude. Like, it's a direct it's a mischaracterization of what's going on here, man. Like,
it's like you don't know what you're looking at. You read a headline and then you watched a video with very little context. You even saw the grandma at the end and you go, wow, I can't believe this lady was parked in the handicap spot with her handicapped grandmother. Shouldn't be doing that.
Dog. I got mad beef. God, dude, we were climbing out, man. Tell me it was county. Dang it, it's a police department.
Senatobia. What's Senatobia? I've never even heard of it. Maybe it's Canada.
That hurt me, dog. Shameless plug. I just want them to know. I want them to see, because the first, like, 2 minutes, I was like, well, okay, it's a handicap placard situation, right? And then I'm like, vanilla chill.
Senatobia is in Last and Everything, Mississippi. So that gives you, yeah.
Can that be half points? Chat. Can it be half point? It's Mississippi.
That's half IQ for sure.
That's what I mean. Dog. I
read an article that was like the Mississippi school system has changed some stuff and they're greatly improving, and they went from like 50 to like 49 in the country.
Catching up on Texas, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. But we can't lose our 48th spot. Come on.
Okay. We're just gonna move on, dog. I took the star chat of me, man.
This is at least this is not a
double
happy video, but it's a funnier video.
No full points. Okay, so I in a silver lining moment here, it brings me a lot of joy. I had not seen this video, right? It brings me a lot of joy that Lisa, and I'm sure whoever the D-bag was that suggested this video, knew that this was police misconduct. Despite the clickbait thing, despite whatever, nature is healing. We are educating the public on... Yes, Sarah, I am upsetting spaghetti. Paul Blart could have enforced this better.
Wait.
The lady that was impersonating a police officer earlier in stream that like wrote a handwritten warning. Like
that was better enforcement, actually.
Dude, you got really Uvalde did a better job. One. I hate you for that. You got quiet. Is that because you went away from the mic?
What? No, I did the... Did you not hear the sound?
Oh, no, it's just my headphones. Uvalde did a better job. Stop. Educate D's. Buck some chill. Okay. I'm not doing double points. It's hurt me enough. Okay.
Oh my God. Steel Switch screenshotted the grandma. I might have to change the thumbnail. If I'd known this was going to be the the video.
Her showing up was worse than I thought it would be. Like, I just expected just kind of an elderly lady. And I was like, dog, she's in a cane with like the hat on and everything. And I was like, this is kind of a nice dress for just going to Walmart. And it's like, nope. It's Sunday on Mother's Day. What sucks too is it's a female cop arresting a mom because she's trying to do something nice for grandma.
Mm-hmm. On Mother's Day.
Like, dog. Eddie. Eddie, don't entertain them. I'll never live that comment down.
James Bond and you have encounters with the police, it's a good idea to have your ID with you.
Yes.
When did you first get in trouble with the police?
He said, when did I first get in trouble with the police?
Yeah.
It was kind of late. It was around like 9:30ish.
There's police lights behind me and I'm like, oh, great.
He turned the corner and we got pulled over and they're like flashing the light all in our faces.
He said license and registration.
I didn't have a driving license, I didn't have a bank card.
Where your ID at?
I don't have an ID.
I don't have one.
And I reach into my back pocket and realize there's nothing there.
If you're under the age of 18, and these people sound British, so nobody drives there, I'll bless that maybe you didn't have an ID because whatever. You could maybe have a school ID. I don't know if they issue those. You're a grown man that should be paying taxes or at least collecting disability. You probably have to have an ID for that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Done.
Curious if we've got UK people, what they use as IDs. Because like you said, probably a lot of them maybe don't drive if they got
that's what I'm saying.
Public transportation. So is it like, do they have just ID cards? Or like a voter, because like in Mexico, when you get like an actual voter ID card with your picture on it and everything, and then you can get your driver's license and all that stuff. So like you have multiple forms of it with a picture.
Oh, dude, yeah, easy.
Which is like
Dylan hitting it for where's what's his face? That old girl was.
We had like 6 different UK people, and none of them are here today.
Dog.
And I'm like, oh crap, here we go again.
You have like a Metro card or something.
Numerous times before, so I already kind of knew it was going to be a problem. So he's flashing light on my face and he goes,
you. And I'm like, yes, sir. He's like,
what's your name?
Tell me your name.
When it got to me, I'm like, shit.
Oh, shit, I'm about to die. So I tell him, James. And he says, do you got a last name there, James? And I said, Bond.
James Bond.
James Bond.
My name James Bond.
And they'll just think I'm a cocky little teenager giving him some flack.
And so he reached through the window of the car and grabbed me by my shirt and said, you f***ed with the wrong guy on the wrong day, and proceeded to pull.
So this James Bond, I feel like I've seen on Love on the Spectrum. I mean, I'm probably being a little out of pocket right now, but like his mannerisms and everything. Chat, back me up, chat. Conversely, bro, British police is kind of sus. Like, why is everybody
This guy sounds American, though.
Maybe.
His haircut's not American, but he sounds
Love on the Spectrum America edition or whatever. But, the discount Jason Statham. I was thinking the same thing. These guys are getting tuned up for failed ID. What are we doing here? Like, bro, British cop Spectrum Bond. Buy cigarettes at 16.
Yeah. So Alex Webb said they have separate 18 plus IDs, and then that most of them have driver's license from 16 onwards. So okay. It says ID cards are normal in the EU countries, and those who used to be one also because they act like a passport for travel within the EU. Okay. So yeah, they just forgot theirs, I guess.
Frag went to high school with the James Bond. Look at that.
Well, there you go.
He paid for that haircut to be on TV. Bro, y'all are mean. His shirt's nice.
Says the guy who called him Love on the Spectrum.
Tell me I'm wrong.
Them some flack.
Ready?
So he reached through the window of the car and grabbed me by my shirt and said, you f***ed with the wrong guy on the wrong day, and proceeded to pull me through.
I'm keeping my hands. I'm walking away from this one because Grandma's showing up. All right.
Juan's over here like he could have sickle cell.
No. She said she had it.
Whatever. Either way, I think they're getting way too tuned up for failed ID. That's too much.
The window of the car.
He looked at me like, I'm gonna give you one more chance to tell me the truth.
I'm telling the guy, please, please, please. My name really is James Bond.
My name is James Bond.
Man, my name's James Bond.
That right there was enough to get the guy to draw down on me. Up from the whole.
What?
I mean, well, to be fair, James Bond is typically armed, and he can kill with just his hands. He has a license to kill. His little watch can shoot rockets.
No.
His car can drive in
wildly
water.
Inappropriate amount of force for failed ID.
And right in my face. And he's like, "You're right, and I'm Donald fucking Duck. Get on the ground. Get on the ground."
I've never seen enough force used on
Sort
James
of calmed
Bond.
down, had
Yeah,
me stand
agreed.
at the back of the car, went back to his car, ran my driver's license, came back and said, "That's a cool name, son." And went ahead
It's
and
the
let
London
me go.
look.
I did get convicted of that. Do you believe that? I did get convicted of that because the judge said that I was obstructing the police officer from doing his job by me saying my name in a jokingly manner.
So we take points from judges?
If my boy was in America, he'd be a millionaire. Y'all are doing it wrong overseas. Bro, pour some out for James Bond. Free my boy. Where's judges? They're wrong for that.
They need to start going by Jim.
We're gonna take it from State Boys because I can. It's my show. It's unjustified ass arrest and use of force.
I looked at the judge like, "Are you serious? How can I say, James Bond in a jokingly manner? I just said my name." And yeah, I had to do like 60 days in county jail for that.
That's crazy.
60 days. 60 days. That right there at that instance made me look at them at a different way because I knew that I had a long way to go with them. You know what I mean? By my name being James Bond and I'm black.
Free my boy.
Get him a pardon.
Disbar that judge.
Mm-hmm.
Like, let's say you get some like super crooked cop because that police department's not doing a good enough job self-policing, which is common, right? I investigated myself and found no wrongdoing, right? That's the whole point. Is the judge just sit there and be like, I know you got PC on that, dog. Like, bro, I'm mad for you, boy. Pour a little out for James Bond. Dog.
I wonder when that, because obviously at least the first guy was saying this was when he was, or one of the guys said that it happened when he was a teenager and he was clearly like way older.
Maybe.
Wonder how old the story is.
Yeah.
Because I could definitely see like 90s, 80s.
Oh, dude, it's a different time.
Judge just being like, yeah, you just.
It was a different time.
I just don't like your face, and I think it's dumb that your parents named you James.
Yeah.
So go to jail.
Dog. I mean, this dude got a southern accent. He kind of did. If that was Louisiana, that probably happens today.
I would just start going by Jim.
I'm
Jim Bond.
Pardon Joe Exotic.
Jimmy.
Stupid. We found out Carol Baskins did not kill her husband, so Joe Exotic deserves to be in prison. Also, like, for the other stuff. He's nasty.
7-7, signal 1080.
Ford.
What direction?
Do what?
Southbound 151 from 41. It's going to be the correct vehicle. Took off from range shoot about 2 weeks ago.
Jimmy T.
Waiting to get vehicle description or plate. Revising this vehicle. 85 copy. 151 from 41. They are requesting stop sticks. If vehicle located.
curve on D. Just went over that river. Kathy Michaels Drive, still eastbound. 62 speeds at 80. Cell phone Y, failed stick, cell phone Y. In the ditch, trying to get back up on the roadway.
I think that Equinox is toast. Good night, Calf.
On the roadway again, cell phone.
That was a boop and a half. Oh, nope, he took off still.
22, we're continuing. We're going to be eastbound on T.
Particularly heading for 43. And it looks like there's 3 occupants, one in the back seat as well, hands up.
He took the ditch around the fence.
Oh, they're on an airfield. Oh, that's sus. Oh, you better believe air traffic control is pissed because we have no way of contacting them. They're just going to be like, oh, hi. Hope the sirens notify you. Bro. Oh, they're pissed. I'll be honest. This is probably an act of terrorism at this point. Like, this is like 4 stars on GTA. Like, you're getting some... Wait, what's going on?
Stupid autocorrect. Just ignore it.
Oh, I gotta scroll up. Did you fix it already?
I deleted it. You can probably see
you
it.
delete. I can't see it. Oh wait, no, I can't.
What's worse is it autocorrected. I caught it, went back to fix it, and it did it again.
It's been a long week.
It's been a long week. It's okay. I got a Fed on the inside. Josh will protect me.
How many people got it? Fed boys will get it. Bro, the whole chat got it.
Way too many people. 'Cause I didn't see it. I thought I fixed it.
Where's media?
Misinformation.
I'll take 5.
Short for super fall.
No one important's getting disrupted here.
Would like to know if you want them to page the next nearest first responder to...
We have to go back in time. Oh, I thought that was a divot. Oh, I thought he was about to eat it.
Yeah.
From Fond du Lac and point to point, Winnebago from Fond du Lac, point to...
Rolling Meadows. My Lakeland clear.
Well, shout out to this Equinox. It's kind of getting after it right here. I'm pretty impressed.
Northbound Rolling Meadows, come up to Johnson. 6-2, just be advised that City will let the K9 go. Copy, we're going to be going eastbound on Johnson Street. Eastbound Johnson and southbound 41. Southbound 41 from Johnson.
Right here. There we go. Nice, into the ditch.
Very good.
This is when I wish we had the little side camera that troopers get sometimes. Oh, he's coming back out.
Bro, if this thing gets out of this ditch.
Dude, that's like grandma coming around the side of that.
I was gonna say the same thing. That I genuinely am shocked. This guy came out of the brush here. That's kind of wild. Bro, like a super villain.
That is an off-roading vehicle. They need to just make this a commercial.
Oh, dude, if I wasn't already on the bubble, like if I hadn't made a car purchase already, dog, I'd be thinking about it. Dude. There's no way. Hit it again.
Get him again. There you go. Oh, he's just not getting enough rotation on it at all. There you go.
There's no way these kids don't foot bail here and run.
His name's Fondue.
Oh.
Chaz. Repeater, enhancer on all charges.
Battery.
Oh, we didn't get to see the battery threat to an officer. Lame. Is that if you hit the car? Is that a battery threat to an officer?
Probably.
Okay.
So he was the driver. Meth. It's my people, right? Oh, this might be deputized.
And that last car that
deputies.
pinned him was a deputy.
Damn.
Oh shoot.
I mean, the pits weren't effective, but the end result was good. I'll give them. They did it safely. Nobody got hurt. Yeah, I'm gonna give points to suspects. That was pretty good driving, to be honest. And nobody got hurt. It's good fun. Trying to keep everybody on their toes here. Chaz and Alonzo up to shenanigans. They're a happy couple.
A warrant from Mississippi for handicap parking.
Probably. Let's be honest.
On the inside, this Dodge Durango looks like any CHP patrol car, but from the outside, it's hard to tell. The slick top, the short antennas, the gray-on-gray logo.
We just really want to blend in so we're not as recognizable, and we're really catching people in their true spirit of what they're doing out there.
Officer Mike Salas confirmed.
Y'all already know how I feel about this. I don't like... There was a meme I saw somewhere that said if you feel like you have to hide to do the job in a way that you find sufficient, you're no longer serving the public interest.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, oh, agree.
You know what stops the most speeding, allegedly, by people who look like me? Is seeing that little icon on my Google Map. I mean, their Google Maps that says police ahead.
Right.
Guess who no longer speeds?
Right.
You're visible. It's officer presence. It changes behavior. If anything, y'all should just be, as you're driving by, just report police that aren't there. And that will do a whole lot more than secret vehicles.
Not speeding. Impersonator. Oh my god.
No, if you've seen the marked unit, you're already getting.
Yeah, it's already GG, dude.
It's too late. Way too late.
I don't speed. I don't have to worry about it. I don't speed.
Whatever.
I
He flashes
haven't
his badge.
I have not even gotten pulled over since 2012.
Whatever, Doug. Your freaking truck won't make it past 55.
That's what I mean.
You don't have the option.
I drove the Camry for the longest time.
Mm-hmm.
And now I got a pretty cush vehicle, but like I just don't speed. I leave on time. Weird. Unless it's to
your ancestors.
Unless it's a social function. In that case, I'm full on CPT. Or I'm just good at being late.
Or stream.
Oh. This fucking guy.
I took that one for y'all.
This guy. Don't you celebrate that comment? I'm 5 points for everybody that agrees with him.
Firms 100 specially
Jingle,
marked
my
patrol
man.
vehicles are targeting reckless drivers across the state. Within minutes of us on the 99, a Toyota Camry blew right past
look at
us.
him.
He had no idea we were on patrol.
I didn't even notice it behind me, to be honest. Kind of
It's a pretty cush Toyota Camry. Golly.
blended in.
Robert drove away with a warning, but some drivers aren't so lucky. They've called the Durangos deceiving, even entrapment. CHP hears the criticism, but believes the new vehicles could save lives.
If we are able to deploy a new tool like our specially marked patrol vehicle, and it reduces people from speeding because now they're thinking, oh my gosh, is that a highway patrol car or is it not? It's worth it to us.
If that's what you cared about, you would have taken a white Toyota Camry, right? Or like the most possibly common car you could have found and used that. But no, you wanted it to be a Durango and you wanted to feel cool. Like, you would have made them fear like a fleet truck, like a white F-150, like an LT. Like, there's not even anything nice about it. Like hubcap, tires, the whole nine. That's what you would have turned into a patrol car. Maybe like a Nissan Sentra. You'd have to soup it up. You got to catch these guys, but like, you'd have just souped up one of those with the same package. But that was not your intention here. You wanted to be able to up your ATAP. I still love that. Dog ATAP.
On the
For real, no cap.
I stand by it.
Dude, I'm here for it. I'm taking points. Probably too many, but they got too many, so. Negative 100. Bro, if Dylan was responsible for the scoring on this, his scores would be wild. Okay.
Oh, leave me alone. For real! Dude, you mother... Get off of me!
There's another charge.
Right! Get off of me!
On March 6th, 2025 in Illinois,
Agreed.
Police were dispatched after a woman claimed
Half points, Illinois?
I don't think Illinois has gotten there yet, although they probably should.
That's fair.
she was inappropriately
don't get enough
touched
Illinois.
by another woman in the...
Can Mississippi be half points from now on?
Maybe.
They
We also
hurt.
don't get that many from Mississippi. They were pretty bad.
I was... We've seen worse. Like, I was particularly punitive there. I punked myself because I was like, dog, if grandma shows up. And then I had to do it.
There were aggravating factors. It was Mother's Day. Granny showed up.
Dog.
They were at Sunday's best.
rough.
Like,
that call's going to haunt me. Legit.
Yeah.
If I go back, and it's now if. I'll spend way too much time, money, and energy on it. I'm going to get nervous every time I see somebody that I think's violating that. I don't know. It could be legit. Be the most outlandish story.
Actually do an investigation and try to figure out what happened. It shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, that's true.
Instead of just assuming like a fish cop.
Yeah, you're right.
the elevator. As police were conducting their investigation, the woman became very uncooperative.
Here, I don't know where else went. She just keeps looking around at everybody, staring awkwardly. But this one apparently, this isn't Allison.
It's not her, and she's not on fast.
I think. There's somebody standing out on the Hamilton side. Allison was up here and walked past me and said she wanted to go downstairs. But then this girl comes out of the bathroom staring at everybody, and then and said, this one's the one that's following. Oh. So, I don't know.
Listen,
Why are you following Allison?
I don't even know what Allison.
What Allison do you? I don't know where Allison went, but they want you out of here. So.
I don't. Of course they do. I've been trying to get out of here.
Yep, there we go. Everybody gets what they want today.
All right. Yes, I got to figure out where Allison.
You got an ID on it? Do what? You got an ID on it?
Because I don't know the extent of what.
Is there any reason why?
Yep, she wants to roll right now, telling you you're trespassing. You're not supposed to be.
Okay, so she groped somebody, and that's why we're here. This tracks. I'm not saying it's impossible to have mistaken this lady for somebody else, but she does have what we will call defining characteristics that would make her easier to separate from others.
Trespassing. This is where I'm at. I belong here.
I think that's actually what the neck tattoo says. It's defining characteristics.
Yes.
Well, why they say you don't belong?
Because they're just mad or jealous because I don't want to do nothing with them. It's not my problem.
So now we're gonna identify you.
I don't want to disrespect anybody.
That's fine. What's your first name?
Mine?
Yeah. Your first name. What is your first name?
It's Alice.
When it takes somebody that long to answer their first name, it is likely not the real first name. But sometimes it's legit. Oftentimes it's not.
Alice?
Method.
ALISOSON. Allison is my last name. My first name is Lisa.
Alice Allison?
Lisa Allison.
There's no way.
He's real excited about Allison.
Excuse me.
Hang on, right now.
Wait,
I'm trying to get all your information right now.
You're not leaving.
You're not leaving the house.
Who are you?
I'm the one that's about to put you in handcuffs here and give this man your name.
My name?
Yes, your name. I'm talking to you, right?
To me? Are you talking to me?
Are we playing the repeater game right now, or what are we doing?
Is this lady
One at a
being
time.
difficult? Sure. It's James Bond. It says Jamie Bond. I'm stupid. Oh no,
thing.
Sarah put
The
James
joke is
Bond.
the same.
So though she's being difficult, likely being deceptive, that's not hard to. You do have a legit victim here, right? Victim that's identified the suspect for, so I'm guessing, offensive, provocative contact or something like that. There's no need to get an attitude with the lady. Like, if she's going to provide the information, she's going to provide the information. If she isn't, cool, work from there. But like if this lady becomes super combative and you end up having to tune this lady up, it happens. That just people get to choose. People do choose the amount of force that gets used on them, or at least it's the way it's supposed to work. It doesn't oftentimes, unfortunately. But when you're taking this posture, there's also like 5 of y'all. This is grown ass men, dude. Like this lady,
Because one keeps walking off down the hallway for no reason.
right, for fun. But generally speaking,
Until he
like,
hears the name Allison, and then he comes right back and goes,
Right.
Allison?
yeah. You're potentially opening yourself up for saying that you have bias, especially if she gets injured due to that use of force. That you're talking about potential lawsuit. Save your department money so that it can go to you and not a lawsuit. Maybe you get something nice out of it, like a new car, or, patrol rifles, or
Also, save this primary officer the hassle of you escalating his suspect while
Right.
he's trying to talk to her.
Yeah, dog. But it is what it is.
Don't answer a question with a question.
Is there a reason why you guys are coming after me?
Give him your name, please. Your real name, please.
Like, you don't know who I am?
No, I have no idea who you are. Do you know who you are?
Sure do. Sorry. There you go. Me too. I love drugs.
No, you're not free to leave.
Who are you?
Who does it look like I am?
I don't know.
The
because
police.
This is
We're
never
the
in my
police.
shit.
Okay, well, we are now.
Give him your name so we
Right.
can get
Correct.
For what reason?
Because you're not identifying yourself when he's asking
girl
you
saying
to.
that you assaulted her in the elevator.
Correct.
You're not supposed to be here.
I
So
haven't
answer their
assaulted
questions,
nobody.
and
I
we'll
haven't
just.
touched nobody.
Then let's
I've
figure out and get
never
us your
tried to
name.
go to the hospital. That's my finger.
Okay. Well, you have a name, so give it.
Right. What's your name?
Mitchell. Justin.
The amount of people
Now
just
it's your
walking through in between
This
them
is
is making me real uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's weird. So, something else to consider is they're just trying to get her ID'd, right?
Mm-hmm.
If it's for a criminal trespass, we've had this discussion before in the past. It's not enough because you're not accusing her of a crime. You're just trying to log that she's not supposed to be here. That's pretty muddy water to get into. I'm sure your department might have SOPs on this. Maybe they're willing to go, this is like the hill they're willing to die on. But generally speaking, I would not want, and this is the lens that I measure everything that you would do in law enforcement. I do not want to put myself in a position to have to use force unless I have 100% good grounds for my legal detention. or my legal authority, right? Does this lady appear to be someone that would be cooperative with law enforcement objectives? Likely no. So the likelihood that you're going to have to use force in some way, shape, or form is high. Technically, they're already using force. They've cornered this woman. If I was a defense attorney and I wanted to be a douchebag, right, I would make the jury, I'd find like the smallest woman I could find on jury, and I'd want like a 5'0" lady, right? Like, you don't like the police? Perfect. You know, and make her stand in a corner and stand all 5 of these officers around her. Do you feel safe? Do you feel like that? Like, it can happen. Dumber stuff has happened in a criminal court of law. So it's just things to take into consideration. Is what they're doing unlawful? Probably not. I just don't like that they're doing it strictly based off the criminal trespass. That's what it sounds like they're doing. If they were just investigating for the offensive provocative, she fails to ID, cool. I'll just add that charge to the sheet. I'll get you identified at the jail, rather than hem-hawing and having like a little pouty fit here. Like, there's no reason for this. If I was a sergeant and I showed up to this, I'd be mad.
It's that why are you not showing me respect tone?
Right. Or even that like you're put off that she's making your job harder. You get paid the same either way, dog. Like, who are you?
Also,
I don't know,
people don't want to go to jail, dog.
Generally speaking.
Guess what?
You know,
if you were in their shoes, you'd be doing the same damn thing based on your snarky attitude.
Right. So anyways. Yeah.
Customer service with a
dude with a capital
fancy uniform.
It's your first job. If you don't have a service mindset, you are, I'm not going to say worse, but close to worse than the 30 for 30 DEI hires that you complain about.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
so I'm like, bro, talk about emotion. Like, you're getting emotional.
Right.
Over what?
Right. It's a simple 911 call. This should be worked in less than 2 minutes. I'm 3 minutes into this video and I done figured it out.
They're hormonal. It's fine.
Yeah. And that's man brain. It's their time of the month for testosterone. The TRT shot just happened, so they're a little emotional.
Testosterone spiked a little bit.
They lost their appointment at the tattoo shop. They're feeling some kind of way about it.
They lost it to her, and they're like, damn.
Dog. I am I don't know what I am, but I'm like, if we're getting red pilled or blue pilled or whatever it is, like I'm one of those two.
We're unmedicated, Josh.
Yeah, I was gonna say I have seen the light.
That's our issue.
I'm unmedicated.
We're self-medicating over here.
Oh my gosh.
Chance, head cams are atrocious. Your head blocks half the shit that should be on body cam.
Yes, agreed.
Here's my first name.
M-E-O-S-S-A.
What's my initial?
A. Good. I'm just trying to get out of here, man.
Right, so
I don't want to say.
It's
I have
real
no
quick. I'll stay
control.
over. She's got one. One and a half.
Definitely don't have any warrant. Anyways, I got a little warrant.
Okay, we're gonna
I'm just
turn
going to
around.
go outside and smoke my cigarette.
Good. All right. As soon as you come back with no warrants, then you get you out of here.
So she was top tier suspecting. She would have asked, "What am I being detained for?"
Mm-hmm.
They would have said criminal trespass. Pound sand. Deuces. Anyways. Trend shots.
Let's step over here.
Here in Illinois, huh? That's where I'm from.
In Illinois.
Yep.
You dropped your hat. Where in Illinois?
Right here in Peoria.
Well, you said you weren't, so.
Oh, I
And you dropped your back.
It's fine, I dropped it.
Behind you, Jerry.
Yep, you too. Next time, just give us your name and get off your name, okay? It's not that big of a deal. Alright. Okay. Is that Allison? This is Allison. This is the
Oh, found out.
Where did the other girl go?
Do you need her?
Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. I thought you were done with her. I'm sorry. No. She's outside smoking. She's making allegations of assault with that girl being the suspect.
My dude said on body cam, she's making allegations of assault and is going to try to affect a detention.
Oh no, he's not. He's gonna send everybody else to do it while he hangs out with front desk girl over here. Just like he was before, without telling anybody what the hell he was doing. I was wondering what the hell he's doing back there. He's just wandering around.
Well, maybe I don't go back, dog. This would piss me off so bad. I could go through all of the pain and anguish of joining a police department to go volunteer my time for free. And if I showed up and this was the conversation that would happen, I would just drive right back to the station and be like, y'all can keep it. Bro. I get it, dude. Like, I don't know, man. I've been assaulted, spit on, had to get hospitalized like more than once.
Buxom wants to know what the issue is with allegations.
So, like, one, this is going to get played in court. Let's say something actually happened. Dog, the victim's going to see you be like, allegations. Like, dude, like, you owe it to the victim to be an honest representative of the state that's there to advocate for your, it's not justice per se, but safety, right? Like, if I'm going to trust the system, right? If you treat me getting shoved or groped in the elevator this way, what happens when somebody, SAs you? You gonna feel good about going to law enforcement? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, this shit really pisses me off because it's like a complete disregard for the service side of the job. Thank you so much. You ready? This is beans and rice. This is homemade beans and rice with it looks like a little bit of cheese in here. This is pretty good. And a Zevia, of course.
Zevia.
Not sponsored, just simping.
Also, a half-decent defense attorney is going to eat you alive in cross-examination about, did you not believe? Were the allegations not serious? Was this report, legitimate? Did you not actually have reasonable suspicion? And that's why you said allegations?
Precisely what I was getting at, yeah.
You're basically telling everybody here on Bodycam that you don't believe what the lady just told you, but you're still going to go effect an arrest. Like, cool.
And if all it was IDing her, and they let her go once she was ID'd, you didn't have a detention.
Mm-hmm.
Period. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, have I detained somebody on like what's effectively like a Terry stop, where I'm like, dog, it was just a shooting in progress, homie, and it's like, dreads, black shirt, yellow shoes. Sorry, dog, you're like 100 feet away from said shooting. Like, I am going to stop you. Like, it happened. They had a kidnapping suspect, and what sucked was the description was gray Honda Civic. I stopped 4 gray Honda Civics going 100 miles per hour down I-30 one time. It was totally justified. I could articulate it. Did complaints come out of that? Yes. But the report, and I had to write a fat one for it, right? We had a valid complaint about a kidnapping, and sure enough, they ended up catching gray Honda Civic. It was 2 cities over. Ended up actually catching them. But, like, that attitude really pisses me off. I will amend my statement. This is just as bad, if not worse, than because at least the 30 for 30 DEI hire wants to be there for the right reasons, and they're risking the same kind of pain and death you are to at least try to advocate for victims here. That shit really pisses me off. I don't care if Methany was the victim, dude. Like, she's your victim. You don't get to pick how to feel. Like, bro, bring back robot cops. I'm gonna get off my. We're gonna watch the damn video, but like. Y'all are too. This job is not for you. Y'all are soft. If this is enough to piss you off, like, soft, get over yourself.
Okay.
No. Maybe I'm hangry. I'm in my feelings.
Come here for a second. Cops. Oh. Come here. Oh, golly. We're going this way. We're going to go back this way. We're not free to go right now, all right?
I'm pushing her.
I understand. You can let go right now.
Do you know who she is?
I don't know who she is.
No, don't do that. That's very stupid.
Wait,
don't
what
do
are you
that.
doing?
You're being detained.
You don't even know what I'm doing, do you? What are you doing?
We're putting you in.
I'm not doing anything but helping her, pushing her right there.
We
She
have
didn't
other
go.
things that we need to talk
I'm not
about.
staying with you guys.
You are.
She was wanting me help her push.
That's fine. No, there's something else going on apparently.
There's nothing else going on, man.
Well, there is. We're going to talk about
I
it.
need my hat. Can I have my hat?
Where's your hat?
Here, sweetie. Give me my bag. I can't get
Go back where we're going.
Will you go with my bag?
We're all going back over there.
I'm not going. Please
You
don't.
are going. You're sorely mistaken as to how this works.
Yes, sir.
Hey, there's the hat we're looking for. Thank you so much. Look at that, we got your hat. We're all going back the same direction. It's a Christmas miracle.
What are we going back for?
That was not even related, man.
Because you're being detained for what happened in the Dream Center. Quit playing dumb. Okay, then that's fine. But we're being told differently. Okay,
No gloves
that's fine.
when you grab the cigarette out of her mouth?
Yeah, the cigarette, if she's actually methany, all of those pockets, like... Also, big also, if she's only being detained, are we really searching her? Did we ask for consent? Did she fill out a consent form? Are you basing this off of probable cause? And if this is a frisk for weapons, why are our hands going into pockets?
Mm-hmm. Do allegations count as probable cause?
Dog. Maybe I take the bar. I'm for real, dog. Like, and it's weird. Dude, legit have been spit and punched in the face by a crackhead. And that person made it without any hospitalization or nothing. Guy didn't even get hurt. I was like, well, enjoy county. You're a little too good looking for county, so good luck. This is literally what I told him. But, you know, didn't get tuned up, did nothing. No extra charges. No, not. Well, he got the charge for the assault, but you don't spit in my face and not get charged. But, like, I don't know, dog. We're just making it up here now.
Let's all have a conversation.
That's what we're doing out here. But you're going to sit in the car.
I have no reason to be
This is how
arrested
we do it. Okay, well, that's not what we're being told. So
Okay,
that's
what
why you're in
are we
handcuffs
told?
and why you're going to sit in the car.
Okay, that's a whole lie.
Okay, that's fine. But
You
this
already
is
know
what's
what I'm
happening
doing.
right now.
If you guys have been watching me this whole time, you guys know what I'm doing, right?
Before we got here, cash is going to stay in your pocket was all that meant.
I'm not worried about this money in my pocket.
Well, I am. I don't want to lose
I'm
your money.
worried about me right now.
That's fair, but you need money, right? Everybody needs money. Who's the her you're talking about?
Bro.
I'm not your
If you're
bro,
not,
first
listen,
of all.
for one, you guys don't even understand why you guys have no right to even touch me right now.
We do have a right to
Okay,
touch you.
Zoolander.
That's why we're
Because
touching
I
you.
don't do that to nobody else.
Well, that's fine, but everybody tells us they didn't do what they're being alleged to
well,
have
you
done.
know what I do and who I am, right?
I know who you allege you are.
Okay, well, I don't really know who you are.
Right there, and right there is who I am.
Right, how do I prove that?
Huh?
How do I prove that?
Prove what?
Prove a point.
You haven't proved any points at this point.
Proving my point right now.
What is your point?
It was a real good use of time.
Why are we being stupid about this?
Listen.
Free advice, don't resist, because resisting, the charge will stick, even if the arrest is bad. Remember that, kids. You don't get to sue anybody if you resist. So just don't be stupid. What are my charges? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal. Tweaky's on it today, dog. He's crushing. We're doing good today.
AC in the car. You're going in the car one way or another. You do realize that, right?
Yes. I'm arresting you.
Because that's not how this works.
I don't arrest you.
Correct, you don't, because you're not the police. We're the police.
Exactly.
This is what we do.
I'm not the police.
I don't care. No, you're not. Sit in the car.
Really, you don't think I am?
I don't think you are not.
So you guys have every right to do what to me? Don't arrest me. I walked outside, you guys let me go, and then you guys came after me. Like, that's
Correct.
not cool. You guys don't do that. You
Correct,
guys
because there was some
change your mind.
miscommunication inside. We didn't change
From
our minds.
who?
There was miscommunication.
Buddy.
Okay, that's fine. That's an argument for court, but that's not an
I
argument
don't
for out
have,
here.
what are you,
because
what,
that's
I have
another
nothing
offense.
to be arrested for. You guys have no reason to be.
That's who you said you were.
That's
Correct.
who I am.
But that does not matter.
I'm Melissa
Melissa can
Moorfield,
still
bro.
be arrested.
No, I can't have nothing to do. Nobody.
Okay, that's fine. That's an argument for court, but that's not an argument
I don't
for out
have,
here.
what are you,
because
I
that's
have
another
nothing
offense.
To be arrested for. I
Right
don't like
now,
to get
obstructing
arrested.
police. Yes, you do.
Of what? We were doing so well. I'm just going to take 20 right now. We'll see how much more we get. Obstruction? What is she detained for? We've yet to say that. Or no, for that matter. Dog. It's not a stress pause. This doesn't count, Christy.
He's obstructing
If we
the
want to
video.
get down to the bare bones of it.
I do not.
You did, because you're not getting in the car.
Because you're arresting me for no reason.
There is a reason. Yes.
There is not no reason.
There is. Yes, there is.
There is not.
She was
Yes,
in the
there is.
car. You just
What
failed
reason
to
is
close
it?
the door.
The officer will talk to you about it. Now, you
because
need to
wanted
sit in
keep
the car.
Smack talking.
So slide on in, or
Being
we're going
sassy.
to put you in the car, and you're probably going to end up getting tased into the car. So just sit in the car.
For now, 30 points if the taser comes out.
Oh, yeah. Actually, yeah.
50 if it gets deployed. Like, actually, like, used. It counts.
She
Does not
ride
count.
the
Don't take their side.
lightning.
It's supposed to be on my side.
It's that simple. Do you have questions about that, or can we sit in the car? Because I'm done with the
I
games.
acquiesce, Christy. You're right.
I'm just trying to go.
I don't care.
I'm trying to go
Sit
home
in the car.
and find my stuff.
I don't care. You need to sit in the car.
Okay, I've been robbed.
Sit in the car.
Why are you guys robbing me right now?
No one is robbing you. Sit in the car. Correct. Yes. Sit in the car.
You guys don't even give me my car.
We don't have your car.
You guys don't even give me my car. Yes, you do. Yes, you do have my car, man.
Put your feet in the car.
You guys have no reason to be doing this to me. I need to go to the hospital and get my finger checked.
Get in the car.
Bad. What are
Get
you
in the
doing?
car. Get in the car.
Get off of me, Zia, now.
In the car.
Get off of me, Zia. For real.
Who?
Zia, get off of me. We do not go in here. I do not want
Get in
no
the car.
cell phone. I don't own a cell
Nobody
phone.
said anything about a cell phone.
On to the
You
other
do not
side.
own a cell phone. Listen, you do not own a cell phone.
Try to do that.
I am not a cell phone. I'm a fucking mobile phone, dude. Get off of me.
I wonder if she's high.
I mean,
Like, it's just now
probably.
hitting her. And she also could just be weird, but
I thought she might have been in talks early on, but like that doesn't
This is-
really.
I'm starting to
there were
track a
more
little more.
important.
Yeah.
Yeah. There were more important things to get mad about.
we'll see what happens.
Zia, get off me. Get off of me now.
In the car.
I'm trying to let myself out.
You're not getting out.
Oh, they
That's not
can't
how
go
this
around
is
the
working.
other side because they
You're
got that
sitting in
weird
the
little divider.
I'm not doing this shit with you guys.
You are. You are doing
I
this shit
do
with us.
not do that with y'all. Let me talk to him real fast. Can I talk to you?
Don't want to sit in the car.
Please? Let me talk to her.
Follow the rules.
Can I talk to you, please?
Once you sit in the car.
Excuse me. No. Okay, excuse me. Let me go talk to him.
No, you're not going anywhere.
You're under arrest, so you're not.
I'm not under arrest.
Yes,
For
you are.
what?
Yeah, you are.
It's for what?
Minimum battery. So.
Minimum battery. I don't use battery. I'm on fire. I do not use batteries.
You want to talk to me?
I don't use cars. I don't use batteries. Nothing. No, I don't.
Okay, fair enough.
I do not. For what?
I tried to tell you.
I don't go to jail.
You're gonna get another charge on top of being banned from battery.
That's fine. I want to go home.
That's not how this
that's not
works.
happening.
I want to talk to you later.
Too bad, so sad.
Nope.
You're banned. I have it on
What
video.
did you watch?
I watched you touch a woman's breast. Is what I
Yeah,
watched
a
you
woman's
do.
breast.
Yeah.
Yeah, my wife's.
That's not your wife. She has no idea who you are. She has no idea who you are. They don't know who you are here. You
Is
aren't
this
supposed to
walk
be.
around cop now? Is this the guy that was wandering
This might
around?
be
and
walk
didn't
around
show
cop.
up? Okay.
Who said whatever?
Allegations.
Right. These allegations turned out to be true.
Mm-hmm. The alleged cop.
So now that hindsight's clear, we have a good offense. Have a battery, or there's a couple different ways to describe it. We had offensive provocative contact or groping. Could have figured that out way sooner, like way sooner, to actually know that you got a good allegation. Or listen to your victim and not be a douchebag and use air quotes. And let's say they knew that in a timely manner. It has taken 5 grown men this long to get this lady into this car. So just like Cassie earlier, even with all the cards stacked in your favor, we still fail to do the very simple thing, and that is... Now, this little partition doesn't help. This is kind of a sucky situation. I don't believe... These don't really do anything. I would rather have the whole thing in case I got to lay him down or whatever, but... It is what it is.
here. You awkwardly followed someone in the building, so
Okay.
put in the car.
That's
You're going
not
to
my
jail.
problem. I didn't do that.
That
She did it
is
to me.
literally
She did it
currently
to
your
me.
entire problem.
She did it to
The
me.
only person that's having a problem
She put my hand on there.
is no, she didn't.
Okay, go ask her.
I did. He watched the
Ask
video.
her again. In the head. Obviously.
Okay.
She's
Well,
mentally ill.
I
Obviously,
watched it.
she's
You're
here.
going to jail for
I am
battery
not going to
resisting
jail
assault. Yeah, you
for
are.
Zia Flowers.
Makes sense.
I don't know where to get.
So not obstruction. Weird. The charges changed.
Weed. Acid. Weed. Motherfucking on me. I don't do heroin. Heroin's my business.
Oh, goody, the wagon's here.
So that's all I like to do. Ow.
What are you doing?
I don't know.
Sit down.
Okay.
Sit down.
I like heroin. I want heroin.
What are we doing?
Ow, you don't need to carry, hey, I don't need to carry my weight down here, man. You guys are lift me up. I can carry my own weight. You guys can't carry weight for me. Well, okay, well, you're hurting my wrist.
They have a
Stop
wagon.
hurting me. Stop hurting me. Get off me, Dad, please. Get off of me. Get off me, please. Okay, stop.
Yeah, we're going to stop. We're going to change the cup. Go.
Stop.
Get in the wagon.
You stop.
Bro, could you imagine? You have 5 units on scene. Likely 3 patrol cars. And you still have to pay to have a van come out to you for this arrest. I worked, my city was 99 square miles. And we had 700 sworn officers. At any one point in time, up to like 500,000 people within the city, right? Bar fights, shootings, whatever. It all happened there. Never once. We had a van, but that van was for transporting people from our jail to county and nothing else. If I took someone to jail, I was going to take them to jail in my patrol car. This would have been 2 to 3 officers max. If it was Bill and I, it would have been just us. Like, I don't know, Doug. Y'all are soft.
Stop.
Also, that space in that van doesn't look much bigger than what they have in the car, which means they're still going to struggle a lot to get in.
No, stop. Stop. I'm not going to jail. I want to do that with my family, bro. Leave me alone. For real. Dude, you mother, get off of me.
Yep, there's another charge.
Right. Get off of me. Man, you guys are going down for real. I got you, mother. You're going down.
Property.
The woman was arrested and charged with resisting arrest and battery. If she were convicted, what do you think the punishment should be? Drop your opinion.
Arrest was lawful. They got to the right conclusion eventually. It was just incredibly unprofessional and showed a lack of skill. At least I didn't have to add the -50 for the taser deployment. I am going to take 5 more because it took them forever to get to the right thing.
Imagine using a paddy wagon for one person. Yeah.
Like a grown-ass man. And it's methany, dog. Like, I don't know, man. Guy Fieri Raptor. Maybe I don't, dog. I see some of these things and I'm like, it's just not complicated, man. Like, I feel like I could pull literally like half of the chat and only get like 1 or 2 of y'all and we could figure this thing out, like, at this point. Because even if I was like in my feelings about something, somebody would be like, well, what are we detaining her for? Like, you know what I mean? Like, the question would come up and like, oh, I don't know. Something. Well, maybe we should figure that out first.
It would be me because I'm trying to avoid the work.
Exactly. Also, Doug, I think it was Freddie Gray, maybe, was improperly secured in the back of a patrol car while handcuffed. And they slammed on the brakes, and whether it was on purpose or not, doesn't matter, and killed him. Because when your hands are behind your back, you can't hold yourself. People went to prison for that. Cities burned for that. Remember that. Automatic -15. I took like almost 100. I took a lot of points. I took my hunk of flesh. I think they're like -65 or something like that. The 5 W's of policing. Hear me out. Mock trial stream with jury. I would do. We need to get. We're gonna get the chancla. to come on with us, and we're gonna do cross examinations. I'm gonna see the thing and try to defend the action.
That would be hilarious to actually be like, okay, you need to now defend this in court.
Oh gosh,
what and blind video.
That's what I mean. That's how we have to watch it, and I'm like, okay, so I'm the supervisor.
You have to tell us what your report's gonna say for this. How are you gonna articulate this? And then he's gonna cross-examine your ass about it.
You would just hear the pen click and like the scribbles, and like, damn it, I'm fucked. But yeah.
Video.
I probably couldn't justify days off for the behavior because they came down to a lawful arrest. Being a douchebag, no conduct unbecoming, it's likely just a write-up. You probably lose some vacation hours. Like you just take it out of their vacation bank, but they're probably not seeing time for that. And they know that. That's why they feel so emboldened to act that way. If I was a chief, maybe something different. But as a supervisor, you don't have much to do there. They're going to win an arbitration.
Officer found himself in handcuffs last night. He's accused of pawning equipment owned by the Inola Police Department. 2 News Oklahoma's Douglas Braff asked local law enforcement how this could have happened.
Goon Squad did it better.
Here's what cameras captured Wednesday night. Rogers County deputies arrested Isaiah Roberts. Roberts used to work here at the Inola Police Department, but the Rogers County Sheriff's Office said
used to. I'm listening.
He took several
he just
items
walked
from
out of
here
a car in
and
cuffs, I
pawned them
think. That's what we call a clue, Josh.
Yeah, but
oh, that's true. Okay.
Okay. I was about to say, no, come on now.
He's on paid administrative leave.
There it is.
Being
2
investigated
days ago,
by
Isaiah Roberts made an application to the Rogers County Sheriff's Office for a position as a detention officer. He was interviewed.
Sheriff Scott Walton tells me they started a background investigation and found Roberts had a history of pawning items.
One of the items that he pawned was an expensive night vision type scope for a rifle that belonged to the Inola Police Department. So obviously red flag shoots up.
The sheriff tells me Roberts stopped by the county courthouse here on Wednesday thinking he was going to get that job, but he could not have been more wrong. Instead, Sheriff Walton says Roberts found himself in handcuffs. The affidavit says he admitted to IPD to having the scope on Wednesday. What's more, Walton tells me the background check found other red flags. Roberts' driver's license was suspended several times, and he'd often be late on child support payments.
How did Inola Police Department not know that?
So, where's this at?
Oklahoma, it looks like.
Okay. For the uninitiated, there's this place in America called the Bible Belt. And I think Oklahoma's right on the edge of it, right?
Yeah.
And
it's the buckle.
Yeah. Shoot somebody in a robbery, I don't know. They're going to give you a bond, probably. You know, taxes is between you and the IRS, typically. Flee in a vehicle, high-speed chase. They'll probably give you a bond. Dog, be a deadbeat dad, and there's documentation of it. You better buckle up, homie. This is like no fault divorce place here, dog. Like the institution of marriage and child rearing is taken very seriously down here. I have seen people jacked up for that. If they can find you, they will get after you. Anyways, it's you think I know where Inola is? I don't care about anything north of the Red River. I don't care at all. Oh, my goodness. It doesn't start becoming important again until you get to about Colorado. Because then it's prettier. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, don't be late in your child support payments in the South. They will come after you. I've taken someone to jail for it. A couple of they had warrants issued. We were doing a warrant roundup, and my sergeant, God bless her, she goes, "Oh hell no, we're taking this guy like straight to the top of the stack." And I was like, "Wow." I think we got him at work. He was like a machinist, like the GM plant or something. And she called ahead and was like, "Hey, is he there? We just got to ask him a couple questions." Like, yeah, showed up. We pinned his car in case he got away. It was kind of wild. We're about it, though. He was not a cop. He was applying to be a cop. I think he was working in the jail.
I think it was the opposite. I think he was applying to the jail, but he had been a cop or was currently a cop. Because
Well,
if you'll
that's
notice, he
wild.
was in full uniform.
Also, Oklahoma, and why I don't care about Oklahoma.
Because that's how he got the Enola Police Department's equipment.
Coon Pond Squad. Steele's on it today too, man. He's in high form.
I don't think it's my business to address how they do background checks, but I mean, I can tell you that it was not long into this background check that our investigator found these red flags, and they only got rid of it.
Inola Police Chief Cliff Stevens backed out of an on-camera interview we scheduled for Thursday, saying he was getting requests from many different outlets. Instead, he tells me he plans to send a news release vetted by the city's attorney.
How does somebody get away with this?
It certainly showcases.
I'll tell you what, but the sheriff was about it. He goes, "Oh, it's not my department. Hell yeah. Bring out that camera, boy. You want some water? You want some whiskey? Hell yeah, I'll get on camera." Bro, sheriffs are wild, dog. I tell you what, in old age, when I'm too old to do it, I'm totally running to be a sheriff somewhere. When my knees and my back are too bad, I'll be like, oh yeah, that was indeed the chief. Again, Oklahoma, lower your standards.
This is a flawed system that somebody can stay in this position and go from one agency to another and have a track record like this.
Walton tells me if local law enforcement were paid more, then they'd maybe see fewer cases like this.
We done the profession of law
Oh, so
enforcement
this is common?
a favor yesterday.
What do you mean fewer? This should be like once.
Hey, remember, shit
It's
sandwich
Oklahoma.
guy.
Oh yeah,
That was in
that's true.
Texas.
That was in Texas.
It's
Yeah, that was
Podunk.
San Antonio.
Remember the Mexico flag and the the Dixie
That's
flag.
true, yep, that's true.
Once you get to there, like the rules don't matter anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. I guess I get to give PD points because they arrested him. Shout out to them.
Sheriff deputies arrested him. He
deputies
was
arrested?
PD. He was apparently still currently PD because he was in uniform.
Can I take that from admin?
Yes.
Okay.
Especially since he chickened out of that interview.
Yeah. And then I'll give points to deputies for holding it down. I'll give him 15. That's not 15. Get it together, Josh. They did good. Oh, that was a big block here.
Mm-hmm.
Officers decided to join in.
I started at 6, and the people that were working before me said she's been in the shower since 4 o'clock this morning.
That was a 4-hour shower. That's pretty intense.
I went in there and I asked her to leave a couple of times, told her she was trespassing. She doesn't have a membership. And I told her security was outside earlier, and she told me to off.
Is there any other females in here right now?
I'll check. Okay.
It's a private institution. They're allowed to control kind of, no. I'm going to say there's like a 10% chance that I put on the star on my chest. There's a 10% chance. I think I'm staying municipal, but maybe. Tarrant County's got me considering it. I kind of despise Anytime Fitness, like as a business model in general, but privately, well, it's privately owned. I mean, it's an entity owns it. This is private property.
Private equity owned.
There it is. There it is. Publicly traded and owned. They're allowed to control access. Even if you were a member, they could make you leave. They have like a bunch of different reasons they can terminate your like membership there, right? So they have all lawful authority. They've already told her to leave. She refused to leave. I'll be honest. I'm probably just telling that lady, hey, make sure there's no other women in there. I don't want to walk. I'm not going to be a male officer. I don't want to walk in there and have something. Have staff stand outside so no women walk in here not expecting to see a grown-ass man, right? And we'll go deal with this lady. I wouldn't need to go through the back and forth. It's been established. They've asked her to leave and she's refused. Also, preemptively, if I know I'm dealing with a naked lady, we had like crime scene tarp. We used to go to put over bodies. It's just something to cover this lady up. Towels. Maybe you ask staff for something. Just because you don't want to. There might be kids here, you know. Just
Department issued Snuggie.
Yeah, there you go.
She's been asked to leave by an employee, told she was trespassing, and she's refused to leave. Yeah. So what do we have?
He's in field training.
Oh,
it's a piglet. Okay, come on, piglet.
Trespassing. Okay. Trespassing, what degree?
So she's actually in the shower.
I didn't have degrees with trespassing. It's a misdemeanor, but it's trespassing. It's a misdemeanor in my presence.
She's been in there.
She's in there right now.
She's the only one in there.
The water running too?
Yeah.
She hasn't responded to you though?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, police coming in.
Good job announcing, rookie. Gloves. Come on. We'll see if the FTO's doing it.
It looks like a screen, so.
Yeah, there's a curtain on there. Yeah.
Is she standing?
I don't want to look in there.
I see. Is it around this way?
Yeah.
You think as a rookie he still thinks that she might be hot?
Man. I didn't think about that. Yeah, you're totally right.
He seems a little bit nervous about it. He's like,
oh
my God.
This little piglet's like, oh, dog. Might be reviewing this body cam. He has no idea he's about to be scarred for life. The first time.
Mm-hmm.
Dog. Piglet shirts would be nice. Bro, anytime anybody got into an academy, I would ship them a piglet shirt. You can show me a legit letter that you've made it into an academy, I would give a piglet shirt. That's incredible. I might send one to Derek retroactively just because I think it's hilarious. So 1,000%, I think Juan's tracking. This guy has this like very naive idea that this lady's hot, right? I'm gonna.
Oh, it's at a gym.
I'm gonna break this facade for you. If you're getting into policing, thinking that you are some, I'm not saying it never happens. I'm just saying it ain't gonna happen to you. Anytime it's something weird like this, it's always some like busted ass looking person. It's always funny though, because it'll be like the call text will be like 25-year-old female running naked in the street, and all them nasty pervy old timers are like, show me code. And you make scene, and I was like, I could slow them down, but I think they deserve this, you know? So you'd get them, you'd be like, she's fighting, and we would wait, and they would show up, and I'm like, you dirty old bastard, you get this. You get to go live with this for the rest of your life. I hope you're proud of yourself. Go have your...
And they go in there, no gloves.
Oh, boy's about to raw dog it? My dog.
Please. Audio video recording.
So the police are here. If you want to get dressed, and now you can leave.
Ma'am, go ahead and get dressed for us, please, so we can get you out of here.
Sure.
We're gonna give you some time. All right, we're gonna be in here, but we'll be off to the side. So if you need to reach out, if you're grab go ahead. Okay, we're not watching.
So something to consider. Do we want to give this lady a chance to get dressed? Yes. Do we want to give this lady a chance to get dressed and walk out of here? 100%. We're gonna do the CT warning. That's the best case scenario. However, lady's now criminally trespassing, right? We're gonna go issue the warning and all that stuff. Lady could still have a knife. Lady could still be an issue. Let's make sure we don't turn our back to the last known location that this lady's in, right?
Just like, I don't want her like being in there or something and to be liable for it. Oh, yeah, right.
Ma'am, are you getting dressed? Ma'am?
Peeking? Nasty? Not teasing.
Are you there? Ma'am?
Oh, gloves?
If you do not get ready to leave,
good job.
You're going to be placed under arrest for trespassing, okay? You understand?
Good job, rookie.
Ma'am? Ma'am?
Still make. He's going to look at his FTO. I already know it. He's already turned it. He's going to look at him like, I don't have to go in there, do I? And he's going to be like, hey, dog. It's time to go do first responder shit. Still make, son. Also, nose goes. Looks like you got it, big fella.
You wanted to be a cop.
Yep. It's all fun and
Hey,
games.
can you hear us? Are you having a medical emergency or anything?
So if this is Texas, might hit her with like a oye. Tu oye me? Something. Throw some Spanish out there. She might not have any idea what you're saying. It's probably not the case here, but just if you're in the South, it's a good swing. Throw a little Spanish out there. You know, be polite, señorita. Maybe should we get flattered? You know.
Okay. Yeah. Are you okay?
I got a third officer.
See your feet. Hey, can you?
Something you could do is shine a flashlight in there, just to make sure that you're getting visual attention. She might be hearing impaired for all you know. Just a last ditch effort. So when you do your report, something you're thinking about here, right? One, tactically, but also like from an ethics standpoint. Let's say she's hearing impaired and she's just in her zone, right? The other thing you got to think about is if there's somebody that's in a shower and not responsive and has been in a shower for 4 hours, could be dead. Or dying. So you maybe start to push the envelope there potentially. Like we start to talk about when I do that, it's gonna have to be articulated so they don't just think you rushed in there to go see this lady naked, right? Something that you're gonna want to do, but I think that the only thing off the top of my head is just give like a little flash indication, or hey, do these lights turn on and off? Can you flicker the lights real quick so we can see if we can elicit a response there? If we don't see anything, just be like, hey, use my witness. We gave this lady as many chances as we could. Because what you don't want, what'll likely happen, crazy or not crazy, is a complaint will come out of this that a bunch of men came in there while I was showering and ripped me out of the shower, right? Whether it was legal or not legal or whatever, there's a potential there where if that story gets spun the wrong way, you get an ambulance chaser that's got an axe to grind, or a news station that's not very police friendly, and they decide to run the story how they feel like it because they're under no obligation to you, right? To run this story fairly in the eyes of the public. It's a much more sensationalized story to run this. So cover yourself by, one, showing it. You got a body cam. Let's play it up for the camera, but also give every possible opportunity for this person to notify to you, you know, before we go in here ripping this lady out.
Can you talk to us? What? I see we're in there. Okay. Ma'am, can you talk to us, ma'am?
Also start saying, hey, if we need to know if you're not responding to me, you could be dying. I'm about to go in there for your welfare. I think you have a perfectly rational reason to do that.
Do you need medical attention?
There it is. There's the question.
Ma'am, you're going to be placed under arrest for trespassing, okay?
Since the Barbie was making no attempt to dress herself, the officers were forced to intervene.
We're going to be going in and grabbing you, okay?
Okay.
All right, ma'am. You're under arrest.
I'm gonna finish rinsing.
You need to step out.
I answer. Okay.
Oh no. Okay. So
Escape from Whoville.
Right. Something to start considering outside of taking in what I'm sure is a wonderful visual. Be looking for injuries. This is gonna seem weird. This is first responder mode here. Injuries, mental illness things, because maybe this isn't just a criminal trespass situation. For all you know, this lady was assaulted and is just like coping. Even though all I'm getting at is you don't know what you're looking at, right? Be looking for injuries, be looking for stuff like that. Ask the questions you need to ask, get orientation stuff, maybe try to get her ID'd, all that kind of stuff. But there's stuff that you need to start looking at because you're going to have somebody that's probably not either all there or not responsive. And so if they're not going to tell you, you need to start looking for some of those. Because now I'm not saying go and do a body inspection on this lady. I'm just saying, like, make sure she didn't fail to attempt to cut her wrist. This happens all the time. I call them quitters. That's probably mean. I never would call them that. But in jest, in my own time, you have somebody that does like an attempt on their life or something like that, and they're in denial. They're probably embarrassed about the situation. They're likely not going to tell you anything. So rather than just hooking this lady up and dragging her through here naked, right? We start recognizing that there's potentially some self-harm stuff. There's the, like, I keep saying MHMR. There's a better word somewhere for it, but there's the mental health side of this that we need to be addressing. But it doesn't mean that she's not going to be criminally trespassed from here, but it means that, like, let's just make sure that she's not a victim in some way, shape, or form.
Okay.
You're under arrest.
Okay. I'm not trespassing. I paid to be here. First of all,
You've been asked to leave. You're under arrest. Come on.
I have not been here for hours.
That's
absolutely not.
Ma'am.
How long do you think you've been here? Do you know where this is? What year is it? Stuff like it bucks them. How long do you think you've been here? You know, stuff like that. Good question.
Let go of me now. Excuse me, I will get dressed.
21.
I have not been here for hours. I've been in here for 15 minutes.
So I would, for the sake of optics, give her an opportunity to get dressed if she's willing to do it, because you're about to have to drag her out of this, especially if she's going to be combative. The only downside is you didn't take that opportunity to frisk her bag for weapons, which would have been a smart thing to do, but it is what it is. We're here now. Something else to kind of consider here, just to save everybody else the sight that you're probably having to take in now.
Ma'am, you're under arrest, okay?
Hard one.
I know you are. So are you going to put some clothes on?
Absolutely.
For anybody who's asking what
Okay.
MHMR is, RJ has written it in the chat for us.
Thank you.
We apparently did not know. I thought you thought it meant resources.
I
right?
thought it meant resources. My whole professional career, I wrote, and in my mind, I just put MHMR and then thought it was mental health, mental resources.
Yep. We learned on stream
Or
that
medical
that is not what it
resources,
stands for.
something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good times.
I come from the old ways.
And then Josh got canceled.
Yep.
It was great.
Just like that.
For using the hard R.
Anyways. Merino Gaming, that's what it means.
Yeah.
And for the uninitiated here, the homeless population tends to almost always have some sort of mental health component to it. A lot of times, suspects in general. See this with burglaries. You can see this with like the groping call, right?
Mm-hmm.
They don't realize it's inappropriate. They have the mind of like an 8-year-old, right? But they don't have any infrastructure around them to protect them from bad behavior. So what happens? They get stuck in jail. When they're in jail, what do they learn? Bad habits. What do they become? Victims of other crimes. That creates this vicious cycle where now they are untrusting. Now they're going to be very antisocial. Antisocial behavior causes what? More offending. Like it's a very vicious cycle. So this is why you got to look holistically at people like this, especially because there's no, outside of the institution here, which is the gym, there's no other real victim here, right? It's not like the call where she ran up and punched someone in the face, right? And it's not saying that there's still not a mental health component to that call, but be thinking about that, because what you're wanting to avoid, you're going to arrest her on the 31st, right? Here in January, you're going to be seeing her again February 3rd when she gets out. So let's figure out like how to keep that cycle from happening. It eats up resources. It causes uses of force, which is stressful on you no matter what you want to do, but also slowly pushes you in a direction where you might have to end up killing these people eventually. I got very, very lucky. I won't name her because God bless her, this poor lady. Arrested her, I don't know, like 15 times. And the last time I interacted with her, I thought she threw a cell phone at me from I was 100 feet away. She saw me and spiked what I thought was a cell phone. It ended up being an airsoft gun. And she saw us because she knew we were there for her. And she ran out into traffic, and we caught her as she was running out into traffic. My lieutenant watches me and one of the rookies. It was really adorable. Pulling this lady out from running into traffic, and all I have is another rookie that was responding to it walk up to me with an airsoft gun in his hand. And I looked at him, and I was like, why the fuck are you unholstered? I was about to get mad at him for a second, and then I looked at it, and I was like, ugh. He's like, dog, she threw this. I was like, this could have been a completely different call if she had interacted any differently. But it's because we could never get her to stick with her regimen for treatment. But anyways, this is why this stuff matters. I tell you because I know.
Where's your lieutenant?
I don't have a lieutenant.
Can you get these officers out? Now, I have been here for 15 minutes. I hate to be here.
Flipped in a list of questions in there. He was doing the MHMR questions while you were listing them. He goes, well, let me see if I can find it. He's like, who's the president? What year is it?
There
Where
it is.
are you?
There it is.
What's
Let's
your
go.
name?
Let's go.
What's your number? Is there anyone I can call for you? He slipped in a what's your number in there.
Whoa. Sus. Sus.
He's
So
that
that's not
rookie 5
in dispute
seconds
right now.
before he
What's-
opens that curtain.
I was the chick. I gave up. That's an after party story. I'm not going to dox this lady on the internet, but there was a chick. She was the photographer that got arrested. I don't remember what she got arrested for. She was basically peeing in a thing and slept with one of the groomsmen.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. She got super drunk at this wedding.
Yeah.
Peed in the bushes,
And
slept with
she
one of
was-
the groomsmen.
I mean, she was objectively pretty, right? She used to win bikini contests and DFW.
Yeah, she was
Miss.
Yeah.
whatever.
Miss Mini Texas or something. Nothing
Whatever.
like.
Yeah, but this was
crazy
a
good,
conventionally attractive young lady, and she just had substance abuse problems. And I think I arrested her 3 different times. Once was DWI, another one was a domestic, and then I think the other one was possession. And one time I got to let her go, thank God, because she was such
We
a pain in
found
the
her in
ass.
the after party, didn't we?
That's what I mean. That's why I'm not going to dox
her.
her. Yeah, I'm not going to dox her here.
Yeah.
But like in that instance, you would get younger officers. There was one. The last time I had to deal with her, I looked at him and I was like, "You need to chill,
Miss Thang."
Stop. You know what, Christy? That tracks. But yeah,
it's probably super accurate.
Anyways, but she was out there living her best life, and yeah, it
Mhm.
caught up to her eventually. But again, there was a mental health component to that. There was some victimization likely happening there, and I had to explain that to a rookie. That they're like, why is she such a pain in the ass? I was like, well, look at her circumstances, you know. Anyways,
The dispute is you getting dressed.
Tough, traumatizing gig, especially wedding photography, bro.
Right. Well, I think she had a manager that used to do like all of this is before OnlyFans was a thing. As basically as close to that as you could get. And I think that she was around a lot of people trying to exploit because she was, willing to exploit herself, To what degree, I'm not sure, but based on the amount of times and the kind of people I would see her around, I was like, dog, like, why is the 75-year-old man that's not your dad or your grandpa picking you up? Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, it was weird stuff going on. I felt bad, but she was a subject of her situation, and these stupid young cops would just be caught up in the weirdness of it that they would fail to look at some of the rest of what's going on. Because you can save them, potentially. There's a small chance.
Excuse you!
Put some clothes on.
Get out!
Put some clothes on now.
I am law
You're under
enforcement.
arrest.
Excuse me! I am law enforcement. I will have your badge.
Okay, put some clothes on now.
Lieutenant?
Please get dressed.
Now! Chief?
Put clothes on.
I will! Get out!
Put clothes on.
Get out!
We're not leaving.
You will be arrested for sexual harassment. Let go now!
Please get dressed.
Let go now!
Get dressed.
So we've done a bunch of asking, done a bunch of telling. I think you give her a here, like, we're not going anywhere. I have no idea what's going on here. You put your clothes on or we're going to drag you out of here naked. I don't want to do that, but you're going to force me to do that. Just so we're not stuck here in this weird... we're not taking her for impersonating. Chris, chill. MHMR, okay, dog? They're going to say a bunch of wild stuff.
Now!
Get dressed.
I will have all of your badges. Oh, you just got the call? For sure. I suggest you take your officers the out now!
Please get dressed.
I suggest you take your officers out now!
We've been polite. Please get dressed.
Oh, this is Big Sarge. Wanting nothing to do with this call.
Please put some clothes on. This doesn't have to be any more embarrassing for all of us.
Oh, you could tell that made him feel uncomfortable. So she's reaching into a bag that he has no idea what's in there. Good cop brain. Rookie didn't flinch at all, but it is what it is. He's new. He hasn't been stabbed before, and it shows. He hasn't had to punch a grandma because she's reaching for a knife, and it shows.
Trying to bite your junk off.
Duh. My brain had had buried that memory. I hadn't thought about that in like a year. Oh no.
You're gonna be the one embarrassed. All
Now
three
I
of you.
get 2 things.
Chief of police.
That's what I'm here for.
You know who that
You keep getting dressed. We'll be patient. But if you stop and keep yelling, then we'll
is?
just
You
keep
piece of I have your badge. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Back the up.
You can't go that back.
I'm going in. I'm gonna do exactly what the chief of police said. You know what,
So I get where they're coming at. Like, he didn't want her reaching in the bag. And I kind of get why, but also, like, you had an opportunity to frisk it and you didn't. When she was being unresponsive, like, I don't know, dog. Is pistol whipping still kosher? In a deadly force scenario, everything's kosher. I'll leave it at that. This is not it. Oh, Big Sarge getting involved. My dog.
Maybe you're under arrest for trespassing.
I'm gonna sit here until your lieutenant gets here, so I can get some clothes on.
Can we try to slip on the sweatpants on the top or a jacket if she has one handy?
that person is 100% getting kicked. The best way, in case you're wondering, don't ask me how I know. Had a guy that got in a fight with a tree and lost, like literally fought a tree. He had ripped off he was like really, really high. So he'd ripped off all his clothes. So we kept like an oversized pair of, this is some sergeant, I don't remember who it was, kept an oversized pair of pants. You lay them prone face first. So the only thing they can really do is like lift their leg. You can't really do like a lot of kicking. You just kind of go and that's the easiest way to put pants on without getting, because if they're back up, you have a lot more mobility in your hips to pick your leg up. But if you're face down, it's a lot harder. The more you know, kids.
You have to dig a little hole for the.
No, stop. It would have been a little hole though.
Yeah. If you walk me out naked,
No one's going to do that.
you just put your hands all over me because I grabbed my clothes.
Well, no, you assaulted me.
I am law enforcement.
Okay.
I'm not putting that on.
On their lady pants, so it's going to be a pain in the ass. R.I.P.
I'm gonna sit.
Take one of those curtains. Use it as a poncho. Take one of the curtains. Use it as a poncho.
That's pretty top
I'm
tier.
sure Planet Fitness would be okay with it.
That's pretty top tier.
Hell, why doesn't like? I bet you could ask the staff. I bet you they have like at the very least like some oversized
Something.
towels or something that you could use. That would work better.
Yeah. Stop.
Be here.
Okay. I can talk to you after reading your rights, okay?
Reading my rights for what?
You're under arrest.
Thank you. Can you help me get dressed and remove these other officers for a minute, please?
I can try to help you get dressed. What would you like me to do?
Can I get dressed, please?
What do you want to some pants on first, probably?
If I have to ask one more time.
They got earpieces and handpieces. I'm here for it, dog. Shout out to these guys.
Are you the lieutenant?
No.
No, we have a fire department waiting. We'd like to
Coming up
address.
to this.
Are you the lieutenant going through my bag?
No, I'm not, sir. I think that was the best way to get her.
We need
Come on, rookie.
Yeah, that's what we need. Yeah.
Do you understand that, ma'am?
No, I get you. I'll do it if I'm here.
Okay. Sergeant is coming because we had to use force because you assaulted an officer and you resisted. And so we'd like to get you dressed before we leave here, but we need your cooperation with that. We tried that previously and you began taking a shower again. I don't want to do that again.
Though the officers couldn't get her dressed to impress, they did enough so she could walk out to the patrol car with her dignity somewhat intact.
Your dad's cop?
No.
CEO?
Is he going to use that as a hat?
Free advice. Ladies in the chat, back me up on this. This man ain't putting this bra on this woman. Come on now. What are we doing? This isn't even the rookie. What do we? Maybe it's another rookie. I don't know.
It might be. He's chewing gum during this whole thing.
Let's not. We're not putting this bra on this lady. Anyways.
Cincinnati State Prison.
We're doing this right, so
No.
we're gonna call it good.
No, we're not calling it good.
Bro, you're not hanging the.
He's decorating her like a Christmas tree. Josh went full data.
Y'all kill me, dog.
Just wrap her in some Christmas lights and be done with it. And she can't kick you.
Nobody wants that. You don't want it. She don't want it.
Let the dogs run loose around the yard.
Oh my god. All right, we'll keep going.
He doesn't know how to do it.
Okay, well, take it off my head and put it around my face.
Your bar right here? Or something.
Put it in the bag.
You can't handle it.
Try to look this up for you.
Your position, officer.
Do you want to put shoes on?
Now I can put shoes on.
That way we can walk you outside.
All right, what?
Everyone walk out. We're gonna come back and get all your stuff, okay? We gotta get another bag to put the stuff in, okay?
Good job.
Okay. Thank you. You're not injured at all?
Yeah, these mother put their hands all over me.
Okay, what's your injuries? Where are you hurt?
I'm not injured at all.
Okay.
I suggest you don't do that again.
What? We don't want you to go out. It's freezing cold outside.
I don't give a
Okay.
What do you?
Kinsey's sneaking. Did you get what you needed?
You like tiptoeing in the background or something?
No, her shoes were in the middle of the room.
Oh.
I love you. No, this is good. I'm good. Although I would not be upset about some chocolate.
Lisa said, I think he's a rookie in more ways than one.
That's not a bad thing, okay? That's not a bad thing, all right? He either doesn't have game or he's holding out for the, because the good Lord told him to, okay? Like...
You care it's freezing cold. Well, you just snatched me up at naked.
Yeah, I did. Do you want to answer?
AJ's in there some and I'm in here taking a shower.
Okay.
You want it? Okay.
Do you want to?
Lieutenant Fisher?
Thanks for the promotion. Do you want to help them? But then what's your last name?
Do you ask me who I am?
No, you're not asking that.
Go for it.
And do you have anything sharp in your pockets?
Does it look like I have anything sharp in my pockets? You just pulled my naked out of the shower disrespectfully as
Were those jackets checked at least before we put them on?
You can open the door.
Can you check the stuff you did?
Yep. For sure, check it out.
Okay. Just work on the
Did you get
pockets.
good on that?
Yeah.
You like my make you feel good? Are you checking my
Okay.
Didn't you just put my pants on just now? Yeah? Cicinella? He just got lieutenant. If I transport with these I have your back. You better believe that.
We're also audio video recording.
Good.
So just
Absolutely.
Yep.
I'm talking to him right now.
You have the right to remain silent.
Sir,
Anything you
can
say
you tell him to back the up?
So, right, you're up. These are rookies, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're doing everything. They're just doing it as they go. They've probably only practiced this a handful of times. So, typically, you're going to search them right before you put them in the car. Hindsight being 2020, you would have searched everything before you even tried to encounter this lady, right? Just make sure she didn't have any weapons or anything like that. Would have been probably easier and probably a little bit more humane because it looks like it's cold outside. To search her inside because you can search her before you put her in there, right?
If you're just getting her for trespassing to start with, ooh, that's some thunder. Holy crap.
Mm-hmm.
If you're just trying to get her out for trespassing, does that give you the ability to search her bags?
Mm-hmm. You're taking custody of it.
Okay.
Unless she's like, I want to leave it here. Mm-hmm. But the likelihood that there's...
I mean, if you're just trying to get her to leave before you, like...
Oh, no. Okay. Well, yes, because technically it's abandoned. Ma'am?
Oh.
Ma'am? You in there? They're asking you to leave. No response. Check in the bags.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. And if I find something that I don't think it's going to work, just destroy it. Log it in evidence if it's prohibited. If I can crack a bag of crack, book it. If they think I can charge for it, they'll add the charge later.
Mm-hmm.
I'll put that I found it. I said, hey, I was frisking for weapons and I found it. Does it likely get kicked? Probably. But in that instance, because it's a criminal trespass, I'm just really worried about scene safety here. Mm-hmm. Because she took the bag and put it down, it's kind of within her control, like technically. And yes, it is a search, and it's a search without warrant or anything like that. And really, would I take feeling stupid that I found crack that I can't charge her with? Sure. I'm going to feel more stupid when I have to shoot this lady because she pulls a knife out of that bag. Or like her reaching into the bag caused a fight. Now I'm having to wrestle with this naked lady.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know what I mean? There's like a safety. It's not always about adding the charge. Like that's a very secondary thing to a lot of this. The scene safety is always like the number one thing you're considering. And in that instance, because I realize like she's being uncooperative, right before I take what's likely gonna be a combative encounter, like she's clearly ignoring me and trying to stay here, has been here for hours, whatever, then yeah. Again, they had to turn the lights on and off, flash the flashlight, whatever it is what it is. But you could have also said, I'm going to frisk this for weapons before handing it to you.
Mm-hmm.
That's perfectly reasonable. Just kind of, press on the bag. I'm going to feel if there's like a machine gun in this thing, right? You might miss a small knife, but you got to take your chances on that.
Mm-hmm.
In a court of law, you have the right at this time to talk to a lawyer and have it present with you while you are being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, when would you understand each of these rights I've explained to you? Do you understand?
Did you really just read me my Miranda rights on a trespass?
Yes.
Did you?
You're under arrest.
Did you check the computer system? Tell me.
Do you understand?
Did you check the computer system?
Right,
yes or no?
Do you understand?
The answer is no. Shut the door, bro.
Pipe was also recovered from her jacket, and the
Wait, what?
What was recovered?
System.
right,
Yes or no?
Do you understand your
The
rights?
answer is no. Shut the door, bro.
A meth pipe. No meth, so it's just paraphernalia.
pipe was also recovered from her jacket, and the 37-year-old female was charged with attempted assault, criminal trespassing, and resisting arrest. YouTube thinks you'll love the video on screen. Click.
That's not bad. It's a rookie. I thought the rookie did pretty good. You know, he at least knew what he had. He's like, well, it's trespassing. You gotta leave. It's an easy call. She wasn't too bad, to be honest. I'll give him. You know what? I'll give him 15. I think he did pretty good. You know what? I'll give another 5 because that guy actively asking the rookie questions, like actively like letting him work through it. Generally, like he was still there and helping, but like that's how you make good cops is you let them kind of drown in a call like that for a little bit just so they can figure it out.
It's called building character.
Roughly 37. It's a rough 37, yes. That is Methany with the cool hair. Last couple. Yeah. We got one.
It's like
two,
an 80s
3, 4,
37.
5, 6, 7. An 80s 37. Godly. Oh.
Come on, dear. Feet first.
Got the safe rep.
Feet first. We'll get her shoe in there.
On January...
Buxom, I'm nowhere near getting back to positive. Bro, I if I was giving like plus 50s and stuff, you could accuse me of that.
January 6th, 2025 in Ohio, police were called to McDonald's after employees reported a woman exposed herself to staff and customers.
She's over here.
You want her gone?
Yes.
You want her banned?
Yes.
Yes, there are children here.
Yes. Thank you. Just go back to where we go to the office and we have our daytime.
All right.
Is that well?
So they want you guys gone.
Okay, that's cool. Then we need to be able to get out the door, and if we're zapping too much for that long, then we need to be in the
Take Sporting Goods, 498 Howell Avenue, that's 38.
I'll make sure that they just want her banned. Good. You want both of them banned or just her?
No, he's cool.
Is she cool to stay? Is she cool to stay too?
No, she's not.
No, him.
Oh, yeah, he's
Oh, okay, I got you.
He said the wrong thing to the wrong lady. Bro. Typically, McDonald's management tends to be pretty chill. I have watched McDonald's management like let somebody take like a 2-hour nap before like calling PD. Be like, yo, dog, I don't want to criminally trespass him, just make him leave. And I was like, you need to at least do it for 48 hours. Is what I told him. I was like, look, dog, if I'm showing up and going to make him leave, you're going to at least give me a 48-hour one. Like, that's fine. But you bite the hand that feeds you, dog. Bro, she was about it. Ban her. Like, not for a week, not for 5 months. Ban her ass. Like, okay. Yes, ma'am. I just like how they're like, nah, he's cool. He can stay. This other clearly homeless guy, because it's cold outside,
Bro,
you know?
I bet you anything that homeless guy was there before, just hanging out, chilling, eating his peanut butter, and this lady decided to sit next to him. And now, because his face is like, I don't know this lady. I don't want to deal with her either. I don't want to be dragged out with her.
Yeah. I'll cooperate as a witness. Is what he's saying, you know?
He's like, I know how this goes.
A lot of times they were really cool that they would like let, so they would wait like right before they would have to clean out the bathrooms anyways. Just be like, hey dude, you need to go in there, like take a real quick shower. Like we'll put the wet floor sign out so nobody walks in behind them, and like let them kind of take like a pseudo shower in there and stuff like that. Especially like when it was really cold, like it was miserable outside. You get some people that are very cool. I've seen some of the most like wonderful sides of society, especially when weather gets bad, and weather gets bad here. But I've also seen the opposite, so we'll see.
You're cool to stay if you want. You're the one who has to go, and you're the one that's getting banned.
Right.
I'm getting ready to leave. Thank
Okay.
you very much.
Let's get a rush
Oh,
on
she's
that.
British.
Do you want your shoes or by the front door?
Well, here's the deal. We'll figure this out between myself and my lawyer here.
You're free to stay.
He doesn't do anything like.
Is there somewhere you need to go? Somewhere? What's your plan?
Well, I was gonna try to get over to the store to get some things to buy up the street.
The gas station?
But actually, what I'll probably do is go over to a spot style.
I don't think she's drunk. It's hard to tell through body cam. Where are you? What year is it? Who's the president? Do you have thoughts of hurting yourself or other people? Start walking down that path. Probably more likely drugs, right? Or drug induced, like brain damage. It happens all the time. Meth is a hell of a drug. You're not going to get PI that easily, probably. The criminal trespass is going to be fine, but what you don't want is for her to go down to said gas station and then you have the exact same call you got to go deal with at the gas station. So let's be cops here. Can I get an R?
2A. Okay.
Bucks.
You want me to move on that? What do you need to leave?
Officer Julie.
Wait, sorry, come on, calling down here to verbal 10.
Do you know how to... Okay. I don't...
What's your name? What's your badge number? When were you born?
I get it. I just don't want her to go to jail or something stupid.
I know.
Do you want ambulance?
No, I do not.
Okay.
And I actually have severe CPTSD
Thank you.
to the point of I don't want to have to
Have to what?
hurt anybody.
Do you...
That's all you need, baby. Let's go. What do you mean hurt people?
Hook her up.
You're so stressed out, you're worried you're going to hurt people? Copy that. Let's take a grippy socks tour of the hospital. Let's go.
You having thoughts of hurting somebody?
Let's go.
There it is.
Forever and ever and ever and even. Don't think so, Ohio.
Ohio?
Oh, you got no skibbity riz.
Nope, not at all. My
Okay.
crew's behind me, reversing,
Okay.
pushing y'all right back out.
You want to get your shoes on? I want to let you get your shoes on before I escort you out.
Marino gets it.
It's cold out there. Is this her stuff?
You're an absolute idiot.
I appreciate that. Next.
I love his attitude. You know what? This guy's crushing it right now. I love this guy.
We
Bring
needed
back
this guy on that Allison call.
No kidding.
This guy by himself would have killed that call.
Dude. He's like, I appreciate that. I love it. Hey, she's going.
Not you, but the store. So I take this back.
That's fine.
Not from them.
Are these your jackets?
57.
Get out the damn door, mother.
Yo.
Was she getting like naked? She flashed. She flashed one of our employees, and the customer or two that was in here at the time.
But are they offended? Because that's important. I need a victim here.
How do you ask? Do you ask it like that, or do you go, did they like it?
No.
I'm not going to entertain that train of thought.
Did it right here.
Just go. Just go.
Good job.
You have it in your arm.
You're gonna know.
It's in your arm.
Bring all my belongings out here and you push me out the door so damn fast I can't even figure out how to get them all back.
You
Because I'm high. Put your jacket on, girlfriend.
Yep, you got him.
Put your beanie on.
She's been trespassed, looks like, from a few other places. Also, I was looking to see if she's been from here before, but it looks like it was some other places
I was
around.
trying to give her grace, you know, I just like, man,
Oh, sure.
see, you know, that's the word, grace.
Yes.
Lisa.
You can only do so much until, I mean, you got kids in here and stuff, so it's like...
Yeah, that's the reason why I told her to call you guys, because it is kids in here.
Yeah.
And we can't allow that for this to be established.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
It's not
Shout out to Walmart.
trespassing.
I'm just informing you trespass. If you come back, you will go to jail for trespass. As long as you don't come back, you're all good.
It's not trespassing because I've been wanting to buy something all day and I can't even get up to the
that's
counter.
fine. They can trespass.
You guys don't understand.
Jennifer. Thank you.
Nice.
They get it.
That works.
Now.
All right.
I'm not on the floor.
This is great. I'm impressed with these cops. These guys are crushing.
Please sit down. Like,
And after so many times,
It's a lot of
he told her.
A lot of drugs.
They deserve to work at a real police department instead of a fake Ohio.
Seriously, though, dude, like they just get it. This isn't the first time they've worked this call. They understand their authority. Even staff is like, dude, with the other homeless guys, chill. Like, you know, it's this dumb lady. You know, I'm proud. This is nature is healing.
Come to a real state,
dog, for real.
A big history of drugs, so I mean, it's well, no, jeez.
Oh, here she comes. Time to cuff.
Leave now the property, you're going to jail.
And I apologize.
Leave now.
But you
That's
have
fine.
to understand, if I don't get that out, somebody's gonna kill the hell out of me.
Leave now, you're going.
They got enough for the NED or the emergency detention or 5150 or whatever, Baker Act. There's a bunch of different names for it. They got enough. But I think they're really trying not to, which I don't blame them. It's still an arrest. Like, everybody would rather be free than not. Like, everybody, even if it's just to go to the hospital, but still.
Going to jail.
You're trespassing.
Leave the property, you're going to jail.
Put your coat on. Fold.
Don't come back. So let's give her a second.
Yeah, let's let that cool
She can
off.
go get her glove. If she comes back in, I'm just going to throw her in cuffs, dude.
She's trying to get in.
Jennifer, leave the property, you're going to jail.
Yeah, I can get that bad with this in my hand.
Okay.
So how far do you want to go?
Go home or go wherever you live.
Property. Go past the McDonald's sign and you're all good.
So stop.
Stop what?
You're not letting me even balance my anxiety.
Sarah, you gotta go.
I'm already pissing my pants. Think about the
Something else I'm going to articulate. She's in a cold environment and not putting her jacket on to protect herself from the elements. She's got a beanie in her hand, not doing that. She doesn't seem to be at least consciously effective or aware of how dangerous it could be. Something else I'm probably putting in that report for the emergency detention. Definitely sounds like a new shift. Yeah, dog. This is definitely a shift change is about to happen. They ain't trying to do nothing. Tweaky says, go home to a homeless person.
You can bounce your over there. Start walking or you're going to jail.
Put your coat on and go someplace
I
else.
have to get it out of here or you're going to get zapped with electricity. I don't even know how to push it back at you, back at you, back at you, back at you, back at you. Seriously.
No.
Stand down now.
Walk. Yeah. Where are you going, Ron?
Blow it up your ass.
Jennifer, go or you're going to jail. No.
Oh, well, all right.
Don't you even dare, damn it.
Come on.
I feel like she knows she messed up.
I can't
It makes me sad.
Don't make me, please.
Crazy people make me sad.
Help Mary, Mother Teresa. No.
Some poor kid trying to eat a Happy Meal getting scarred for life.
Mm-hmm.
And there's some sick mom that's like, that's what happens when you don't eat your vegetables. Man.
He's like, why is she getting arrested? Well, she didn't clean her room. Is the thing.
Yeah, exactly. They've been
That's
great.
called good parenting.
Yeah. So officers gave her plenty of chances. I do think they probably let the Baker Act stuff slide a little too much for my take. We were very aggressive about taking people to the hospital, mostly because Texas, you die if you spend too much time outside, especially if you can't take care of yourself. So I would say that our department was a little more aggressive on that. They might also not have the training to recognize or articulate those things, right? It might not be something they're used to doing all the time. But they acted within their authority. They're trying to be very gentle with her, but shout out to them. Go.
All right, let's stand up.
You have to let me get up! You have to!
Oh, man.
You have to! Stop!
It's pretty normal.
Stop! Don't make me go to jail for that bullshit. You got no idea what you think I can even do. Give me balance.
Just try to get her out here in the cruiser first.
Stop.
All right, Jennifer, you're going to have to do not grab me.
I'm trying to get the... You son of a bitch!
So always escort backwards. You're learning
I was
why.
gonna do does she kick pole, but they were doing so good, I didn't even think.
Yeah. So the reason you escort backwards is for that very reason. They can rear up and kick. It's much harder to do it the other way around.
Stop!
25.
Other smart way to do it is actually to keep them very close to a wall, like very close face first to a wall. You just walk them sideways. I've done that before too.
25. We have someone with a rap.
You're going to get assault on a police officer, so...
No! You don't understand. Do you know why he was fighting that hard? Damn it!
Oh, they're gonna get the burrito wrap thing?
Do you have anything on you? It's gonna poke
I'm
cigarettes
not
up.
being anybody. God.
Do you have anything on you, ma'am?
No, could you please give me the fuck?
We're going to be at Ollie's with this signal and high.
Take a seat.
Copy, 3. At Ollie's.
Good job.
Do you think she goes in a wrap regardless after that?
I mean, it just depends on how she's gonna.
On do. My staff instruction is gonna walk order leave.
Oh, you could do a call on a police officer if you want to.
I think she's gonna need a wrap.
31 apprehension and 31.
I mean, the way she was kicking in there, I'd say bought the ticket, she earned it. Let's just put her in.
Yeah.
Do they have to sign trespass? They just want
They just want trespass. But I mean, she was trespassed, so we trespassed her, so we do trespass now.
You're good on it. You're good on this
Yeah, we trespassed her. She wouldn't leave the scene, and then continued to come back.
I mean, I think she's earned it. I think we just. I don't want to take her to county and it'd be a problem.
You not need a rap no more?
No, she's in the cruiser, but I think.
Henry George,
8,001, back. So, because the way you're kicking and stuff, we don't want you to hurt one of us or yourself, so we're going to put you in what's called a wrap, okay? You'll be able to sit in it. So, I think. All right, Jennifer, step out.
We have to see it. I've never seen him apply it.
Come on.
My shoes on.
Do you want your shoes on?
If it's not easy, stupid, can't do it.
You want your shoes on?
I can cut my. I got my coat.
So something to be aware of, and just this is free advice just for people that maybe don't have the education or the background in it. When you see grown-ass adults that revert back to like a more childlike state, it is a big indicator that they had some sort of trauma or that they're responding to stress. Really, really, really common in people with mental health issues, because oftentimes there's some sort of victimization that occurs. There's no justice for it. They tend to cope very poorly, especially if that offender is within their family, which is common. So they tend to get hit with SSRIs. They tend to be more prone to substance abuse and self-medication, like alcoholism, smoking, weed, the whole gambit, right? And then what'll happen is an event like this, where you two grown men manhandling her, right, might I don't want to use the word trigger because I kind of hate the word, but it's effectively what it is. This is an actual version of that, where this brings them back to that mental state of victimization. And so as a self-defense mechanism, they will revert back to, it's very odd. You'll watch people become childlike. They'll ask for mom, weird stuff like that. But what's happening is it is literally a mental coping mechanism. And so when you see that, just understand who you're dealing with. It's not going to change enforcement action, but it might change maybe the way that you talk to them or the way that you interact with them. And it could keep you from, you can talk your way or trigger your way into a fight. Is kind of what I'm getting at. And also, as far as building trust, this is 1,000% not the last time you're going to deal with Miss Rachel here, right? Like, you're going to deal with this lady all the time. And so slowly over time, if you can keep creating relatively positive, even if you're having to arrest her every single time, if you're not re-aggravating that heightened sense of emotions, one, you might get more compliance in the future, which is kind of nice. But when you do have to fight her, it's not a full-on fist fight, right? She understands, you understand, you guys have a work. Well, this is not the one that hurts me. I've more than once in my career had people that were, oh, well, you're not the one that hurts. And it broke me to hear. That I was like, well, that means that there's ones that do. Or in their mind, that's just how they feel, right? That might not even be the reality of it. But you've done enough to earn rapport, build rapport, and earn trust that they're less likely to fight you. Same thing also happens a lot of times with just people with substance abuse in general. And man, in the homeless population, dude, the amount of victimization happening that's secondary to what you're dealing with is very high. That woman has likely seen a ton of unreported, talking SA, getting robbed, the whole nine, because of how vulnerable she is in that state. Just something to consider. See this a lot also with teenagers. You have like a 14-year-old that gets kicked out of the house and like has nowhere really else to go and is kind of at the mercy of gangs or neighbors. It's literally the streets. It's just not a friendly place. Anyways, just be cognizant of that. Do no harm.
All right, come on, get it on.
Out the door. But then I couldn't get her going because I couldn't get them off.
Come on, let's go. You ready? Come on.
I can't get my shoe on first.
All right, well. If you step out, you can push it in. There you go.
I can't get it in there.
So why don't you stand up and try to do it?
No, you guys back off! Don't. Use too much force, okay, please?
You're right here. You're right here.
Damn it. Ready, set. Oh!
All right, slip that under.
Oh, yeah, it's exactly what you said. Put him
Literally face down so they can't kick. Brilliant.
And then they do the little crisscross, even better.
I am here for it. This thing is cool.
I have to be able to have time to calm my heart rate down.
I want one.
So that I don't, because I do have a
I want one just for me to sleep in. It looks comfy.
Could you imagine this in a hammock?
Yeah.
You'd be crushing it.
Reminds me of those thunder shirts for dogs.
We'll do these, beat all these things.
Or the freaking Temple Grandin like hug machine.
Dude, every time the wife isn't home and I have to sleep in this house by myself, I take her weighted blanket. She's got like a legit 35-pound weighted blanket. Dog, I get it. Every time I use it, I'm like, I get it. It's too hot, so I have to crank the AC like way too high, but it's always nice. It's pleasant.
You just need like a fan that's right next to your face. It'll dry out your sinuses, but it's worth it.
No more anxious. Like a weighted blanket. See, look at that. Night, Christy.
You got 2 more.
Oh. Stop it. You're okay. Please. You're okay. You're okay.
Yeah, roll your wings. So
Ready? Take a deep breath.
High from the chest.
No yelling. No condescending language. Dog.
Oh.
Crush.
Please. Okay, please.
No.
That's gotta be cold.
Lean back. Lean back.
Lean back. Oh, not with that up there. That hurt. Hold on. I have to relax on one side. One's coming up with the other, and the other is not, and you have to stop it. I cannot do it like this. I cannot do it like this. Please. No.
Hurry up. Get free.
This needs. Hold on.
Yeah, I meant this.
Pull straight back.
Straight up.
Don't lean back.
4 more.
Stop it.
Stop it.
That's a sign. Now stop. Because you can't take me too far without my other that fast. Back down.
The microphone is not
So I
picking
can
up
get.
thunder outside my window.
Bro, it was pretty loud. It passed me and it was pretty loud.
Yeah, it is like shaking the house.
I can't. You don't understand.
I have to get my shoe off my foot. I'm feeling strangled already. Come on. You don't want you to hit your head. It's gonna hurt.
1, 2, 3. All right. Come on, dear.
Oh, it's got carry handles? Dog!
Look at her shoe in there.
This is great.
I'm here for it.
You're good.
This is...
You're white.
likely costs less and is a billion times more effective than the splooge drone or whatever the hell.
100%. More dignified too.
Oh yeah.
Stop.
You gotta stop using whatever it is you're using.
I haven't used all day.
I don't think that's like.
Hold on, please take it slow. God damn it.
The woman was arrested and charged with resisting arrest and trespassing. If she were convicted, what do you think the punishment should be? Drop your opinion in the comments.
Forced mental health help. Dude, I legitimately, bro, 30 points. Full
Points
points
back.
on that, dog. That was very, very good.
Shout out to Akron, Ohio.
Dude, no one got angry. No one took it personally. It's just it's about really out-of-pocket stuff. But also, I just is a really good example of understanding what you had in front of you. Didn't sass them. It was very, very good. They had a discussion a little bit about whether they're going to do the resisting charge. They knew they had criminal trespass, but that's common. That happens.
Mm-hmm.
Nope. I'm muted.
Prosecutors will now have to go to...
Do what?
Oh, they were trying to give her a chance.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's just a drone. Stop making it weird.
Trial. He faces charges over a stabbing incident on the Howard Franklin Bridge. Today, a Pinellas County judge rejected a stand-your-ground defense of Patrick Scruggs. News Channel 8's Jeff Patterson reports that the former prosecutor is now facing serious felony charges.
Former prosecutor Patrick Scruggs claims he was justified in his actions and had no obligation to retreat the day he repeatedly stabbed a man on the Howard Franklin Bridge. Today, a Pinellas County judge rejected those claims and ordered him to trial. There are multiple videos from September 26, 2023, showing Patrick.
That don't look like self-defense to me.
What's funny to me is this guy, a prosecutor, right, would know that a car is where the castle is, right? And I'm assuming he's not stabbing somebody in his car. He's stabbing somebody in their car. So not only is the stand your ground clause not gonna work for him because he's currently like burglarizing somebody else, an attempted murder probably. It's under the defense, like the reasonable and rationalness of it all. Like he's got all of this area to not necessarily like require the retreat, but like he could have made himself safe. And like he had to leave his vehicle to go and confront this guy. If this happened in his seat, he'd be covered. If the roles were switched here, this guy had approached him. Honestly, again, try that in Houston. Old Infinity driver here puts one through his forehead. The defense, this former prosecutor here, hopefully, is using would have covered him. He said, "Yeah, I was getting stabbed in my car, so I shot him in the face." They were like, "Yep, sounds legit. Where are you going to go? Your car's pinned in, so you can't drive away." You know what I mean? You can't make any reasonable attempt to flee. Yeah, smoke that fool.
Patrick Scruggs repeatedly stabbing a man.
I don't want to play into the stereotypes here, but he is committing a felony in slides.
Damn, dog. This is also
He's out here stabbing a dude to death while wearing friggin' sandals.
Did he kill him?
I mean,
oh man!
Why else
After a minor traffic accident on the Howard Franklin Bridge, several witnesses say Scruggs looked enraged when he used a knife to break out a driver's window and then stabbed.
Dog.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie.
You broke his window to do this too.
Defense of a third person. You have an opportunity to be a hero, dog. It's so rare it ever happens. You can be like, look, homie. Say hi to Jesus
what?
for me.
In defense of Crocs, Sarah said, I bet he owns Crocs. You never see this happening with somebody wearing Crocs.
Wearing flip-flops is so undignified. Frag, I'm with you, dog. I was raised that way. I don't own flip-flops.
Like, if you're not at the beach, what are you doing?
Or exactly. Pool, I'll bless it.
Yeah.
The public showers. Makes perfect sense.
Driving in them is incredibly dangerous.
Right. Agreed. Also, and this is a bit of a bias, and I can acknowledge this. Honda Civic drivers, in general, kind of the worst. Out yourself in chat.
Well, of the economy cars, I would say.
That's what I mean.
BMWs and Mercedes drivers are pretty bad. But they don't typically do. They commit driving offenses.
Yeah. You got beefs with flip-flops. No, on a beach is the only place.
Oh, on a beach is fine. Yes. Near water.
Yeah.
That is their purpose.
Yeah.
That's what they're for.
Again, Florida man, Florida prosecutor.
But yeah, don't commit.
Saw the knife in his hand, and I said, oh my gosh, he's got a knife in his hand. He's stabbing that person. That's what's happening. And it just made me just absolutely sick.
On the stand, Scruggs testified he saw a passed out driver who he thought was attempting to leave the scene.
So I stabbed him.
What? Got to make sure he stays there forever.
No,
I
sir.
don't want no Scruggs.
I wonder if he knows how dumb his defense is. Oh, I guess he's a prosecutor. He's not a defense attorney.
Yeah, he's a prosecutor. Yep.
He's an idiot.
He knows exactly how stupid it is. I don't know that he has much else.
No. Says he did what he had to do to stop him.
I was just trying to get him to either turn off the engine and get out of the car or just get out of the car on his own.
It's real rich. You would prosecute the hell out of a cop that did the same thing, and you'd be 100% justified. Because that's unreasonable force.
But today,
if he was the prosecutor, he would be burying them under the jail right now.
That's what I mean, dude.
He would stab them in court.
I tell you what. We've had this discussion
With the sharp blade of justice.
Yeah, with this. That was pretty good.
All right, you can educate now.
That was pretty good, actually. Being a cop is up there with one of the worst things you could be, going to prison, right? Like, it's up there with us and diddlers, right? But dog, a prosecutor? It's like up there with one of the worst things you could possibly be. Oh, dog. What? A passed out driver planning. Even Sarah's like, dog, your defense makes no sense. Sarah, qualified professional.
Judge Keith Meyer rejected the defense of stand your ground under Florida law. The judge saying in part, based on the circumstances as they appeared to the defendant, a reasonable and prudent person would not have used the same force as the defendant used. As a result of the ruling, the judge set a trial date in September when Patrick Scruggs will face felony charges of aggravated assault and aggravated battery. In Pinellas County, Jeff Patterson, 8.
Good luck, homie. Let's see. Judges get points. Prosecutors lose points.
Count the stabs. That's how many points he gets.
Get good. Let's see. I guess that's it. That's really all it is for this one. I gave points to media because I thought it was funny.
It was just a sharp sternum rub.
Y'all need to chill.
Sandhandle, is that your first chat message?
Is that really?
So.
Welcome.
I haven't seen that one before. Oh, no, they're a member.
Welcome.
Maybe they have been here before with a different...
A new decision. The U.S. Supreme Court has just ruled 9-0 in a case that involved the Fourth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. This unanimous decision from the court, it was in favor of a woman who lost her son when a police officer killed that son during a traffic stop. Now, the story itself obviously comes with a lot of nuance, but the key takeaway is that the American citizen in this particular case, she prevailed against the state, and therefore, this unanimous Supreme Court decision expands all of our rights under the Fourth Amendment. But funny enough, the specifics of this case, they might not make that a universally good thing because it might make the job of a police officer that much more difficult and dangerous. But in order to explain what that...
Though I appreciate that he's explaining all this. My brother in Christ, we are 45 seconds into this video. Please get to the point of the facts of the case.
Means I need to go through the details of this case together with you. To start with, let me give you a bit of background on what actually happened here. 9 years ago, on April 28th, 2016, at approximately 2:45 in the afternoon, an incident took place over in Harris County, Texas. A police officer named...
Try that in Houston.
This is what we find in Houston.
Yes. What's up, Bob?
Roberto Felix Jr. received a radio alert about a vehicle that had outstanding toll violation. Officer Felix...
For tolls?
Oh, my God.
That's pretty petty.
Send him a thing in the mail.
Right.
While driving down the highway, spotted that particular car, turned on his lights, and pulled it over. Now, the
1443, dog. This is some day shift stuff, dog. We wouldn't even consider it on nights.
driver in that car, 24...
Don't stab folks, okay?
year-old Ashton Barnes, he pulled over to the side, and he stopped on the shoulder of the highway. So far, so good. Everything is by the book. Officer Felix then got out of his police cruiser. He walks over to the car, and he asks to see Ashton's driver's license as well as his proof of insurance. Now, Ashton, he says that he doesn't have his driver's license on him and that the car is actually a rental, which was true. It was actually his girlfriend's rental car, and it was the rental car that had these unpaid tolls on it, meaning it really didn't have anything to do with him. Also, it is perhaps worth mentioning that driving without having your driver's license on your person in the state of Texas is technically a crime, although it's a very minor one.
So he lost some. You still have to verify that that is indeed a rental car and that he is indeed not the registered owner, which would require the producing of a driver's license. And
I mean, if you pull... I mean, if you run the tags, wouldn't that like basically go to...
It should have gone to
Enterprise
Ian's
or whoever the
Holdings
hell
or whatever it was,
Yeah.
right? It should have.
As a rental owner, like...
But technically, like, the tolls are there, right? Like, the conversation could be had.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, if it's going to a rental place, then it's the rental company's,
Right.
I guess. That's their...
You're just making sure that this guy's not the
responsibility.
registered owner, really. Because it could be the owner of the rental company, for all you know. You're like, hey, dog, you got to go do this. Sam, thank you for the super chat. I am not hydrated, but thank you. They called me handsome at work today.
I
am. I think the traffic stop was good. There were warrants on the plate, depending on what the name for the warrants were. I think it's important, but he could have asked for the ID. I don't see any issue in that. You have to produce it, so.
According to the Texas State Transportation Code, specifically subsection 521.025, drivers in the state must have their driver's licenses on them while operating a motor vehicle. But if you don't have your driver's license on you, you'll just be given a ticket, which you can actually dismiss if you go on over to the courthouse and just prove that you do have a license.
Just to be a troll. But you can also immediate disposition to the citation, be taken straight to the jail to go and see the judge right now, rather than just being issued the citation and being sent on your way. You can go to jail despite it being a minor infraction. You could argue failed ID, and you're on viewing failed ID on a valid traffic stop. This is basically what takes every single sovereign citizen to jail every single time, is they've failed to produce. You just hold. I've seen it done before, and I wouldn't have any beef with it. They just hold their insurance information and their driver's license up to the window, and that would be sufficient for me, as long as I can read it. As long as I can see both.
What if I just tell you my ID, though? And
that works too. That works too. I'm good with it. As long as you have a valid drive. Technically, the law is you're supposed to have it on you, but as long as I can verify that you have a valid one, I don't care. Me personally, I don't care. I'm not a state trooper, so...
Does saying my ID, even if I don't produce it, would that at least make it okay? It's not fail to ID. You can't do fail to ID, but you can do
right. Yeah, you've satisfied.
Okay.
You've satisfied my need for that, and maybe I can give it. It's just like a sergeant would be pretty pissed off if you took someone to jail and cooperated with the stop, gave it to you, and you're like, well, I'm going to ticket him for not having his driver's license on him, and we're going to go immediate disposition on the citation. Like, that's kind of a scummy move. And honestly, the judge probably, by the time you get to see them, kicks the charge anyways, because you've sat in jail for a thing that should have been a citation. It happens all the time. Traveling, these losers. You're traveling on a public roadway, loser.
It'll just cost you a $10 dismissal fee. Meaning, as a practical sense, that not having your license on you is a very minor issue in the state of Texas.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, so that's the situation that Ashton found himself in. He's in a traffic stop. He's driving a car that has unpaid tolls on it because it's a rental car. He doesn't have his license on him, and he's now rummaging through some papers in the car trying to find the insurance paperwork. This is, though, when things take a bad turn. Here is how this chain of events was described in the court filings. Quote, during this interaction, Ashton was digging around in the car. Officer Felix warned Ashton to stop doing so, and claiming that he smelled marijuana, asked Ashton if he had anything in the vehicle Officer Felix should know about. In response, Ashton turned off the vehicle, placing his keys near the gear shift, and told Officer Felix that he might have the requested documentation in the trunk of the car. What happened next was captured on Officer Felix's dash cam. Now, we do actually have that dash cam footage, and fortunately, it's pretty clear visually. But just because of the angle, it's a little hard to make out what's going on, and so let's do this. I'm going to show you the footage, and then I'll give you a moment-by-moment breakdown.
If we're going to that paper office out for me. Go and shut out for me. Don't fucking move! Don't fucking move!
So talk about, this is a rule, we don't stop moving cars with our bodies, right? He jumped in the car and created the set of circumstances that led to deadly force. Now, for some odd reason, you get pushed in this car and the guy's driving. Oh, we lost a wand. We did lose a wand. Oh, hold on. I'm going to adjust this real quick. I'm adjusted. Yeah, this where I come from, this would be unjustified, to be honest. We had an officer, gosh, this was in 2016, maybe 2017, had a very similar set of circumstances where he jumped on the passenger side of it. You just look up Arlington PD shooting. He was an Asian officer, but he jumped onto a van and shot him, and they ended up, I don't know if he got charged or not, but he definitely got let go from the department.
Okay, so let's unpack what we actually just watched there. Starting at 2:45 p.m., 28 seconds, Officer Felix orders Ashton to open. 1 second later, Officer Felix points his weapon at Ashton and begins shouting, "Don't effing move," as the car begins to move forward. At this point, the court document describes what happened. While the car was moving, Officer Felix shot inside the vehicle with no visibility as to where he was aiming. The next second, Officer Felix fired another shot while the vehicle was still moving. After 2 seconds, the vehicle came to a full stop, and Officer Felix yelled, "Shots fired," into his radio. Officer Felix held Ashton at gunpoint until backup arrived, while Ashton sat bleeding in the driver's seat. At 2:57 p.m., which was just 12 minutes after the trunk was opened, Ashton was pronounced dead on the scene. Now, the relevant piece of information that we really need to take away from the shooting in order to understand the legal case moving forward is that Officer Felix chose to jump into the car as the car starts to move forward. Right. And within just 2 seconds of being on the car that's moving, he decided to shoot his gun at Ashton. Just 2 seconds of the car moving after he jumped on it himself. Meaning that you can make the argument that Officer Felix created the life-threatening situation that he found himself in. This meant that from just a criminal perspective, there was nothing that Officer Felix had to worry about. In the eyes of the law, from that perspective, he followed police protocol and he killed Ashton only while acting in self-defense, while he truly and rationally believed that his life was in danger. So that's all on the criminal side. However, on the civil side, Officer Felix was not as lucky. You see, Ashton's parents, they filed a lawsuit on behalf of their son, arguing that what Officer Felix did during that traffic stop amounted to excessive force under the Fourth Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. All right, just to pause here for a super quick moment. Listen, it's obvious that the financial system, or you can simply text Roman to 65532. I'll also throw a link to their webpage. It'll be down there in the description box below. And in case you haven't been in a high school civics class in a while and you forgot what the Fourth Amendment is, let me read you the entirety of the text. Quote, "The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue, but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and the district court, they issued a judgment in favor of Officer Felix saying the following, quote, "At the moment in time the officer fired his weapon, he reasonably believed that his life was in danger. Therefore, the officer did not violate the Fourth Amendment." Ashton's parents, they then appealed that decision to the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals. However, the appeals court also ruled against them. In their decision, you had the Fifth Circuit lay out the legal standard upon which they evaluate these types of officer-involved shootings. And they explain how, according to their legal test, it does not matter what happened prior to the shooting. As long as at the moment of the shooting, the officer believed that his life was in danger, well, it did not matter that led the officer to discharge his weapon. Himself in that situation by jumping into the car. The singular question—
Sorry, it's taking me a second. I'm trying to pick through what he's saying.
—is whether or not, at the moment of danger, did the officer have a reasonable fear that his life was an imminent threat? The appeals court found that he did, and therefore there was nothing else to discuss. However, Ashton's parents, they appealed this decision as well, all the way up to the U.S. Supreme Court. And the central legal question that Ashton's parents brought up to the U.S. Supreme Court—
what did this guy have to do to get inside this car? Did he have actual reasonable suspicion to put himself inside of that car? As I'm guessing.
was simply a question of timing, whether courts can look only at the last 2
It's the totality of the circumstances versus the moment of the threat, I believe, is the discussion. I've been looking at this discussion legally here for a while.
seconds right before the shooting, or whether they can also consider the earlier events, the ones that led up to those 2 seconds. And after hearing oral arguments from both sides, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled unanimously in favor of Ashton's-Harris. And in doing so, they effectively eliminated the so-called moment of threat test. Writing the opinion for the majority of the court, you had Alina Kagan write the following, quote, "The question here is whether that framework permits courts in evaluating a police shooting or other use of force to apply the so-called moment of threat rule used in the courts below. Under that rule, a court looks only to the circumstances existing at the precise time an officer perceived the threat inducing him to shoot. Today, we reject that approach as improperly narrowing the requisite Fourth Amendment analysis. To assess whether an officer acted reasonably in using force, a court must consider all the relevant circumstances, including facts and events leading up to the climactic moment." Now, the entire federal legal system works exactly on these types of rules.
So, and me personally, bro, this dude is a professional yapper. I know. I'm a professional yapper too, but he's going way too extra. I do think this is going to be a good thing. There's a couple of situations that you got to think about, right? So it's like a welfare check, right? Somebody's inside the house. They haven't heard from them for a while. I do a bunch of knocking. I do a bunch of announcing. I exhausted every possible way of, trying to check if there's somebody inside or not. A lot of times, most time we would choose not to go in because I was like, it's unreasonable for me to force entry here. This person's allowed to be secure in their privacy of their own home, right? Unless I have some other exigent circumstance I can articulate. Versus forcing my way in and whatever, it turns into a shooting. And even though he was shooting at me and I legitimately shot back in self-defense, did I have any legal reason to be there? I talk about law enforcement objective all the time on the show. The Supreme Court is now verifying that law enforcement objectives are important. And you see this all the time, but what are we doing? Like, what are we doing here? Like, what's the goal? And I think that this is going in favor of that. If I have a legitimate law enforcement reason to be there and to intervene with something, then you're going to be covered. Most of this is for qualified immunity, is what it's going to be. But vanilla dog. I know I yap. I am not throwing that stone. I can understand for the moment on the civil, but civil side, yes. Yeah, I think the what's going to happen, though, is that you're going to start to look at kind of in a similar vein to like stand your ground, right? In a stand your ground scenario, as long as I'm in the lawful place where I'm allowed to be, I don't have a duty to retreat. But it has to be I'm in a lawful place and I can't like run, just like with the prosecutor, right? I can't get out of my car, run up to your car, and then start stabbing you and try to claim that you made a threat to me. Like the circumstances have to be favorable, and you can't create the circumstances that cause a deadly threat encounter. But yeah, I think it's important. I think it's an important thing. Shout out to judges in this case. I will give them points. I do think this was likely the right ruling. How this will play out, I think will be interesting. I could see pursuit policies maybe changing over this. Definitely could see SOPs for how to interact with a car, but most police departments are decades ahead of this. That was already on the books in my police department almost 10 years ago, if not longer. Most police departments 10 or 15 years ago made the decision that like, hey, we're going to evaluate everything when it comes to the shooting, not just what happened right then and there. Unless it's a bang play.
From Waterbury to
the difference is I do not treat y'all like idiots. I assume y'all know what I'm talking about, as opposed to rehashing every single little thing that was there. We learned this in the CCW class. See, Buxom gets it. Also, Joe Schmo. What's going on, homie?
Tonight, good evening and thanks for joining us for Eyewitness News at 6.
4 more.
I'm Mark Zinni.
And hi, everyone. I'm Erin Connolly. Our top story right now at 6, the shocking footage of a Waterbury police officer threatening someone while on the job.
Officer Sebastian Ali has been placed on administrative duty as the department now launches a full investigation. Your reporter Dylan Fearon live right now on West Main Street tonight with the new details for us. Dylan.
Well, Mark, Aaron, Officer Ali is not patrolling tonight. We have to go back to May 2nd. It was a Friday night. Officer Ali saw someone make an illegal turn around here that night. He tried pulling the driver over, who refused and kept going. Now, we have video which Waterbury Police has confirmed is Officer Ali. At some point, he was speaking to people that seemed to know who was driving that car. It got tense. Officer Ali was angry, and we had to bleep out several words as he used disgusting language. Here's the video.
I saw your face. All right, bro. I'll see you. Don't worry about it. All right, I'm gonna you up when I see you too. That's why you don't want to come here, because you. That's what it is. That's what I thought.
If that car doesn't appear in the next 10 minutes, I will literally make your life a living hell. I am the wrong cop to take off on. I will be here every day knocking on your door. I will put an APB out on that car right now and make sure that every state trooper, every cop in this city and every other city is looking for that car. And whoever is found in that car is going to get so up.
And Waterbury.
Either you got it or you don't is kind of the phrase that we use. I've had cars that ran from me and they run and didn't fit within my pursuit policy, so I let them go. If anything, it saved me a lot of paperwork. This is a bring back robot cops moment, right? Like, we don't want to be idiots here. You can't take stuff like that personally. I understand getting a little heated because what they did was dangerous. They could have hurt somebody. They could have killed somebody. I understand the arguments about wanting to go get them. Work for a department that'll let you chase for that. You know, for an illegal U-turn, that's a misdemeanor. You're not chasing for that. It's not stolen. They didn't rob a bank. They take off. They're idiots. Run the call as evading in a vehicle. Put a warrant on the plate. You're going to stop that car every time you see it. It's not hard. There's legal ways. I know it's not really disgusting language. It's just unprofessional is what we'll say. Yeah, his attitude if I was the chief there, that's the last guy's that dude's not working there anymore. It just, you can't be emotional because, like, again, you say you're going to fuck him up, you know, you actually get to the point where you're going to actually do an arrest, right? And you have to use force. All of that's going to be considered bias. He's an idiot. Oh, it had to be PD. We were doing so well. What he did was potentially a felony. If they wanted to really push for its official oppression, we use basically the authority vested to you as a law enforcement officer to threaten somebody for a non-law enforcement objective, then you were definitely committing what's it called? Official oppression. There's a couple different ways of looking at it, but bring back robot cop. Agreed. Goon squad behavior. That's 100% goon squad behavior. Were you though? Doesn't matter if there could be a body in the trunk. Tweaky, agreed. Don't get killed and put into a trunk is my advice. Was hoping Keith would be here for this since it's older. We'll see. That's what y'all get for putting it in chat.
We'll show you the incredible rampage by a hijacked tank.
They got down.
It was a frightening scene. A man who reportedly had emotional and financial problems got a hold of an army tank last evening and took it on a wild ride through the streets of San Diego, crushing everything in his path. Correspondent Reed Galen has the story and the incredible pictures.
58 tons of war machine on a rampage in San Diego.
Actual weapon of war, boys and girls. Free advice. Evan, y'all be trolling me.
An apparently depressed, out-of-work plumber locked inside. 34-year-old Sean Nelson had been a tank crewman in the Army, but police had no idea who was at the controls until it was over.
He's been talking to his neighbors and friends about suicide and also going through some bad times, no money.
Nelson stole the M60 tank from a National Guard armory. The gate was open. He broke into 3 locked tanks, unable to start the first 2. He was...
Dog. Whoever worked at that National Guard place, the ass chewing. I just can't imagine, dog. Like, rip. You better believe. Oh. BWP. It's not the last time that's not the first time I've been told that. Killdozer was a little bit more creative. At least that guy made it himself. This guy stole it.
Wasn't noticed till he rumbled away in the third. There was no ammunition in the tank, but Nelson left a trail of crushed cars, broken utility poles, and gushing fire hydrants before rumbling onto the freeway in another improbable California chase scene. It was bizarre enough to appear almost comical at times.
His head was like out of the tank, and he was yelling Plumber Bob.
But it wasn't.
He knew that it was trying to kill us.
Nelson did not seriously hurt anyone before getting hung up on a freeway barrier. Police managed to open a hatch as Nelson maneuvered to free the tank, refusing to surrender, and not knowing if he had a weapon, police said, they shot and killed him. The streets of American cities are often described as combat zones. No wonder. If Nelson hadn't hung up himself, police said, another tank might have been the only way to stop him. Reed Galen, CBS News, Los Angeles.
Bro, how wild. Some dude rolls up in like an Abrams and just was like, rip. I'm surprised they wouldn't just like scramble the Air Force or something and, I don't know, hit them with a missile or something like that. Like they don't, bro, tells you how much military readiness was, like, you know, bro, post 9/11, that would have happened. Dog would have had an F-16 dumping a missile down that hatch stupid fast. And they wonder why law enforcement wants tanks and stuff. Yeah, you're not pitting a tank. It's just that happening. Maybe you could get away with like, I don't even know that a bulldozer would be big enough or heavy enough to do anything about a tank. Pit for a U-turn? Yeah, dog. Pre 9/11. I know it's pre 9/11, Sarah. I can read. But yeah. I guess this goes under feds. I don't want to get rid of 420, but we'll take points from feds. Way to let a tank go. Idiots. And then I guess I don't really take points from anybody there. What are you going to do with a tank? You don't have anything to do, like, what are you going to do? Sacrifice a car? Okay, last two. We're going.
Startling crash that is raising more questions about how long it takes Dallas police to respond to urgent calls. You see two young boys here standing on a sidewalk, suddenly hit by a car. Now we have learned it took Dallas.
Trigger warning. Kids get hit by a car, in case you're wondering.
Police more than 4 hours to respond to that crash and begin investigating what caused it. Scott Friedman continues.
Thanks, BWP.
Our NBC5 investigation. Help on hold. Scott?
Brian, that crash left one of the boys injured, and it left the boy's father with serious concerns about why it took police so long to show up. It's an incident that also highlights how delayed Dallas police responses are also tying up firefighters.
What are the odds he could have figured out? Well, I mean, he worked in a tank. Like, if he knew how to drive it, that means he had training on a tank. Like, it's not like a Humvee where you just find the switch and flick the thing on. Like, there's a startup procedure, I'm sure, for a tank. I guarantee you the only thing that would have kept him from doing it was, one, there being actual ammunition, but two, probably like needing to stop driving, go up to the shooting position, move it to shoot it. But yeah, he probably could have. But you would have had to move from like loading it to shooting it. I don't think America had any self-loading tanks at the time, or at least that was not a self-loading tank. But yeah, I'm almost 100% sure that if you were issued some piece of equipment like that, or you were responsible for a piece of equipment like that, you knew how to do all of the jobs technically. Just in case somebody got hurt or killed or whatever, that they place redundancies on. You had like a primary job that you would typically do, but I'm almost like, there's no reason why they wouldn't teach everyone how to do everybody else's job. Finding the keys for the Humvee. Yes. You do not need to find the... If you find keys for a Humvee, you've done something wrong.
Forcing them to wait hours for officers to arrive.
Two 10-year-old boys out for a Sunday afternoon bike ride when suddenly an SUV jumps a curb,
Careful, kids get hit.
Swiping them. Then you hear the driver crashing into a retaining wall down the block. From another neighbor's doorbell camera, you can see the boys knocked to the ground.
Unfortunately, this wasn't bad. I don't know why they keep repeating these kids getting hit. It's kind of weird. But...
The crash near Dallas's M Street's neighborhood, leaving them stunned, and one of the boys hurt.
Luckily, he's a pretty resilient kid. He's got a concussion. He's got a probable fracture in his wrist.
Jeff Hoschild rushed to the scene to check on his injured son and found Dallas firefighters got there fast.
It was 2 ambulances, 2 fire trucks.
He says paramedics began treating his son and took the driver to a hospital.
And then we proceeded to wait for Dallas police to show up on scene.
Waiting not minutes, but hours.
Motor pedestrian accident. Rescue 55.
It's 3:54 p.m. when 911 operators received the first call. Police confirm they coded it as an urgent priority 2 response. The department's goal is to respond to those calls in 12 minutes or less. But DPD tells us the first officer did not arrive on the scene until 8:26 p.m., 4.5 hours after police.
So, I've worked short staffed before in a big city, and it just happens sometimes where we just start drowning in calls, right? Like, I have experienced being like 20, 30, 40 calls in the hole just for my side of town. Like, that doesn't include other sides of town. Like, we probably collectively as a department, like if it's like New Year's or something like that, we're maybe 100 calls in the hole. But like a 4-hour response times for like a pedestrian collision's pretty bad. Especially if that was like a fatality or something. But like, I think they're like, the last count was like they were 1,000 officers down, like from where they want to be or whatever. And that's just untenable. Like that's a no-win situation. There's no way. There's just not enough people. There's nothing you can do about that. That being said, I would feel pretty sussed out if I was living in arguably one of the most dangerous cities in America. Dallas is. It depends on where you live. Where they live's not that dangerous, but Tweaky, chill. Probably reclassified. I'm grasping at reasons. Maybe like the second they realized that EMS already chose to make scene, they maybe like put it down. Because we have this happens all the time where someone will call in like a shot. This is New Year's, literally. It'll be a shots fired call, which for us was considered a priority 0. Is the way that we did stuff. 3 was it's a report call. You could damn near take these over the phone. 2 was like likelihood of a higher than a Class B misdemeanor. They're going to want officer contact. Priority 1's like a domestic. We have a known victim, or at least we believe there's a victim, and it requires like immediate police intervention. Those, like if they weren't getting dispatched right then and there, like sergeants were getting called, they were asking for other sides of town to cover that call, or you were asking for outside agency assistance. Then priority 0's like a shooting in progress or something wild like that. This would have been considered a priority 1, maybe a priority 0, especially because somebody got hit. So we're going lights and sirens to this call just to make sure that there's not life-saving measures that need to take place, right? But I think the latest I showed up to a call like that, maybe 12 minutes, maybe 15. It was the latest. I was in such a small beat because I worked in such a ghetto area. That it was pretty quick. Our response time was pretty fast. But also part of that's like individual officer initiative where like I would stack 3 or 4 reports in a day where I wasn't done finishing the report for a call, especially as I got better. Like after my second year as a police officer, it was much easier for me to just be good at doing the job and be capable of stacking 2 or 3 arrest reports while working another call, knowing I'm probably going to get a 4th one. And then by then I'd be like, yo, dog, like I got 4 reports stacked. Like, let me work on these. And my supervision trusted me that I wasn't dragging my ass because they could see the paperwork, right? There's a paper trail of the work that I'm doing. But when you're down 1,000 people, I don't care how good of a police department you are, that this is going to happen.
Police were first notified of the crash.
You expect better than that?
Yeah, I mean, if it was me, I would be okay. Like, I wouldn't take it personally and be like, hey guys, if you want to swing by later, come talk to me, that's okay. But it's like, okay, a kid was struck by a driver. At what point are we gonna prioritize this?
In a statement, Dallas police tell us at the time of this incident, all available officers were assigned to other calls, with multiple calls still holding ahead of this incident. We reviewed dispatch audio recordings and could hear how officers in the city's Central Patrol Division, where the accident occurred, were struggling to keep up on that afternoon of Sunday, April 27th. Dispatchers said multiple Priority 2 calls were holding and an even more serious Priority 1.
We just not have any available units right now, and I will advise you we have a holding Priority 1 also.
As hours passed by, Jeff worried police were losing valuable time to determine why the driver ran off the road, striking the boys.
We thought maybe medical issue, potentially intoxication, have no clue.
He wondered if the driver was intoxicated, would police be able to gather evidence before it was too late? And
no.
He also began to wonder about how the slow response impacted Dallas firefighters. As you can see in this video neighbors took, Dallas Fire Rescue remained on the scene waiting for more than 4 hours for police to show up.
It's obviously not the best utilization of resources. It's disappointing because obviously there are things that they can be doing in the community to ensure everybody else's safety.
Dallas Fire Rescue confirms under the department's policy, firefighters typically must stay on the scene until police get there.
And it got kind of awkward. Like,
damn, that's rough. And it makes sense that they have to, but that is rough.
The fire department covering for the police department, telling us how short-staffed they were.
Jeff hopes police were able to gather some evidence or information at the hospital to determine why the driver suddenly veered off the road. Police declined to answer our questions about what caused the crash, saying it's still under investigation. Jeff says officers who responded did their best, but he hopes the department will work to address short staffing and how it manages incoming calls, so the next child injured is not waiting hours.
My son and his friend got really lucky. They were blessed, but at the same time,
Constantly evaluating how we respond to and address any concerns brought to our attention, and we're actively working to improve our service levels. The department is trying to hire at goal.
Holy cow, 95 minutes. Dog. They're in a tough spot. That there's so many things wrong with Dallas County and then Dallas, the city, as far as how that city's managed, but that is particularly bad. You literally within Dallas County, so an adjoining jurisdiction, you look at like Richardson or Plano. You guys don't know what any of these towns are if you're not from here, but Richardson, Plano, Garland, you just Google the response times. It's going to blow the doors off of these. But they're not 1,000 officers short. Most of those agencies don't even have 1,000 officers, so rough. That's municipals. Is it really their fault? I'll take some points here, but I'm going to take more from administrators because they're really the ones that gutted that department. There you go. That is a failure in leadership, is what that is. Time to move cities, Raira. If you're in Dallas, yes. Come to my side of the FW, homie. Fort Worth's kind of nice. I like it here. There's just too many damn people. Sugarland, bucks up. Yes, we took them from admin. We all know the sketch. Everyone's talking about Sugarland. Y'all are stupid. Last one, boys and girls.
We are starting with this, a collaborative takedown, putting 2 more Louisiana fugitives in jail.
Officials say Leo Tate and Jermaine Donald had been hiding out in Houston, and newly released Huntsville police dash cam footage shows the moment law enforcement officers tracked the pair down and took them into custody. The 10-person jailbreak happened 11 days ago, and now just 2 fugitives remain on the run. Our Katira Winfrey traveled up to Huntsville, joining us live now there with the details. Katira.
Jason and Sharon men, those two fugitives are sitting inside the Walker County Jail right now, facing extradition to Louisiana. The takedown happening just yesterday. U.S. Marshals say they got word that the pair was hiding out in Houston. We're told DPS tried to make a stop on their vehicle near the Montgomery and Walker County line, but they just kept on going. Now, as you mentioned, new dash cam video from...
Surprise Juan came here for the last video. Probably to come in and troll y'all. He's going to say something inappropriate and leave. Okay. I fixed it.
From Huntsville Police
Slurs.
released just this morning shows law enforcement agencies rushing to get Leo Tate and Jermaine Donald in custody. The footage shows them surrounding a white SUV and Highway 190 and Geneva. In the video, you see both suspects have their hands raised outside the window, and soon after they are pulled.
Bro, I tell you what, this old timer is still about it. Bro, he's over here yanking this fool out of his car.
Shows them surrounding a white SUV at Highway 190 and Geneva.
He said, boy, come on and get.
In the video, you see both suspects have their hands raised outside the window, and soon after they are pulled from the windows. Both men appeared before a judge. And
who is this guy? What? Bro, Big Sarge has got a beard and a half. So it'd be out of policy in most places.
Walker County this morning. In addition to their charges in Louisiana, one is being charged with evading arrest locally and the other with tampering with evidence. Now, this afternoon, Huntsville police told us their officers worked in collaboration with the U.S. Marshals, Gulf Coast Violent Offenders Task Force, Walker County Sheriff's Office, and more to successfully get these two fugitives into custody.
In the end, I think they just realized that there was nowhere to go. So ended up pulling over and we were able to really take them into custody without incident.
Was there any threats made at all to any of the officers or investigators helping with this takedown?
No. Like I said, it all went as
There's a handful of jurisdictions here that I would say tarnish the reputation of Texas law enforcement, but in general, this is an FAFO.
San Antonio?
Yeah, it's San Antonio in particular, right? It's also another jurisdiction we don't try to talk about too much on this channel. But the in general, yeah, Texas is an FAFO kind of place. Like, we don't care about death threats. It's like a very odd cavalier culture that's promoted in specifically Texas law enforcement. And we're outside of California, there are more cops in Texas than there are anywhere else, probably in the planet. That's not like China. And even then, they're not really cops. But it's a little different, basically, concentration camps.
They're enforcers.
Yeah, basically. But yeah. I had a lot of people threaten to kill me and find my house and kill me. And
me too, and I'm not even in law enforcement.
Right?
That's just Texas.
Hopefully this guy's still in prison. He was not very happy with me, but one guy specifically was like, I'm going to go find you. And he said, kill your dog. And I chuckled because I was like, well, I don't have a dog. But yeah, good guess, though, you know.
You're like, that might work on Bill, but not.
Exactly. And the joke was, it's like, literally, you would do nothing but make me a hero. Basically, either a hero or I'd win a medal. Like, there's no like winning for that. As a losing proposition. I'm going to find your house and hug you. That also might go very poorly, so we'll see.
Smooth as it could, thank goodness.
And as of right now, it's not clear how investigators were tipped off that the men were thought to be hiding in Houston or what connections they have to the area. Now, the judge told both suspects they have been given no bond, but they are expected to go before another magistrate soon to determine when they will be sent back to Louisiana. But coming up at 6, you'll hear from a witness who watched the full arrest go down. Again, I'll have that coming up later. For now, reporting live in Huntsville, Katira Winfrey, KHOU 11 News.
A lot of drama, Katera. Thank you. We will see you back here on 11 News at 6. And as of today, 14 people have been arrested in charge.
Bro, if they don't have the dustiest people in this lineup, my goodness. It's like the most normal looking lady here. She's out here. She's just in the wrong place, the wrong time. Everybody else here. What is going on? Girlfriend, what life choices did you make?
Charged with assisting the escapees.
Maybe she was
Some
born in it.
have been given multi-million-dollar
Maybe
bonds.
it's methylene.
The latest arrest happening today in St. Tammany Parish, which is just north of New Orleans. Deshawnee Massey was arrested on a charge of accessory after the fact. It is unclear if she is related to fugitive Antoine Massey, who is still on the run. Meanwhile, $20,000 reward remains in effect for information that leads to the arrest of the 2 remaining fugitives.
Wild. I guess I'll give 10 points to each for participating. We did what Louisiana couldn't. Most of them are on a consent decree, so that makes sense.
Again?
Dog, they're going through it, okay? Anyways.
Yeah, since the 1800s.
Dog,
when we bought 'em.
for real. When we bought them, bitches. Y'all forget Texas is the only state that ever was like, all right, I guess I'll just be a state. It's cool. Yeah. Everybody else got bought or someone fought and died. Conquered. Yeah, literally.
Yeah, or got genocided into existence.
Literally. Bro, this is why we got a big, we're just, I don't know. It's a wild culture. If you guys have never gotten a chance to visit the good old Lone Star State, it's just wild.
We allowed the U.S. to join Texas.
Literally. That's the mentality. It's wild. And is some of it merited? Yes. Some of it's not, definitely. Most people that exist here are kind of idiots, but they're very real political, economic, and even from like a brain standpoint, we have probably more Raytheon research places here in Texas than almost anywhere else. So it's a...
You all use our calculators.
Literally. Shout out to bro. Every time I have to go through Richardson, I drive by Texas Instruments. Yeah.
Yep. No Ohio Instruments.
Yeah.
No Massachusetts Instruments.
Exactly. So anyways, are we a little, I guess it'd be like ethnocentric? Probably. But that we are the center of the universe, and it's okay. Take a shot every time. Josh says wild. I've been working on my language, just in general. This is the new me, right? That I'm trying to be better about.
That's why now he only says "are" instead of the full word.
Exactly. I love you all. More specifically, thank you guys. Specifically, if you guys like this type of stuff, this literally would not be possible without the vigilantes. Juan did contribute with the scorecard and the thumbnail, so thank him for that. Just a free advice, take a shot. The more you bug Juan for something, the less likely he's going to do it.
100%. I refuse out of spite.
So, but anyways, everything that is currently on the channel was indeed edited by his keyboard and at the sacrifice of his graphics cards. So if it wasn't for him and Megan, you guys wouldn't have
that. May be fried from that storm right now.
Right. So
took out all of my power in here.
Streams will be coming without any issues. I think I am missing the 26th because I will be in Iowa. So shout out to anybody that wants to go meet me in Cleveland. You can. So I might get, I don't know, some cigars or something. You guys can go meet me up in Iowa. But I'll be there. I'm going to GunCon. That is open to the public. So if you guys would like to go up and go say hi to me at my day job, I will be there for those of you Northerners. But outside of that, that is the show. Thursday is going to happen without a hitch. I think Thursday I should be able to do an after party. I don't think I'm popping in and saying hi. If the wife's doing something, I might. But either way, I got to pee. Dude, ew, for real on Iowa. I know. Cleveland, Ohio is where I'm going. Sorry. I said Iowa.
Cleveland, Iowa. Because Ohio doesn't exist.
Yeah. Okay. That joke turned out better than I thought. Have you ever thought of Is this Bucks of you, but I started reading it and I was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Buxom, that's going to be 199 more days you're going to have to wait. One for each penny.
Anyways, I do love you all. Specifically, also thank you to, here it is, the Vigilantes. Without them, you guys would not have a show. And then to Bill, I miss him. I miss him a lot. But Alamo is Spanish for holy shit. There's no back door. Very true. Juan and I won at the Alamo, so I have no complaints about how that went down.
That's right. Bro, I get double claims to Texas.
Yeah,
I got ancestral claims, and then I got, naturalized claims.
Dude, it's a good time. Anyways, I love you all. Today was probably the most out of pocket. I will try to be on my better behavior on Thursday or not. But anyways, thank you guys all for hanging out with us here, and I will see you guys on Thursday. Bye-bye.
Thursday. On Thursday.
Thursday.